What it do? What it do? What it do? We back with another episode of D Free Sports Talk, and we got some interesting topics to talk about. What's going on, DP Rocker? I'm gonna put the link in the chat early because I'm gonna be up here cooking for a while, so I ain't gonna be able to drop the link later. So let me put the link in the chat early. But yeah. So the news had came out that Keyshawn Davis had missed weight, and now the fight is off between him and De Los Santos, and Adula Mason is going to be now the main event. Um, I this is a bad look for Keyshawn Davis. Man became a champion for the first time in his career with only a limited amount of fights. I think he only had 13 fights or 14. I might be off by one or two fights. And he became a champion. What's going on, D-Hall? And we can't even judge him as a champion because he never got a chance to defend his title. And I looked at when they had the press conference yesterday, and him and De Los Santos was doing their face off, and it looked like Keyshawn was noticeably a lot larger than Edwin De Los Santos. And I just thought maybe because Edwin De Los Santos was a small individual, he wasn't really a big frame guy. But it turns out it was a reason why Keyshawn looked a lot bigger than De Los Santos. De Los Santos came in at 134.8, I believe, or 134.5, and Keyshawn came in at 139.6 or 139.4. So Keyshawn was literally right at the limit of 140 pounds. It wasn't like he came in 1 or 2 pounds overweight. This man came in 4 pounds overweight. And the thing that caught me off guard was it was two things actually. The first thing was the fact that he said he wasn't going to try to make weight. He was just going to drop the belt. That was the first thing that caught me off guard. But the second thing was he was already planning to go to 140 after this fight anyway. So if you was already planning to go to 140 after this fight, what was the whole the whole confrontation that you had with Abdullah Mason when y'all was sitting up there on the podium? You said, "Oh, we could do the fight next after this." Bob Byrne right there. Bob Byrne, let's make this fight next. Let's make this fight next. So all of that was talk for the cameras. That wasn't something that you was really planning on doing. And a lot of people say, "Oh, nah, he really wanted to fight, but if Abdullah Mason wasn't going to give him the fight, he was going to move up." Not that wasn't the plan. The plan was not for him to go to 140 because he wouldn't have entertained the whole situation with Abdullah Mason. He'd be like, well, if you wanted that fight, you should have said something. We could have made that fight happen instead of you taking another fight and I'm taking another fight. I'm planning on going to 140. So I mean, I just look at things a little bit different than everybody else. Like everybody else is gonna say, oh, he really wanted to fight. But I remember when Shakur Stevenson missed weight for the Robert Kasakian fight. Everybody was down on Shakur Stevenson. And Shakur tried to make weight. It wasn't like Shakur didn't try to make weight. Keyshawn literally said, "Nah, I'm not going to try. I'm just going to drop my belt. I'm planning on to go to 140 anyway." So this is your second main event fight in your hometown. You were supposed to be defending your title. You won the title at your hometown. Now you were supposed to be defending that title. So you called out De Los Santos, who's coming off almost a 2-year layoff, 18 months. The man was in the hospital. He had shoulder surgery. He had blood clots in his leg. This man was literally sitting on the couch for 18 months. This man came in and made weight. You was the active fighter who's been fighting, who just literally just got out of a fight about 5 or 6 months ago, and probably about 6 or 7 months ago. But either way you look at it, you were the more active fighter. You just got out of a championship fight, and you missed weight by 4 pounds. I mean, where they do that at? I don't understand. I mean, and it's going to be a lot of people out here that's going to defend Keyshawn Davis, but you can't come down on one person and then turn around and defend somebody else because you're not that much of a fan of that fighter. And this is what I always talk about when we have these discussions. You got to keep it consistent across the board. If you're going to say one thing about one fighter and then you have another fighter that do the same thing, but because you like that fighter, you're not going to say nothing about it, then you're wrong. You're wrong. You're being biased, and you can't be mad at anybody else that's saying you're wrong and you're being biased because that's exactly what it is. You have two fighters doing the same thing, but you're going to come down on one fighter and you're not going to come down on the other fighter. They both have the same situation. And one fighter actually tried to make weight. The other one didn't try to make weight. So the one that didn't try to make weight, you're not going to come down on, or you're not going to talk bad about him. But the one that was trying to make weight, you're gonna talk down on that individual. It's just it's not right as quote unquote supposed to be a boxing fan because everybody said, "Oh, I love the sport. I'm a boxing fan. I like these fighters, but I'm a boxing fan first." No, you're not. If you're not being consistent across the board, you're not a boxing fan first. You're a fighter fan first. You're a boxer fan first. You're not a boxing fan. So I just don't like it. But I mean, this is a bad hit on Keyshawn Davis as a fighter, as a champion, but is also gives a good look on another fighter because now Abdullah Mason is now the headline. So when Abdullah Mason, how is he going to perform knowing that he is the main event in this fight? I mean, I don't think anything will be any different because he was the co-main. It just won't be a fight after him because majority of the people was coming out to see Keyshawn Davis. It is in Keyshawn Davis um, home turf. So I don't think anything would change for Abdullah Mason versus Jeremiah um, because it's not like it was in Abdullah Mason's hometown. This is Keyshawn's hometown. So it's still almost like he's on neutral ground. I mean, well, it's still he's on neutral playing field. It's not Jeremiah's hometown. It's not Abdullah Mason's hometown. So it's a neutral fighting ground. So but nevertheless, I want to know how the state of Virginia feel. How does Norfolk feel about this whole situation? Because they was expecting to see Keyshawn Davis fight, and now they're not going to get it. He said a lot of people spend money for this fight. Yeah, a lot of people are did lose money on. I mean, well, not to say they lose money on the fight, because I mean you still getting the fight. It's not like they scrapped the whole fight, but the main purpose of you paying for the fight for most people that paid for the fight, the main purpose was to see Keyshawn Davis because it is his hometown. So I'm quite sure most of those people main focus was to see Keyshawn Davis fight. Yeah, you still got the brothers on there. You still got Troy Isley, you got Tiger Johnson, you got Adula Mason. But like I said, this was a Keyshawn Davis main event card, and the main purpose was to see Keyshawn Davis. But you still have at least they didn't scrap the whole card. So you still have the fight because a lot of times, um, if something would have happened probably earlier this week, they might would have scrapped the whole card. And so you have situations like the whole thing that happened with the Jamel Charlo versus Boo Boo Andra. Boo Boo pulled out at the last minute. They end up scrapping that whole card instead of just moving somebody else up into the main event or finding another opponent for Jamel Charlo. They scrapped the whole card. So at least Top Rank didn't scrap the whole card, and they kept everything going as planned. They just took off the last fight, and Abdullah Mason will be the main event. But now it's going to be time for Abdullah Mason to showcase his talent as a main event and see how he's performed. Like I said, I think the outcome is going to still be the same. I don't think it's going to be anything different because Abdullah Mason was the co-main. This will be the second card that he was going to be the co-main on. Um, Now he's moving to the main event. He said, "Yeah." He said, "Yep, true." Um, I mean, I was waiting for some of the guys to come up. I'm a put the link in the chat and see if they're gonna come through. Because I wanna know what everybody else thinks about this situation because this this is a bad look for Keyshawn Davis. I wasn't expecting this. And hold on one second. Let me do something real quick. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Let me do something real quick. I'm still here. I just gotta do something real quick. I'm not going anywhere. Uh, yeah. So yeah, I just wasn't expecting this from Keyshawn Davis because Keyshawn Davis, he 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 say he's the businessman. Well, if you're the businessman, you're not handling your business because you were supposed to make weight. This is your first opportunity to defend your title. Now we got to look at you as a title holder, not a champion. We can't say, "Oh, Keyshawn Davis is a champion." No, he was a title holder. He never defended his title. And see, that's the way I look at it. I know other people look at it differently. If you never get a chance to defend your title, I don't look at you as a champion. I look at you as a title holder. A champion is somebody that defended their title. That's how they become a champion. Now you win the title and then you defend it to become the champion. I don't look at you just getting the title and I'm saying, oh yeah, he's a champion. No, you're a title holder. Once you defend it, then you are a champion. So I gotta look at Keyshawn Davis as just a title holder. I can't look at him as a champion because I don't know how to judge him as a champion. He never defended it. He never got a chance to defend it. The same way when you look at these other guys in other divisions that had the title and they lose it the very next fight. You can't say Keyshawn Davis was a great champion at 135. How can you say that? He never defended the title. You can't say he was a good champion at 135. He never defended the title. You can't even say he was a bad champion. He never got a chance to defend the title and then do something wrong. The man just was a title holder. It is what it is. Some people ain't gonna like it. Some people gonna disagree, but it is what it is. He's a title holder, not a champion. I can't call him that way. I gotta stay consistent across the board. I do it for everybody else. Gotta do it for him. No matter how I feel about Keyshawn Davis, whether I like him or I dislike him, I gotta stay consistent across the board. But what do you think is next for Keyshawn is the bigger question. Now that because he thought he was still going to fight, and he was like, "Hey, I'm not gonna try to make weight. I'm just gonna drop the title. I was planning on moving up to 140 anyway, so he thought he was still gonna fight. It came out later that they canceling the fight. So they didn't cancel. And when you saw him on the scale, that was another thing that caught me too. When they gave out his weight, he didn't look at the weight like, man, what? I mean, maybe they did a weigh in earlier that day, and he realized he didn't make the weight because he was smiling and flexing just a little bit too much when they read off the weight. It was like 140.6 or 130, 139.4. He's smiling too hard. I'm like, what are you smiling about? You're overweight. All these things that we talk about, these fighters, and a lot of people got on his opponent that he brought down from 140. Everybody, oh, this man ain't make weight, this man ain't do this, this, and that. Well, you brought him down from 140 and was expecting him to make 135. This is your weight class, and you didn't make 135. You can't get and I know there's going to be some people that's going to defend them, and those same people was those people that was going at Lemos for not making the weight when this man was just fighting at 140. So if you went at Lemos for not making a weight, and he was literally had just fought Richardson Hitchens in the fight right before Keyshawn at 140. You got on him for not making 135. I expect to hear y'all get on Keyshawn for not making 135, and this is his weight class, and he was the champion. He lost his belt. What's going on, 88? I expect y'all to get on Keyshawn the same way y'all got on Lemos for not making a weight. And once again, like I said, that man came from 140 to fight Keyshawn. This is Keyshawn weight class, and he didn't make 135. And so, like I said, now the next question is, what's next for Keyshawn? We know you said it in front of everybody. You planning on moving to 140. Being know that you're not the champion anymore, are you looking to go get the TO fight, or are you going to work your way back up? Because right now, you can't just jump in there and say, "Hey, I want to fight. I'm the mandatory to Tio right now," which he could have did anyway. If you was planning on moving to 140, why not just? You said you wanted to fight with Tio. Why not just take your title, move to 140, and become Tio's mandatory? Make him have to fight you or drop the title. Now you drop. That's another thing. Damn, I'm just thinking about all this stuff. People got on Shakur for not taking his title and becoming Devin Haney's mandatory right away. Once again, Keyshawn Davis was the 135-pound WBO champion. He could have moved right to 140 and became T.O.'s mandatory. Now you got to expect T.O. to voluntarily give you that fight when you could have just been the mandatory if you wasn't going to make 135. If your plan the whole time was to go to 140 after this fight, you could have just said, De Los Santos hasn't fought in 18 months. I don't really get nothing out of fighting him except for people going to judge my fight against De Los Santos versus Shakur's fight against De Los Santos. That's all he really was going to get out of it. Nobody really looks at De Los Santos as a great opponent. They look at him as a good opponent. They don't look at him as a great opponent. But he's coming off an 18-month layoff, shoulder surgery, blood clots. What's going on, Kwee? So they don't look at De Los Santos as a great opponent. They look at him as a good opponent. So the only thing that you was getting out of this was them comparing your fight against De Los Santos versus Shakur fight against De Los Santos. So you didn't even have to take that fight. You could have just went straight to 140 and became T.O.'s mandatory and made him fight you or drop the belt. Then we would have said, yeah, T.O. really don't want to fight Keyshawn. This man dropped the belt. So it it bothers it makes me wonder, do these guys really want these fights that they talk about on a daily basis? Because it doesn't seem that way. And I hear people say, oh, this person that, this person that. That's why I keep telling y'all, I do not have a favorite fighter. I can judge all these guys evenly across the board because none of these guys are my favorite. I have no problem saying you moving wrong, this man moving right, or this man moving wrong, this man moving wrong. I have no problem pointing out when these guys are moving wrong, or I have no problem giving credit when these guys are moving right. Quickly said, no, I'm starting to believe they don't want these fights. They just be talking. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree. I think a lot of these guys just be talking. That's why I say y'all gotta see what the play is. And people say, oh, this, and that. Oh, Keyshawn Davis is going to 140. Y'all didn't catch on to what the play was. Shakur Stevenson is at 135. He's a champion. He wants to be undisputed. Well, in order for him to get undisputed, he would have to fight all of the champions. Keyshawn Davis is a champion. They have already said they wasn't fighting each other. So if Shakur wants to be undisputed, he will have to fight Keyshawn Davis. Well, the only way he doesn't fight Keyshawn Davis is if Keyshawn moves out of the weight class, or both of these guys say, I'm not fighting each other. And so Shakur will not be undisputed, and they both will be champions in the weight class. So now that Keyshawn's moving out of the weight class, he's no longer the champion. Now Shakur can go for the WBO belt because Keyshawn doesn't have it anymore. So I mean, these guys are they're not trying to fight each other. Unless something dramatically happens between their friendship, they will never fight each other. It's plain as day. They will never fight each other. So all this talk of you want to see Keyshawn versus Shakur is not going to happen unless something dramatically happen between their friendship. It will never happen. I mean, we can see it. It's not going to happen. I mean, so I don't know what Keyshawn is going to do next. I think, like I said, right now he's pretty much waiting on for somebody to take him on as a challenger. He's not in the driver's seat no more where he can demand this person or he could send an offer to this person or whatever. Because moving up to 140, yeah, you got a name and all that, but those other champions don't have to fight you unless they want to. You're not in the driver's seat where you can demand a certain fight at 140. You're now you're back at square one. You got to work your way back to being a champion, or you got to be you got to hope one of these guys is willing to take you on as a challenger, so you can get that chance of being a champion again. You're back at square one when you could have just um. She's a bad businessman. Yeah, where you're back at square one where you could have just went straight to 140 and demanded a fight with T.O. And T.O. had one or two choices: either fight you or drop the belt. So all of that talk of you want to fight T.O. or this and that, the opportunity was there. The opportunity was there. And I'm not saying that he's scared of T.O. or anything like that, because I don't think that he's scared of T.O., but I don't think that he really wanted that fight. Because if he really wanted it, he would have put himself in that position to take it. And that's how I look at it. And like I said, I know people not going to agree with what I see, but it I don't see no other way. You give me another reason to see things differently, because you can't. If a man said he wants to fight, and we know as a WBO champion, you can move up and become as mandatory. I don't you? I mean, some people say, well, he got to be the WBO super champion. Well, the WBO is what Bob's ordered. You could have just petitioned to become the super champion. There is no WBO super champion. You're the champion. You could have petitioned to become the super champion. Tio did. Tio petitioned to become the WBO super champion after he beat Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor wasn't a super champion anymore. I mean, Tio wasn't a super champion because once you lose the belt, the super champion status comes off. You have to petition to become the WBO super champion again. Unless you're the undisputed champion and you lose all of the belts, then the super champion status is there. But if you're just a champion, that super champion status comes off once you lose the title. It don't transfer over to the next guy. What's going on? What's going on, Big Tex? Not another boxing channel. Salute D Free in the chat. Yep, he did the same thing that Curra did versus Robert Kasakiel, Edwin De Los Santos, and Gentleman will get a pass for not fighting. Nah, actually, he didn't do the same thing as Robert Kasakiel. Now, he lost the belt as Shakur did with Robert Kasakiel, but the difference between him and Shakur is Shakur tried to lose weight. He tried to lose weight. After the second time, he was like, "Man, I can't do it no more." He said, "I lost. I'm paying sports drink." Keyshawn didn't get to that point where he said, "I'm paying sports drink. I tried my best to lose as much weight as I can possibly get." The man just said, "No, I'm not gonna do it." I was planning on moving up to 140 anyway. Shakur's excuse wasn't he was planning on moving up to 135 anyway. He was planning on defending that title and then moving up to 135 possibly. So I mean, I don't look at this situation. I mean, both of them lost the belt on the scale. I mean, they Keyshawn Davis fans and Shakur Stevenson fans can't sit here and talk about Tank Davis losing his belt on the scale because now all these fighters lost these belts on the scale. It happens at times. Sometimes you make a mistake and you come in a little overweight and you lose your belt on the scale. It happens. But it is what it is. And like I said, I don't see Keyshawn be given another opportunity to fight for a championship right away at 140. I think he's going to have to work for it because the only champion that's on the top ranked side of the street is Tio. Now maybe somebody like a Gary Antoine want to take that fight with Keyshawn. Maybe Richardson Hitchens want to take that fight with Keyshawn. Maybe the winner out of Alberto and Matias want to take a fight with Keyshawn. Maybe those guys want to take a fight with Keyshawn. Not a foregone conclusion that they will. There's a possibility that they will, but it's not a foregone conclusion that they will. They don't they don't have no real reason outside of challenging themselves to take a fight with Keyshawn. Now they might be a good payday for them, but it's not a challenge that they're forced to do. It's just something that they are voluntarily doing. Um, so I don't know what's next for Keyshawn. I don't know. I didn't hear what Bob Erm had to say about it. I heard what Bud Crawford said about it, and he was like, "Man, the man said he outgrew the weight class," but the look that Bud Crawford gave was like he was kind of he didn't really believe it. He was kind of puzzled by it when he said he like, "Well, the man outgrew the weight class." So I mean, that's what he said. He knows his body better than anybody else, But the look that Bud gave was like, I don't really buy that. But that's what he said. So, I want to know how Bob feel about the situation because it's not a good look for Top Rank. You got two fighters that was champions that lost their belt on the scale. Um, Granted, Shakur became a champion again before he left Top Rank, but now Keyshawn is back at square one, and I don't know where he goes from here. But moving forward with the fight tomorrow, Adula Mason is now in the main event. I think Adula Mason is going to put on a show. Now he has all eyes on him. Nobody is anticipating the fight after his fight and none of that. None of that. He is the last fight. I think Adula Mason will go out there and put on a show, and this is going to make Bob Erm put Adula Mason in a main event. His next fight. Adula Mason is going to fight for the WBO title. His very next fight. His very next fight is going to be for the WBO title, and it's going to be a main event probably in his hometown. It's probably going to be in Cleveland. Um, I mean, they moved Adula Mason up to the number two spot in the WBO. I don't know who was number one. I can't remember who was number one in the WBO. I have to look that up. But Adula Mason was moved up to the number two spot, and I think Adula Mason was like somewhere around number six. I think he was like number six prior to this fight being made. I think it was like number six, and now he's number two. So Adula Mason will be fighting in his next fight for the WBO title. He said Mason should be in line. Yeah, no, he's going to be fighting for the title next. I don't know who's number one for the WBO. Whoever's number one, that's who Adula Mason is going to be fighting for the title. Um, in his very next fight, and it's going to be a main event. It's not Top Rank going to put it on as a main event, and and it's going to be on Top Rank new network because Top Rank contract ends with ESPN in July, so it's June now. So that fight that Adula Mason will be getting with Top Rank for the WBO title will be a main event on the new network. Some people saying it's Amazon. Some people saying it's Netflix. I don't know. I know Bob said that they got multiple media people. I mean, media sources that they dealing with. So it sounds like they got multiple networks that they will be dealing with. So it could be Amazon. It could be Netflix. The Sam. Oh, Sam. Okay, okay, I got you. I don't know who the hell that is, but okay. I never heard of that dude ever before. Um, maybe my man T know who that is. Maybe Marky Dan know who that is. Maybe Knockout know who it is. I don't know. I never heard of that name before. I might have seen him. I probably got to look at his face. I might have seen him fight before, just don't recognize the name. A lot of times that happens with me. What's going on, Jab Queen? A lot of times that happens with me. I know fighters by face. I don't really pay attention to their name like that because a lot of times these fighters, especially from other countries, be having weird names, and all of their names be looking similar after a while. You see all of these uh uh I can't even pronounce the daggone names, but they all look similar. They just have a lot of alphabets look like they thrown together. They don't even look like it pronounce a name. And I don't know how people be figuring out how to pronounce these names without talking to the fighters or without seeing these fighters fight before. But people be coming up with their own terminology of these people names. Gabriel Flores is third in the ranking. I mean, they could do that, but I think I mean Gable Flores. I said Gabriel Gable Flores. Um, Maybe they will do that, and with Abdullah Mason for a title. But I think the number one contender is gonna be in the fight with Abdullah Mason for the title. And then people gonna complain about that. They're gonna be like, oh, who is this dude, Sam or whatever. Well, you can't complain about who the heck Sam is because Keyshawn lost his belt on the scale. So that's who Abdullah is fighting for a title. He could have been fighting Keyshawn if Keyshawn would have made weight, but he didn't. And like I said, a lot of these people was on Lemos hard when he came down from 140 to fight Keyshawn and he missed weight. Some of these same people is going to defend Keyshawn for not making weight. Oh well, he a young guy. He's coming into his man weight or whatever. So he outgrew the weight class. So why was you so hard on Lemos when Lemos was just fighting at 140? Y'all didn't give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh man, maybe the man couldn't make weight. He was fighting at 140 his last fight. He couldn't just make the weight. Why y'all not giving him the same benefit of the doubt? Why is this man he missed weight on purpose? Well, how you know Keyshawn ain't miss on purpose? He didn't try to make weight. He said, no, I'm not gonna try, I'm just gonna drop my belt. So you're not gonna say that he missed weight on purpose, but you're gonna say Lemos missed weight on purpose. Although what's going on?
What's good for you? You can hear me? I'm on audio.
Yeah, you good, you good.
What's good, man? Shout out for you, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Yeah, man, it's a nasty stuff happening today in the sport of boxing, man. This Keyshawn missing weight thing, man, it's bad for the sport.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you had a lot of people that came down on Lemos for missing weight, and they say he missed weight on purpose, but that man was just at 140. You had a lot of people come down on Shakur for missing weight against the Robert Kasakian fight. Some of these same people that was down on these other guys, they're gonna be sitting here saying, "Oh, well, Keyshawn a big kid, and the dude he outgrew the weight class." Nah, the
Mm.
same way you came down on Shakur and he moved out, he outgrew the weight class. The same way you came down on Lemos and that man was literally just fighting at 140 in the fight right before Keyshawn. You got to come down on Keyshawn as well. Y'all can't pick and choose who y'all come down on for and then say y'all a boxing fan. No, y'all got to keep it consistent with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I
What's
agree,
going,
man.
what's going
Cause
on,
I
Prize?
thought, what's good,
Salute,
bro?
Freezy. Salute, three. What's up with y'all?
And what's going on, Jab Queen?
Jab Queen.
Salute, salute.
We
Salute.
popping at the what's good, Jack Queen? Popping at the late night. I just wanted to say, yeah, it's just bad for the sport. I mean, I feel like, a lot of these guys they look for an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was adamant. I know for a fact Brian looked for an advantage when he even put it out that he purposely missed weight. But even with Keyshawn, I mean, 4 pounds, he looked like he
Mm.
was making it comfortably against Lemos or before. So to be
Right,
pressing for the Tio fight, right? So that's at 140. You already pressing for that, and then ultimately, I'm sure they got Abdullah on your heels with the WBO. All that means is
right,
that Top Ranking is positioning him, Abdullah, for the 130 pound, with their 135-pound WBO belt. That doesn't mean that Top Rank is going to put him in with Keyshawn, right? So
right,
Keyshawn was under the assumption that De Los Santos was going to take the money and continue to fight. And he even said that after the weigh-in. But
right.
Samson and Edwin I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little upset because I did get a ticket. I am planning on possibly still going down there. Maybe not. My cousin is trying to press me to go down there. But I'll say this: Edwin and Samson are smart if they had the out to take the money and not fight, because it's their responsibility to protect Edwin, just like a lot of people was concerned with Devin and Bill and them not kind of protecting Devin, even though it was kind of a different situation because it was a pay-per-view event. But needless to say, Edwin has an out on this, man. I'm not, I mean, I
Mhm.
was joking around calling him a duck, but really, Keyshawn, this is all Keyshawn fault.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
I don't look at Edwin as doing anything wrong. He did exactly what he was supposed to do because
Hmm.
you was Edwin was the one that was out for 18 months, sitting on a hospital bed with shoulder surgery and blood clots. He
Hmm.
came in on weight after being out for 18 months. Keyshawn had literally just had a fight about 6, 7 months ago, and it
Hmm.
didn't look like he had a hard time making weight then. So you the one
Yeah,
that came in 4 pounds overweight?
that's nasty.
Yeah, it was bad.
I mean, I don't understand what Keyshawn doing. And D Free, I want to go. Pardon me. I want to go back to exactly what you just said when you was like, we gave Shakur hell. We gave all these other guys. I don't got to go down the names. Just hit the replay button and smash the like while you listening to the replay. He just told y'all. Now we got to keep the same energy for Keyshawn. He did all that. He talked all that talk. This is third fight this year. So, like Free said, why is he missing weight? 4 pounds? That means he didn't try in my books. And we just literally, me personally, I just literally was praising this dude yesterday on Dub Right Side. I was just
Yep.
like, I was like, Keyshawn gonna smoke this guy. This guy been out of the ring for 2 years, November 16, 2023. Keyshawn's acting to be his third fight. He gonna cook this dude. And I don't know no more. I stand corrected. I don't know if he gonna win no more. He should. I mean, talent wise, but I mean, that was so smart by De Los Santos team. You can't call him a duck. I mean, B3 was just busting chops. So but you can't call him a duck. If they got that whole 600,000 without having to perform, shout out to them and Samson and Edwin for looking
Yeah.
out for him. You know what I mean? It's nasty though. For 4 pounds, was
Yeah.
it? That's
Yeah.
nasty.
I mean, just look at it. De Los Santos has came out. De Los Santos came out and said, "I didn't have the proper training because I had blood clots in my leg after I had my shoulder surgery, so I couldn't train properly. But I'm still taking this fight. So now he has an out. I didn't train properly, and I'm still taking the fight. He missed weight, so I still can get paid and don't have to fight and just get myself together for my next fight. Oh man, I'm taking this money right now and I'm going home. It is what it is. I mean I'm not getting the title, but I'm taking this fight. I'm taking this money. I'm going home and I prepare for my next fight. What
Not
you
to
got on the
mention,
jab?
not to mention, Keyshawn blew a mill. Go ahead, Queen.
No, I was gonna say I absolutely agree. I'm not giving Keyshawn any passes whatsoever. And from
Hmm.
what I heard, the morning he came in 2 pounds over, and then at the weigh-in he was 4 pounds over. So you gained 2 pounds.
Wow.
As one of you gentlemen said, I can't figure out which one said it, but um, you were banking on the fact that Edwin needed the money. That he was out of the ring for 2 years, so you figuring, well, shit, he gonna take it anyway. You
Hmm.
thought wrong, and I'm pretty sure he's upset with Bob that Bob paid him the full 600. And I'm sure Keyshawn isn't getting a damn dime.
Mm. Blew $1 million. He's supposed to get $1 million.
Well, not to mention, Tucson probably had to pay some money.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
he's
see how
still
he
gonna
wouldn't.
he's still gonna have to pay some money because now Bob Erm just lost money because the main event was supposed to be you versus Edwin De Los Santos.
Yep.
Now I think the people still gonna come out and see the fight because like I said, they still got the other two brothers on the card and they
And they
still gotta
paid for
do
their
the main.
tickets, most of them, and I wouldn't
Right.
want to waste my money.
Well, the other two brothers ain't worth a damn cuss because, as you can see, they're still going to be on at now Abdullah's undercard. So it
Yeah.
wasn't like they were going to be moved up anyway. I mean, let's be real,
Yeah.
they're a package deal. And if they
Yeah,
ain't fucking with Keyshawn, then they really got no use for the other brothers. At this point, they're just fillers for the card. But I'm pretty sure if they could, they would just drop them because they're not.
Whoa.
I mean, none of them are really that exciting.
Hold
And
on.
it works
I think
clean too, you know.
that's a little harsh. I
I
gotta
don't. I
speak on
agree.
this
I
because
agree. They are fillers. If it wasn't for
nah, I
Keyshawn,
wouldn't
they
say
wouldn't
that
be on nobody's
because
undercard. I agree with her, and I feel like this three.
nah, Keon
I
was an
agree.
Olympian.
I mean, yeah, no
Uh,
doubt they can fight. I get it, and it works. My thing is this: it works when you put them three on the card. You have the brothers. You got the three brothers that's fight. You got the sisters that come out and sing the national anthem. All that stuff. The beautiful queens come out do their thing. It's a family function. Now the main guy ain't there. This is a big blow for the family, bro. And he blew
this
$1 million. Think about his mom. He blew $1 million, bro.
this is a
yeah,
bad showing, but I'm just speaking to the fact that like Kelvin and Keon are not worth anything. I beg to differ because more known guys like Fernando Vargas and Amado Vargas are not signed to Top Rank. They're not doing events with Emiliano and the Vargas dynasty. So I think it is value in a Keon and Kelvin. We'll see if they can become champions, but uh, yeah, I wouldn't call them poo putts.
Yeah, I
I,
mean,
I
and I get that, but to your point, which actually makes my point, they're doing cards separately. They're not all together. The only time you see Kelvin and Keon is with Keyshawn.
Hmm.
Well, let me say this. Keon is still a young guy. I only think he probably got like 2 or 3 fights. Kelvin actually gets events on Pro Box when he doesn't fight on ESPN.
right.
But I don't want to compare them to the Vargas dynasty because I like Amato and Fernando and those guys. But it wasn't listen to each his own. But
I,
I will say this: Kelvin definitely hasn't been showing pop, so I can understand why he's not looking like that
do
guy.
I got a question. I want to ask to the panel. Do y'all think that the brothers have some type of effect on this fight come tomorrow? Now that Keyshawn's not on there, because they all going to be affected. They're going to be a little upset that Keyshawn is not fighting. Do you think that affects their performance in the fight tomorrow?
It shouldn't, because they're professional. But it might be in the back of their mind. Oh man, big bro, he not there. We gotta perform. We really gotta perform now to represent our name. So it shouldn't, but it might be free. That's a good ass question.
Um, I don't think they should. I mean, they'll be if even if they are upset, the only person they have to blame is their brother. So I mean, deal with that at home with him. You know what I'm saying? Still go out, put on performances because you all are still on this card, albeit still the undercard, but you guys are still on the card. So
Mhm.
go out and show out for your fans, the ones that came to see you, the ones that came to support you. I'm sure their mother will still be there. I mean, she still got two other sons on the card. Everyone that came with them and that supported them should still come out and support them.
Hmm.
Yeah, but
Hopefully,
I'm
they
saying
got
I
the
think
sisters doing the national anthem again. I like that the first time. I was proud of them sisters.
yeah they did a good job, man.
Hmm.
I just think Kelvin was in a tough fight. He was in a 50-50 fight. Based on what I've seen, I know he's a little taller, got a longer reach than I hear Wu Albright, but I still think Wooga has more pro experience. Just been in with the better competition, so I feel like that was already gonna be a tough fight for Kelvin. So
Hmm.
yeah, so he may end up losing. You never know. He could definitely have an emotional letdown, based on everything that's transpired. But it's funny. It was all good. Just a few hours ago, when Keyshawn was at the weigh-in and saying that they still thought the fight was going to happen, but now
That's
it
because, like
just
I said, I think he banked on the fact that Edwin had been out and banked on the fact that he thought, he was going to corner him basically to take the fight. But everybody doesn't march to the beat of someone else's drum. And I'm glad that Edwin stood on business because you
Hmm.
can't just blow a whole camp. Now you just disrespected me because, like he said, I've been out of the ring for 2 years. You just fought less than 6 months ago. What the hell is your excuse?
Right. Danny took time away from his family and stuff. He needed to be compensated for that.
I
And I'm
mean
glad that he stood.
Keyshawn.
I'm glad he stood on business too, sis. And he didn't take the fight. I ain't even mad at him Because if I could have got
Of
a six
course.
figure payday for not doing anything, or I ain't gonna say he didn't do anything because he did training camp, but he didn't perform the contract, he didn't have to go through with the job, and they still get paid. I'm all right with that. You know, and Keyshawn got to do better, man. And he knew better. She, like Sis said, he tried to corner him. He's like, you know what? F that. I ain't gonna make weight. Ryan get away with it. Everybody get away with it. You know, I'm gonna go in. I need to really knock this dude out. And it ain't work. It backfired in his face, and they walked away from the fight. Now he looking crazy because he just blew a mill.
Hmm.
Hey, now this is the second blow to Keyshawn's career because the first time they took the fight away from him that he
For the
popped
weed.
dirty for marijuana,
Uh huh.
Hmm.
and so now he got that fight taken from him. Now you've been stripped of your belt because you didn't make weight. So
Never
you
defended
claim
it.
you're the businessman. You're not handling your business, man.
Right. Fat
Right.
bars.
But
Over the
see,
head
what people
bars.
gotta, what one thing I gotta say is this: like, what worked for the next guy may not work for you.
Mm-hmm.
Every it's rules, it's different rules for different folks. Every situation is different as well. So, I mean, what Ryan got away with, I would never in a history of this country or even the history of I've been living think that Keyshawn would get away with something that somebody like a Ryan Garcia would get away with.
Right.
And ultimately, the fan reaction is different. I guarantee you, if Devin would have pulled out and said no fight, he would have been called a duck because
Mm.
Marquez didn't pull out. You know what I'm saying? It's been multiple guys. So Keyshawn was under the assumption, hey, Devin didn't pull out, Marquez didn't pull out. Why Edwin gonna take the money, right? He even said it in front of everybody. I think we'll negotiate, we'll still make the fight. He was not, he was under no circumstances thinking Edwin was not gonna fight. So I think like you saying, poor business practice. His team should have kind of he alluded or he should have had an understanding of what the contract stated that Edwin could get his money without fighting. Because ultimately, I mean, that was the right thing to do. A dude blew weight. He was trying to step on you. He was trying to cheat you. He breached contract. So, I mean, Edwin deserved his money.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I don't have a problem with anything that Edwin did in this situation. He made the smarter decision to me, because I mean we know why Keyshawn did that, to build punch resistance. You know what I'm saying? So we're not fools. And then I wasn't completely convinced that Edwin was at 100% anyway. So in my
Yeah.
eyes, God gave him a gift through Keyshawn's recklessness.
Yeah. And I think things would have been viewed a little bit differently if Keyshawn would have tried to make weight. But being though that he didn't even try to make weight, you can't even sympathize for Keyshawn. And I'm a have a hard time seeing anybody's opinion on trying to defend Keyshawn because the man didn't even try to make weight. Now, if he would have tried and he couldn't make weight, and then you might have something to stand on and say, "Hey, look, the man just outgrew the weight class. He tried to make weight, he couldn't, but he didn't even try." So you have no
Definitely
excuse.
stopped time. He definitely stopped making weight,
Yeah,
100%.
and I'm about to
Because,
say,
like he
and
said, he
when did
got
you
under
ever?
140. That was his goal to get under 140. Go ahead, Miss Jacqueline.
No, I'm sorry. You were talking. Go ahead.
No, all I want to say is that's what he said at the. He's like he got under 140. He said, "Oh, I didn't go to the next weight class." So it was a conscientious decision. I feel like I hate to say it. I wish I could believe that he just outgrew the weight class all of a sudden. Even though, why would you? I'm gonna say. Let me just say this really quick. This is backfiring on Top Rank. I hope that they take a hit for this because they shouldn't have been putting Keyshawn in the ring with somebody that's been out the ring for 18 months to 2 years off. That should never happen. You shouldn't be able to come off the couch, like you're saying, surgeries, living in the DR good, getting back rubs every day, and you come and you get to fight for a world championship. So I think it's Top Rank's fault. They deserve what happened to them because they knew better than to put Edwin in the ring. A lot of times, guys that's been that inactive, you can't guarantee that they're going to make it to the fight. Like Edwin said, he said it at the weigh. He was like, "Oh, I'm in 2 years off," and he weighed 134. So he was really proud of himself, for making that 134. People didn't think he was going to make it.
Yeah, because he probably said, "I'm not going to leave my opponent hanging." You know what I'm saying? And too bad Keyshawn didn't have the same respect for him. And that goes to show a lot. And I don't like, to Dee's point, I don't want to hear anyone giving Keyshawn any passes, making any excuses. He's young, blah blah blah. The man is almost 30 and has a child of his own. So at what point do we stop making excuses for grown men that get paid millions of dollars to perform, and then when they fall short, we make excuses? We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? He knew he had to be at 135 for this fight. You the businessman, right? How long have you been training for this? Or are you sitting on the sideline eating cheeseburgers with Bomac big ass? Like, what's really going on? You know
That's
what I'm
crazy.
saying? What's going on? You should have been training for this fight. You just had a fight, so how out of shape were you?
Right. Facts. He
Right.
lost his belt, never got a chance to defend the WBO. It's just
That's what
not a
I'm
good
saying. This
look.
is
Yeah,
disgusting,
it's
yo.
not a
It's
good look.
nasty work.
Nasty,
Nasty work.
nasty, nasty work. It's
and
not
and, and
even.
I was just gonna say that, like, now we can't even look at Keyshawn as a champion. You got to look at him as a title holder. He never defended it, and I said this before y'all came up. The way I look at
Free, even
people
hold on,
as a
free.
champ,
Even if he took the belt off a champ.
no, the way I view a champion is somebody that defended their title. If
Yeah,
you never defended your title, you're just a
belt holder.
title holder.
Just the belt
You're
holder.
not you're not a
Facts.
champion. A champion is somebody that defended. Because like when we look at I can't even use anything else differently because when you look at combat sport, a champion got to defend it multiple nights. It's not like football where you only playing once a week or you only have one opportunity to get to the championship and you got to beat all these people to become the NFL champion. You defend that the following year and you got to go all the way back to defend it. It's different with combat sport. You're fighting on a constant basis. You're fighting every certain amount of months or whatever have you. So you get a chance to defend it much quicker than the NFL or the NBA or even baseball or and in
Any
hockey.
sport.
Yeah, you get multiple chances to defend your title. So I don't look at a boxer, a champion, until they actually defend the title. If you win the title from if he wins the title from Denny and then he turns around and lose to Edwin De Los Santos, you said he was a champion? No, he was a title holder. It
Yeah, a
was a
belt
title holder.
holder. It's been plenty belt holders over the years. Guys just keep it warm for the next guy.
So
Yeah, so
I
I
mean,
mean,
so
like
the
I said,
just
some
on
some
my
people.
opinion of it is that I understand, if you fight for a vacant, and you beat somebody that wasn't a champion, both of y'all fought for a vacant title. I understand. They used to call that guy a paper champion or a title holder, and then he would have to defend his belt. I'm just under the belief that if you beat the champ, you got it. But see, that's what I'm saying. It's a whole gray area in boxing now because Dennis just really won his belt. So now he didn't even defend. So I guess Dennis was a paper champion too. He wasn't a real champion
He
because he
was
lost.
considered the
No,
weakest one in the
He was a
division.
title holder. He was just a title holder as well because he
yeah,
lost to Keyshawn. So
yeah.
that makes sense.
He's a title holder. He's
Yep.
not a champion. He's a
I
title
know.
holder.
But
Yeah, I
I just
mean,
feel like
I
if you
don't want to.
like, for
I know what
instance,
you. I know what you're trying to say, B3. We don't want to, discredit their accomplishment when you win your first title. You walk around like I'm champ. I'm the world champ. But at
only
the
if
same
you take
time,
it
I
from a
feel
champ. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, and you're right about that. But at the same time, I feel D3. I like the guy to go take the belt off somebody, get in there
Defend it.
and get in there and defend that thing. And then if he dropped the belt the next fight, at least he had that one. It just looks better. I get what Free saying. It looks
No,
Yeah,
better.
I
yeah.
mean, I'm not taking nothing away from. Yeah, he won the title. Yes, he did that. And the same way Rolly was a title holder.
Yeah.
Pitbull Cruz was a title holder. They went and won the title. I'm not taking that away from them. But until you defend it, in my eyes, you're not a champion until you defend it. Now you are the WBA or the WBO champion, but you're not a champion in my eyes until you defend it. You're
I
just a
give you that.
title holder.
I ain't mad
You're
at
just
that.
holding that title. If you never defend that title, you move out of that weight class. You never defend it. who was you a champion over? You never defended against nobody. You just had the belt and then you moved out of the weight class, or you had the belt and then you dropped it and
Unless you
retired.
fight, unless it's like a big fight or something like that, then that's a little
Cause that and
different.
that's the only thing prides a little gray area. Cause all I would say is like, for instance, if you never been a champ, let's say hypothetically speaking, and okay, Robson, like Robson beat. Well, I guess that was a robbery, so that's a bad example.
Yeah, that
Because he
was that.
became champion and they took it from
He's
him.
still a title holder. He lost
Yeah,
it the
that
very
was
next fight.
Yeah,
right. That was a bad example. I'm trying to think. I mean, it's like you got a good point, free. I mean, it's hard to
it's hard to
argue that. I
argue
mean,
that.
No,
it is a
there's
type
a
that is kind of true because you
But
yeah.
you
really
can
It's a
have
it's
your own observation of it. But that's just
yeah.
saying what he
That's just
said.
how I look at it. That's just
Yeah,
how I look at it. Everybody
but
look
I
at it
agree with
different.
it though. Them
That's
belt,
how
it's
I
just
look
so
at
many
it.
belt holders. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a lot of title holders.
Oh, I see
I
what you're
I
saying. Because it could be luck. Because you got to think about like what Cambosis. I mean, you could have a flash and not luck, but I say a flash in the pan moment, or your opponent could have a down night or whatever.
right,
So
right.
yeah, that makes sense. 100%.
like
Yeah, that's what I
Hakeem
say.
Rockmine knocked out Lennox Lewis. He was just a belt
Exactly,
holder. Because in the next
exactly.
fight, Lennox melted him. So he
Yeah,
was just a belt holder to me.
yeah.
Hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Like even they're going Antonio Tarver. Well, no, I think Antonio
He,
Tarver defended his title. I think
yeah, I
he
about to
did.
say he had multiple.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think he
I
did
would.
defend his title.
I'll give
But
him.
yeah,
I'll give him
I
world
seen
title.
Rockman, Andy Louise,
Yep,
Andy
he's another
Louise.
one.
Yeah, I mean they just
Mhm.
title holders. Yeah, they had a
Great
great night
moment.
that one night,
Mhm.
and then after that,
They just
the
dropped the
very next
belt.
fight they lose it.
Yep.
Now, uh, fortunately, that Keyshawn didn't lose to anybody, but he still lost it.
But
He
that's
didn't
that.
lose to nobody.
Now he didn't lose to nobody but damn. You just got the damn thing, and the first thing you do, like Shorty, like Queen just said, you just fought. How many? When was his last fight? This would have been his
Like six,
third fight.
like six, like 6 months ago.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Nah,
So this would have been his
Keyshawn?
third
Keyshawn
fight.
fought in like February. He fought.
I,
That's when he beat Baranchik.
Yeah, like 6 months ago.
right.
Less
So
than that.
like back to what the Queen, what Jab Queen said was, how out of shape did you get?
It wasn't that.
So,
It wasn't that bad.
if he fought in February, 5 months ago, you just fought. You knew you had a fight lined up, or you knew that you was going to defend your title
And get
shortly
paid a
after
million
you
dollars.
won it. Shortly after you won that title, you knew you was going to defend that title, and you let yourself get out. I mean, get out of
Mhm.
shape that you can't make 135. And he already said it. He said it when the lady was interviewing him. So how you feel about not making a weight? He like, well, I was going to fight at 135, maybe at 140 my next fight anyway. So that whole altercation that you had with Abdullah Mason was all for show because
Yeah,
you was already planning on going to 140.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that I think I give culpability to Top Rank for that and Christina Poncha because they kind of put Abdullah there, and so I mean, it's a little bit. I mean, Keyshawn kind of took it over the top, but I mean, they kind of had him, on that stage with Keyshawn for promotion.
See,
So
but
that's what I'm
this is
saying. It's
why
not. It
this
don't. None of it makes sense, free, because if they got the boy moving up to 140 to fight Tiafimo, I guess they was just
that's a
using Abdullah and Keyshawn's situation for publicity.
but see that's my point right there. If you was trying to move up to fight Theo, you could have just moved up and became his mandatory. You're the WBO champion.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing about it is that they can't force Tio to fight for whatever reason. I know maybe they could strip him. I feel what you're saying, free, but that's still in house. So
No,
top
I
rank.
mean
So
that.
all I'm gonna say is top rank is not gonna work against themselves by stripping Tio for Keyshawn. You see,
I
without
don't I
Keyshawn
don't
having the
I don't know
147
I don't
fights.
know I don't know if Bob Erm values T.O. more than he values Keyshawn. I don't know if he values T.O. more.
No, I
So
wouldn't. I wouldn't.
I
I wouldn't think he would. I don't think he would
so
because Keyshawn is a bigger
I
name
don't think
himself.
Bob
Most
Erm
definitely
I
don't.
don't think Bob Erm will protect T.O. from Keyshawn because I don't think they value T.O. more than Keyshawn. So, like I said, he could have moved up to 140 and became T.O. mandatory. If T.O. didn't want to fight him, then T.O. would lose his belt. Keyshawn becomes the champion or he fights somebody else to become the champion, Tio loses belt.
Mm.
So the world will see Tio just ducked Keyshawn.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of already happening. You know, Keyshawn was already offered that fight,
But
but
but see that but see now see that's the point that I'm making. Keyshawn offered him to fight, where you could have became his mandatory, where he had no choice but to fight you or lose the belt. Now you become the champion, or you fight
but you
somebody
see
else.
what I'm saying? He like you saying he still had to be the super champion to get that type of status. So the
They
WBO
can.
will have to grant him that, and then
Oh, you think the WBO if he petitioned
at the
for the super,
behest. I'm not saying that they would do it at the behest of Bob Arum and Top Rank. They're not going to
but
do it for no other reason.
but what I'm saying is, if Barber is already planning on trying to make To and Keyshawn, you think
Right.
Barber is not gonna back Keyshawn in becoming a super champion so he can become the mandatory? It
I'm
don't it
not.
don't make sense.
Yeah, it's tough.
I'm not under assumption. I'm under the assumption that Turkey is willing to make that fight. I'm not under the assumption that Bob Arum and Top Rank is willing to make that fight. Yeah. Just like I don't think they was gonna make Keyshawn versus Abdullah. It's just it don't make sense. It's like okay, they get Keyshawn moves up and he fights To and beats To, right? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. They still got To on the contract and they still owe him fights. What do they do now?
No,
Position. You know what I'm
the
saying?
thing is,
They got to
the
start all
thing
over.
is, the thing is, Turkey can't make that fight with Keyshawn and To unless Bob Erm gives him the okay. Those are Bob Erm fighters. He still got to get the okay from Bob Erm. Those are
Well,
his
no,
fighters.
well, that's not necessarily true because you
Yes,
remember
it
with
is.
Jared. Well, let me say this. Of course, he's not going to stop them from making big money. He already said that. But even with Jared Anderson, he said that they told Jared Anderson not to take the Bacoli fight, but they was offered so much money that he went through with it on his own. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, if the money's stupid, I don't think these promoters can really step in the way. And of course, they're going to get their cut. So it's like they really not going to step in the
What
way.
what's going on, A1? What's going on
Yeah.
with you? No, I agree with that. But see, but I don't know. I mean, I don't think that Turkey's gonna put out stupid money for no Keyshawn and Tio.
You
Yeah.
you
I don't
know
think
what's
he do that.
crazy? What's the you know I think the report was, and I mean correct me if I'm wrong, is that they offered Teal the same money that he would have got for Boots for Keyshawn. Like it was like kind of like the same money. So it was kind of
I don't believe that. I
it
don't
don't
believe that.
make sense.
Yeah, I don't believe
But
that
then
either.
again, it's like they're trying to see Turkey is trying to salvage dates. Obviously, he's trying to get the Alcatraz fight. You know, he's trying to put things in motions that he said he was going to do. He doesn't have David Benavidez, right? So he was going to make Devin versus To, Boots versus To. So now he's probably going to try to make Boots versus Virgil, Keyshawn versus something. So he might have to wait
Yeah,
for Africa versus
like
To. So it's
like
crazy.
I would. It doesn't make sense. Like for Tio versus Jerron Boots Ennis, that is a big fight. That's a big fight because Jerron Boots Ennis' name is growing. Tio pretty much already has a name for the most part because of
Mhm.
Loma and Josh Taylor. So he already pretty much has a name. But Jerron Boots Ennis' name is growing. So that is a big fight, and you can sell that fight. It's two different races fighting against each other. You got the Latinos versus the black, which always makes money when they come together. It always makes money. So that fight can make money. But Keyshawn and Tio, it will make money, but not the same level of money as Boots versus Tio. So I can't see him giving him the same amount that he was going to give Boots to fight somebody whose name is not as big as Boots. Keyshawn name is growing, but I don't think Keyshawn name is as big as Boots.
No, it's definitely not.
Mhm.
Like when Boots
So
have a fight in his hometown, I feel like it does way better than Keyshawn would.
yeah, I mean Keyshawn did roughly $1 million for
Hmm.
his first main event,
It did good.
which is good. Yeah, which is good numbers for a guy that never main event before. So that was good numbers, but it was like I said, it wasn't no numbers to say, okay, yeah, I'm gonna give him $15 million. And nah, you're not giving him that much. He didn't even make $15 million. He made $1 million. He did a live gate of $1 million. So why would I pay him 15 times as much as he can draw in?
Yeah.
So I mean I don't believe, like a lot of people be saying Turkey is throwing out these type of numbers, but I don't believe it all the time. I believe it some of the time because sometimes it makes sense because of you if you know the names, you say okay, yeah, that makes sense. Both these guys together, it's a big fight. A lot of people want to see this fight. But when you got guys that nobody is checking for these two guys to fight, it doesn't really make sense. Like I
Yeah.
think Keyshawn and Tio is probably somewhere around a $3 to $5 million fight. I don't think it's a $15 million fight. I don't think it's a
You
a
said
twenty million
Keyshawn and
dollar.
Tio?
I'm gonna be honest.
Keyshawn.
I could go
Yeah,
ahead.
Keyshawn and Tio. I think it's
Yeah.
somewhere. I think it could draw somewhere around 3 to 5 million. You can if you
Yeah.
put a nice card together, it could draw somewhere around 3 to 5 million. I don't think it's no 15 to $20 million fight. I don't think it's that much.
Nah, not at all. I don't think it's there. Yeah, I don't think it's there. Definitely not. Because like you're saying, would they will put it in New York. I mean, would they be able to put it in the big room in Madison Square Garden?
Depending on who they got on the card. It depends.
Yeah,
They have
it
to have
depends.
Gonna need
some good fighters.
Xander. They gonna need a lot of people to put it in the big room.
Yeah.
I mean, all you need is you could put Xander on there, which I don't think Xander will be any one of those guys undercard fighter anymore
Not
because
no more.
Xander
Yeah.
now, yeah, Xander name is big, especially if he gets this title that I believe he will win. If he gets this title, he's not going to be these guys co-main. He would have to be on a card with somebody like uh, a Tank Davis to be a co-main, or I'm
Hmm.
trying to think somebody that's on top rank that is valued more than Xander right now.
Like an in a way
Or
maybe or something like that. I don't
yeah,
know.
maybe like an Inouye. Yeah, he'll be a co-main to like an Inouye. That's probably the only guy on top rank right now that he will be
Yeah.
a co-main to.
Yeah, but I just want to see his selling power though, free, because they still in the Hulu theater, and I know he's not a champion yet. He's still young in the game, but it's gonna be interesting to see how he progresses as far as his ticket sales and stuff like that, because he's not a big puncher, so
I
it's
think
gonna
they
be
I
interesting.
think I think they want to see. I'm trying to think. Is this the first card that he's main event? I think this
I
might
think
be the.
I think he did the
I think this might
Patrick
be the second.
Teixeira fight. Let me
I
see.
think yeah. I'm about to say. I think this might be his second card, but I think they. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think this might be his second card that he main event, but I'm not 100% sure.
You
But
talking about Keyshawn?
Xander.
no. I'm talking about Xander.
Oh,
Yeah, I think this is his second card that he's main eventing. I think. I'm not
He
100%
was on
sure.
he was on the
Right too.
undercard of the Keyshawn and Baranchik fight. He was the
Yeah,
co-main. Let me
yeah.
see his last. He was at. Okay, he was on the undercard of the Sandy Ryan Michaela Mayer one in New York, and then the Patrick Teixeira. This might be his first main event. Let me see.
Yeah, so if it makes sense that they put him in the Hulu theater because this is his main event, his first
Okay, it's
main
his
event.
second. This is his second. He was the main event for the Patrick Teixeira fight.
Yeah, and that was to grow his name. He
Yeah,
he
that was
he
June 8th of 2024.
yeah, that was to grow his name. He was starting to become a name, and they wanted to see how well he did. He did fairly well in that main event. Um, but this is another big opportunity because the opponent is not that big of a name opponent, and Xander is not that big of a name to sell out the big house yet. He's not that big of
Mm-mm.
a name. But if he wins this title, the next time they put it in Madison Square Garden, it will be in the big house because those Puerto Ricans are going to come out and support Xander as a champion. They're going to come out and support him as a champion.
I ain't
Mm-hmm.
pay attention to that. I can't believe he beat Quadratio. This guy that said Xander fought and that beat Charles Conwell. That was a sloppy looking fight, but this dude is 33-4 with 26
Yeah,
knockouts, and he just beat Charles Conwell. We seen Charles Conwell was kind of stepping on stuff before that fight.
yeah. Charles
So that's
Conwell didn't step on anything except for his own feet. He ain't step on
That
nothing.
well, he was put in
was
there.
crazy.
This dude, that dude was a big old 154. He was huge. I ain't know
Yeah,
that.
but see, the reason I got Xander watching this dude is because unlike Charles Conwell, Xander moves around the ring. Like
Hmm.
he's a boxer puncher. He's not no come forward fighter or anything like that. He's gonna give you angles. He's gonna give you head movement, and he's gonna beat him. I think he's gonna beat him up badly. I think
Mm.
he's gonna beat him up badly. He might end up stopping this dude. And so you gotta remember, Xander's only 22 years old. He
Still
has a
young.
lot of energy.
Yeah, he
Like
got
this
good
guy
energy.
comes in there with a lot of energy. He's not the typical type of Puerto Rican fighter. Um, he he, he remind me of a young Hector Camacho, far as energy wise, not boxing style, just energy wise. He's gonna come out there with a lot of energy, and he gonna give him problems. He gonna give him problems, and like I said, he might end up stopping him. But
Mm.
I don't.
I
Yeah,
gotta ask you I gotta ask you a question
go ahead.
about the fight this weekend. What you think
Go ahead.
about the Tiger Johnson versus Boca Chica fight? That's gonna be a
Um,
good one.
this yeah, this is another good fight for Tiger Johnson. He had a great performance his last one at 147, and I think this is a better weight class for him because at 140 he had me doubting him a lot at 140. I
Hmm.
saw a lot of holes, a lot of flaws in his game, and it could be because he was draining himself to make the weight. So that's probably why he wasn't as effective at 140. But when he moved to 147, he looked a lot better. A lot better. Now,
Yeah.
that it could have very well just been the opponent. So this will give me a better look at how he looks at 147. Now that he will have two fights under his belt. So we're going to see. I think he's going to look similar to what he looked in his last fight because I think he feels better at 147 than he did at 140. I think that might have been too much weight for him to drop.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I just got to say this real quick. Like Boca Chica in 2020, he stopped Nicholas Floss in the first round. That was
Yeah,
his last stoppage, and but we already know he clipped B Norman, and he folded up Tio in sparring, but that's sparring. But yeah, this gonna be a
yeah,
good fight. This gonna be a good fight for Delonte. It's gonna be tough. I hope he don't take him lightly because he said he was gonna fold him, and I'm like, yeah, to get inside on Boca Chica to be landing them body shots, he might clip you. So the Tiger gotta stay defensively responsible.
uh, no problem, Drab Queen. I understand. She said about to hop on. She barely can stay awake. Yeah.
Salute, Queen.
Yeah. Nah. I think it's gonna be a good fight. I mean, if Tiger Johnson does take this guy lightly, he is a big puncher. Um, we seen Tiger Johnson get rocked before. I think Tiger Johnson got dropped in a previous fight before as well.
Mm,
Um, so if he take this guy lightly, he could get surprised early in this fight because he is a big puncher. So yeah, and we saw that fight, and that was one of the fights that made me question Brian Norman because I saw when Brian Norman got rocked in that fight, and I was
hmm.
like, oh, is Brian Norman gonna make it out of here?
Right.
But eventually Brian Norman ended up pulling it off, but
Yeah.
he
They,
got he
they,
got
they,
rocked
they,
bad in that fight.
it was I seen how much dog Brian Norman back because he did get rocked, but then he started putting it on Boca Chica a little bit, and of course they stopped the fight due to some cuts.
Yeah.
But it was gonna be that was gonna be good. I think he was gonna stop Jansel. Brian Norman has some he has devastating power.
No, he's a big puncher, and that's what he's always been known for, and that's what made me want to see him because I heard about the talk of the sparring that he had with Tank Davis and all that,
Who beat
and
Norman?
yeah,
Hmm.
B Norman. He
What?
he they say he stopped Tank Davis, or he
Beat him up.
gave he, yeah, he beat Tank Davis up in the doghouse rules. But I'm like, okay, you a 140-pound fighter.
I said Beat Norman, big as hell.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
like, you supposed to. You a 140-pound fighter.
Right.
You supposed to beat him up. This guy is 5'5", 5'4", fighting at 135. So I mean, I didn't
What you say,
I didn't
D3? I ain't weighed 135 since I've been 12 or something.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't give him much credit for it, but it made me want to see what I'm looking at. I mean, what I hear, and so when I watched him the first couple of times, I was like, I'm not really impressed. I'm like, I hear all this talking about what he did to Tank Davis, but that was inspiring. I'm seeing you in real live action, and I'm not really impressed of what I'm seeing. I'm not saying you're a bad fighter. I'm just the hype that I was getting was I was expecting a lot more, and I didn't see that early in his fights. He gotten a lot better, but it still ain't of the level where I think he just go in there and he beat Boots up. I'm not at that point yet. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
I
not
don't I
either.
don't I don't I don't think he beat Boots. I think he would give Boots some good work for as long as it lasted because I don't think that fight goes the distance. I think somebody gets stopped in that fight. And I think it might be Brian Norman. I could be wrong. Brian Norman could hit Boots with a good shot and rock Boots and stop him. But
Yeah.
right now, from what I'm seeing, I think Boots I think Boots wins that fight. But
man,
I still want to see
we
him.
never seen Boots hurt in the ring, have we?
I
I
seen
seen
him.
Boots. I
I seen him
I
buzz
seen
a
him
little
get Yeah, I seen him get stunned. I never seen him
buzz.
hurt.
Karen
Yeah,
buzzed him a little couple times. Karen had him looking crazy.
I seen him get stunned. I seen him get hit with a clean shot, but I never seen him hurt to where he's about to get stopped.
Like
I
his
never
legs
seen that.
all
Like
bobbling
like
all around or
what like
whatnot.
what we saw from Brian Norman versus the guy we were just speaking about. I never saw that from Boots. I never saw that.
You
But
talking
I
about
seen
when
him.
B Norman hurt dude and B Norman jumped in there and dude clipped his ass?
Oh yeah. Now if that was somebody like a Jerome Bruce Ennis,
He would have
I
been
think I
out
think being I think he would have been getting up off the canvas
for sure.
because he jumped in that joint and got caught with a clean right shot.
Clean and dude and B Norman just finished rocking him. And B Norman
Yeah,
got so excited he jumped in there and dude clipped
that
his
man,
ass.
you get hit clean and you get rocked when you take a double step backwards. Like he he made that man step backwards off the ropes. Like Brian Norman was coming forward and he threw a shot and Brian Norman walked right into it. I was like,
Yes.
dang, you didn't see that coming?
Right.
Cause we called that fight live.
Yeah. I mean, he jumped right in there. We was all like, "Oh, but I mean, he did show a little chin, but he did a little dance in there. He was pretty rocked in there, but kept his composure. He beat, the adversity, the little bit that he faced. He weathered the storm. So I think it's a 50-50 fight because I think if Boots is not like doing what he's supposed to do, Brian Norman can't clip him. But I just think Brian Norman is just a little bit. I mean, I'm sorry. I think Jerron Ennis is a little bit more skilled than beat Norman. And I rock with the Normans heavy, but I just don't think he can beat Boots though.
Yeah. Now let me ask this question. I want to go back to the original topic.
Uh,
If if Keyshawn doesn't get the fight with Tio at 140, who do y'all think he should fight next, or who do y'all think he should go after next? Because right now he's at the point where he's at the mercy of the fighters at that weight class. who you think he should go after next if he can't get the Tio fight?
You mean Keyshawn should fight?
Huh?
Who Keyshawn should fight next at 140 or
Yeah, who Keyshawn should fight next
if he can
if Tio don't give him the opportunity? Who should he
he not,
fight
I
next?
don't think he's gonna give him I wouldn't if I was T. I mean it's not even a good fight right now. I mean it's a good fight on paper, but I mean Keyshawn coming off of this bad situation. I'm gonna say this. If it was me, I would make the Frank versus Keyshawn. I don't know if that could happen, but I like that fight at
Hmm.
140.
Hmm.
Because both of them will be moving up for both of their first fight. I mean, that's like a fight where it could be on an ESPN or Prime Video, and
Who you
everybody
say?
can enjoy it.
Who was the fighter you
Frank
said?
Martin,
Oh, Frank Martin.
yeah, versus Keyshawn.
Um, I
Remember Martin?
I
Remember
mean,
he pulled up on him free. Shout out the right side. But you remember
yeah, I
Martin
don't.
pulled up on him, and people was like, "Where was that energy at, Keyshawn? That
I,
like you
I
had for
don't like
Abdullah."
I don't like that fight for Keyshawn at 140 because it's the same situation with the De Los Santos and De Los Santos. I mean Frank Martin been out even longer than De Los Santos. Oh no, I'm sorry, no he hasn't.
You got
Frank Martin fought last year.
you got
Frank
you
Martin
got
fought last year,
you got
but
Hitchison, you got Sabril, you got I
with
mean Pyros or
Sabrina
whatever. That's
Sabrina's about to fight Alberto. They
I
about to
mean
fight for the title.
really not a
Um,
lot. I'm looking at the box
Then
rec
you got Gary Antoine.
at 140.
Gary Ant
Why they don't have Gary Antoine up here
Gary Antoine got a fight coming up on the Tank Davis undercard.
at
He's about to fight
140?
He fighting
Gary
him
Ant.
worker.
Yeah, he fighting him.
Yo,
Yeah,
why yo
that fight is official. They just waiting for the announcement. That fight
box
is
rec
official.
is nasty, bro. How they don't even have? Am I missing them?
What?
I'm looking at box rec top 140 pounders. They got To. They got it super lightweight, so obviously that's 140.
Yeah.
They got To, Sabril. They got some guy Andy. I never heard of him. Africa, Pyro, Azam. I'm not gonna butcher these names. Dalton Smith, Barbosa Jr. Like where the hell is
Bro, I said they got him in the middle, bro. Hold on, that's
Oh my
crazy.
God, they
Got
No,
got
him
him
at
at
15.
15, dog.
no,
That's
they got it.
crazy.
They got him at 15 because BoxRec is under Turkey, so they not giving any credit to the PBC fighters.
That he took
They
over
got
Boxrec?
Steve
I thought he did.
Claggett, bro. Hold on, they
Well,
got
he
Steve
did.
Claggett over him, bro.
Gotcha.
They don't own it, but they work with BoxRec. That's why BoxRec doesn't recognize the WBA anymore.
hmm Okay,
Damn.
so that did go, and that's why
I mean,
that's when I saw it. Okay,
they got damn
that
Dalton
makes sense.
Smith over goddamn Antoine, which is Antoine will destroy any of these. He'll destroy T.O. Sabril, Hiroka, Hitchison. I think he'll beat up Hitchison. Liam Pyro gets stopped. I mean, these guys. I mean, I'm not doing it. I gotta find something else other than box
No,
rec.
that's why I don't go to BoxRec no more. I go to see who they fought last, but I don't go to BoxRec to get the rankings. I go to
Yeah.
boxlive.com.
Boxlive.com. I'm gonna start doing that. Or
Yeah,
what's
I
the
go to
other
Box.
brother name? The brother with the YouTube channel.
And
He got a pretty damn good thing going on with his how he break it. I forgot boy name. Damn.
You talking about Champ Side or you talking about
Nah, not
Boxing
Chance.
Ego?
you talking about
Nah,
L Dub?
hell no. Hell
L
no.
Dub, L Dub.
L Dub, brother L Dub. His joint is
Yeah, L
cool.
Dub.
He
Yeah,
go
shout
Yeah,
through
out
the.
L
to
He
Dub.
don't have his. He don't do separate rankings, but he go through the rankings.
yeah, but it's
Like
a
Yeah.
little bit more easier for me to like if I need to pull up the best 140 pounder, that shit gonna be fair. You know what I'm saying? They don't even got Antoine at 15. Get out of here.
Yeah. What's going on, Dub? Right side?
This shit out of order. This is out of order right here. So you telling me that this man missed weight? First off, he talking shit to Abdullah Mason, and then you miss weight by 4 pounds, and now the
Yeah,
fight is off. Now the fight is
yeah,
off.
It blew a
sick,
yeah,
meals up.
This is crazy.
sick to his
yeah,
stomach.
man. Yeah, man. See, and the thing that caught me was when he missed weight. They did an interview. They asked us, they like, so how you feel about missing weight? The man said, well, I was going to 140 after this fight anyway.
Nasty.
Then what you talking shit to Keisha? I mean, to Abdullah for? What you
Exactly.
what you doing?
Exactly.
What you doing?
Facts.
This,
Exactly.
we gotta give him. Y'all like it, ain't like. This is outrageous. This is
This
outrageous.
is nasty work.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
see that's the thing that I said. I said all these people that was getting on Limos for not making the weight at 135 when the man just fought Richardson Hitchens at 140 to fight before, y'all got to get on Keyshawn now because Keyshawn is the one that literally just fought 5 months ago, and you're 4 pounds overweight, and you
what?
didn't even try to make the weight.
You
One of
didn't
the
even
brothers said
try.
4.3 to be exact. Nasty.
No, he came in at 139.4.
Mm.
I think it was. I think, and I say it respectfully. I think it was. And here, what's 1 ounce? But I think it was 139.3. Respect.
Man,
I think he came
Yeah,
in
4 pounds.
4.3 pounds
Bro.
over.
I know what it is.
I mean,
Four.
it point 0.3, point 0.4. It don't matter. The man was literally almost overweight for 140.
Agreed. 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 And then didn't try. And then you didn't even try to make weight. You didn't even try to make weight.
I mean, I agree with him on that. 4 pounds on in a couple of hours, man, that man gonna look like Skeletor.
Who? Well,
No,
what the hell you signed to fight at
That's the
35
no,
that's
no.
the
already?
that's what the problem is, Dub. He talked all that shit. He did what he wanted to. He said what he wanted to say. I got up here yesterday on your channel and talked so much shit for him. I feel
Yep.
like a fool right now because he went
No,
and did that. Go ahead,
but
Free.
see, this is the thing. Y'all don't understand. When they
Right,
when they
Major
do
P. Right.
when they do the weigh-ins, they do the weigh-ins on Thursday. If you don't make weight on Thursday, then they do another weigh-in on Friday. So normally when we see these ceremonial weigh-ins, it's because they already made weight on Thursday.
Yeah.
So that actual weigh-in on Friday is because they missed weight on Thursday. So he had Thursday to make weight. He knew Thursday he missed weight. So he had a whole day to try and make weight on Friday. That man said, nah, I'm not going to try. I'm just going I came under 140. That was my goal. Well, he didn't say that was my goal. He said, at least I came in under 140.
Free. Can I be honest? Free. Can I be honest?
Go ahead.
That man knew he wasn't gonna make. He knew he wasn't gonna make weight on Tuesday. He
Yeah.
knew, he knew he wasn't
Yeah.
gonna make weight on
That's crazy.
Tuesday. If anybody who knows anything about boxing, man, you know that those. Okay, yeah, those last 3-4 pounds, those are the hardest ones to knock off. At the same time, when you come in 4 pounds over, and one thing, anybody, any great boxer will tell you, I'm gonna make weight. That's the professional in me. I'm gonna make weight. You didn't even
Yeah.
try to make weight. You didn't even try to.
Yeah, that's where I'm pissed off at, Doug. He didn't even
Like I
try.
can't like we got on Keyshawn. I mean, we got on Shakur for not making weight,
I was
and
on
he
his head
tried.
with it.
And he tried. He said, "Man, I can't lose no more. I'm pissing a sports drink right now. I can't
That's
lose
what he
no more."
said. But and even when he did that, I was on his helmet. You out of order.
Yeah,
You out of order. And
but at
man,
least he tried.
Keyshawn didn't even try.
And he knew it, like you said, Dub, and he knew it. And he thought that Edwin De Los Santos was gonna say, "Oh, I don't care, I need my 600,000," and get in there and fight anyway. But little did he know, Sam, what's his name? What's his name? Did I say it right? Sam
Nah,
Samson, Samson,
Samson.
Samson.
Samson and them had a whole other game plan where he was gonna get that man compensated for without having to
to do
perform.
a
I'm
damn
not gonna
thing.
say that he
He
didn't
ain't
do
got to
any
do
labor.
nothing.
Dub, I'm not gonna say he didn't do labor. The man went away to camp from his family, so he got compensated heavy, and I'm glad
Man,
that he did. I heard
he
brother, what
he
you said
didn't
his name
have to
was
get
L Dub say
compensated for.
that.
He didn't get compensated for getting in the ring. What he got compensated for is being a professional.
Yeah,
And
He took an L tonight, bro.
and that's the problem with Keisha. Yeah, we call him. He call well, not we. He call himself the businessman, right?
Yeah.
A businessman is gonna be in order and
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
gonna be
Hey,
on right.
Mm-hmm.
hey, Dale.
You
Like I
you out
said,
of order.
Like I said earlier, you supposed to be the businessman. You not handling your business, man.
Man, bars.
Facts.
Like I
Facts.
mean, it's just so sad because I talk so much shit about Keyshawn on Dub's channel. If y'all went and listened to that and smash the like and subscribe while you at it, man, you gonna see me look. You gonna see Prize out here looking crazy, and that's not good, man. Because I thought Keyshawn was gonna walk the dog with this man. And the man, and I'm not mad at De Los Santos, and I don't want to, and I want to do like Jab Queen say, I don't want to hear nobody talk about De Los Santos ducking. I don't want to hear it. 4 pounds is a lot. D Free just said the man almost went, or what Dub, one of y'all just said that the man almost missed 140. That's crazy.
Yeah, that man he was literally point 0.8 pounds of missing 140.
That's nasty.
Literally.
In your hometown, you got your mama there. Everybody coming out to see you, bro. You got Virginia looking crazy.
So
Hey, hey,
that man had Allen Iverson and Mike Vick at the daggone
hey,
press conference.
I was just
Looking
about to say,
crazy.
man. I was just about to say, man. We got my brother Vic
You
out this
got Vic and
motherfucker.
Chuck out
Vic,
there.
Vic showed up and showed out. Said he and said that he bullying. We talked about this last night. Said he
Hmm.
bullying Abdullah, and then this man come in.
I mean, he was
I
supposed to.
mean,
The
them
man
two,
was 100. He was 140 pounds, talking to a 135-pound fighter. He was
man, that
supposed to
man a
bully.
super, that man a welterweight talking to a 35 pounder. I mean, I'm glad you know what this is good for. See how the universe works is weird. You got to be careful what kind of energy you walk around with because he had all that energy in the back of his mind, knowing he's sitting up there talking some BS. And look what happens. Abdullah not only gets the main event, not only did he get the main event, if he go out here and look good and win, he gonna be in content for a title, bro. He done
You know
took your
what?
whole shit.
You know what this tells you? This know what this tells you? None of these fighters are safe from criticism, and none of these fighters are safe from making a mistake. We
Not with the
clown all these
STN.
fighters. We clown all these fighters. Tank Davis took a knee, he had hair grease in his eye. Oh, Ryan popped dirty, this, and that. Oh, Devin fought the wrong game plan. Oh, Shakur missed weight. Well, Keyshawn missed weight. There's another one to add to the list.
Another
All
one
these
bite the
fighters,
dust.
all these
Yeah.
fighters are subject to making a mistake at some point in time in their career. It happens. Nobody is above making a mistake. Nobody is above getting criticized.
Not
So
when you rocking with STN. If you listen to us, we gonna fry everybody up. It don't
you
matter who
gotta
you
you
are.
gotta keep it consistent across the board. The same way we was getting on Shakur, we gotta turn around and get on Keyshawn. The same way we got on Tank, we gotta turn around and get on this person. Same way we got on this person, it gotta be even across the board. The reason why I say I can't have a favorite fighter. Y'all see me when we talk about football.
Mm-hmm.
Man, my Washington Commanders is better than everybody until they
Right.
prove me wrong. I feel that
Hey,
way
hey, hey,
every
hey,
single year.
shout out to the Washington football Wizards, man. Shout out to the Wizards, man.
That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, shout out to the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders.
Damn, that was
Hey,
crazy.
free, hey, free. I got folks. They asking for the link over in the chat, man. Send me the link if you don't mind. If you want the people to
Go
play
ahead,
it. If you don't, I
go
ain't
ahead,
got no problem with it.
go ahead. You got
Yeah. Major Key, shout out.
How do I, let me see.
Yeah, but like free while Dub get y'all right, like pause. But I mean, this is bad. I just feel, I'm embarrassed for myself, and I'll speak for myself because I was talking so much shit on Dub channel for Keyshawn, like what he gonna do, how he gonna look. Because I'm thinking, damn, this is third fight this year. He gonna be sharp. De Los Santos ain't fighting 2 years. Keyshawn's gonna walk the dog with him. He gonna get 1 million. The brothers gonna get paid. It's gonna be a good show. The sisters gonna show up. Hopefully they sing the national anthem. The mama gonna be happy, proud of her kids. I want to see that happen for a black family. And nope, Keyshawn had to try to do some old dumb shit instead of just doing instead of being the business man over the head bars like Free said, he goes and do what he did. And he disappointed me, you, and everybody else. Some of y'all don't care. Some of y'all do care. Man, this is nasty, bro. I'm disappointed
I'm
in
gonna
shit.
be
Not
honest.
and he's not even gonna fight. That's
But
more
but
fucked up than anything. My bad.
but
That's more
I'm gonna
messed
be
up than
honest, Fries.
anything.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm glad that Edward De Los Santos said, you know what, you
No
motivated.
fight.
I'm glad he said
Me
that.
too.
And the reason I'm glad is because one of the, as a professional, you know what I'm saying, when you miss weight by 4 pounds, that's not even like, I understand if you miss it by a pound and a half, something like that. I understand it. At least you tried to make it. I remember I watched when I went to the Greg Hackett versus a senior fight, right? That was an individual that what's the brother name? Shamar. What's my brother Shamar name?
Shamar, what? A fighter?
Shamar. Oh my God, I can't. He fight with DHP. He fight under Devin. Shamar,
I know you talking about.
Oh,
but
I know,
the individual that he was going to be fighting, right? He came in
uh-huh.
and he was about 5 pounds overweight,
Right.
and he was like, man, they
Shamar Canal.
canal, thank you.
Yeah.
And the brother, and I was sitting right there. I was recording at that current moment in time. The brother, and he wasn't speaking English. We had a translator there, and he was saying that, man, y'all ain't give me no good hotel. I ain't got nowhere to
Mhm.
run. I ain't got no gym. I can't make the weight. And they were like, well, if you can't make the weight, then the fight gonna be up. And he get what he said. All right, let me go back and I need this money. Let me go back and make this weight. And he ended up making the weight. Now he got stopped to the body in the second round. He got stopped to the body. But at the same time, and I figured he would get stopped because shit, when you got to cut weight on that last day, the way he had to cut weight and be able to make it, you draining yourself.
Mhm. Killing himself.
My whole problem is he went and did it, and now we got a supposed champion that took the opportunity and talked all type of crazy shit. Then talk wow, he called himself the businessman. Businessman, if you the businessman, I don't want to do no business with you because your business out of order. And that's all we seen. We seen that man business out of order, and we got to criticize him. And
Shout out to the
I watched
brothers
this
that pulled up.
individual I watched this individual cut weight and then get beat down, and he wasn't gonna make nothing. But and I don't know the purse at that time. Man, he might have made $1,000, maybe.
Come
Uh,
on, that's cold.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. I'm just telling you what happened.
Yeah.
He might have made,
Hey,
but at the same time, he was like, "Nope, I'm getting my money. I'm gonna cut the weight." And
He's
then
gonna get that
right.
rack when he does.
Hey, and then I'm watching Keyshawn Davis, the supposed businessman, come in 4 pounds overweight,
Man,
and then got on the scale, smiled like he like, hey, flexing, like it's all good. No, nigga, it ain't good.
nope.
You not on weight. You're not even close
Samson and
to weight.
Edwin had another plan, Dub.
They should have.
Right.
They,
How you know
and
he had
matter
those?
of fact, I watched another individual in that same weigh-in. I watched another individual come in, and he was a pound overweight, and they were the individual who put hands on him, respectfully. He was like, you know what? Give me 500. You know what I'm saying? Give me $500, and the fight good. We good. Just give me 500. That's
Hey,
what happened.
Hey, Dub. You got some new people to hit the panel. Introduce your new guest.
Shout out to my brother in the building, man. Major Key Boxer is in the building. That's my brother right there. Shout out to my brother Paid in Full, my brother as well. Major Key, welcome to the show. We're going Major Key.
Yes,
We're going
sir.
to Paid next. Major Key, what you got on Keyshawn missing
Well,
weight?
first and foremost, respect to everybody. Also, especially you, and then also my brother that kept out. Being attentive to the guests, to the new guests. I appreciate that. You know what I mean? Because I don't
Absolutely.
really pop up on channels a lot. You know what I'm saying anymore. But when I do, you know what I'm saying, I'm coming with some fruit. You know what I'm saying? So
Hey,
so
you know it's
I'm
love.
just saying. I'm just saying.
You know what it is.
Hey, listen, look, so here's my thing. I'm very passionate about this because you know, Dub, that when I was running the channel, right? We had this whole thing about people's health and stuff like that. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? We had the nonprofit organizations and all that trying to help out and stuff like that, man. So it's very important to understand that. it's not a duck move like some of your panelists have already said before, like on this discussion. It's not about a duck move. So hopefully nobody ever brings it to that, right? Because it's not. This is a profession. You have rules and regulations, right? And everybody's supposed to respect that. You know what I'm saying? We have too many people. My man Mike McCullum that we interviewed, right? Had just died this week. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace.
Shout out, RP.
You know what I'm saying? And so Mike McCullum, we had him join the panel when we were interviewing Julian Jackson. They fought. Bro, nobody has ever had them two along with the trainer. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna say like 3 Hall of Fame people at one time. You know what I'm saying? With these guys, and then what happened was Julian Jackson said, "Yo, I would have fought you," and then and Mike McCullum was like, "Hell nah, bro, where you hit too hard, bro, I would never fought you again." You know what I'm saying? But he was smiling at them. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, Mike McCullum was already going through these fits of like forgetting and shit like that, because like, you know, let's be honest, like he was showing up late to the panel and all that shit. He forgot. One time we just talked to him like 30 minutes ago, and then he's shopping when we called him, like, "Yo, what's up, man? You gonna hit the live?" And he's like, "What do you mean? What live?" Like, bro, what are you talking? He's like, "I'm shopping with my family." I'm like, "Yo, what are you talking about? You just agreed with us 30 minutes ago that he was gonna pop up live." That Mike McCollum was already a little gone, bro, but rest in peace, because he was a great champion, but he took a lot of punishment because he fought the heaviest hitters, bro. He fought the heaviest hitters. And so with that being said, 4 pounds is a lot at a certain weight class. It deals with percentage, right? A percentage of your weight, your body weight. You know what I'm saying? So anybody that thinks that that's silly, that 4 pounds is just a silly number. No, that's why they have weight classes, bro. Like, and the lower weight classes divide with 3 or 4 pounds. And when you get into the heavier weight classes, then it separates a little more because it's a less of a percentage. You see what I'm saying? The percentage is the key, you know? And so that's what I want everybody to make sure they understand. So nobody ever please call this dude a fool for that. That was actually a fucking strategic and smart move. He lost the bag for that, but it wasn't his fault that he lost the bag. He preferred his life over that little bit of money.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with you. Well, I disagree a little bit.
Ooh,
The only thing I
you out of bounds. Tell me what.
the only thing I disagree with, because I think that you're right about the percentage. I think you're right there. But at the same time, when you're a champion at 35 and you're about to fight Edward De Los Santos, if he makes the weight, you need to, bruh. If you're not gonna
You
make the
need to
weight,
make the weight,
you give that from the beginning. And like I said earlier, you know if you're gonna make the weight.
Oh no, then we agree. You're not disagreeing with me. You're not disagreeing. No, I'm just saying we're not disagreeing though. You agreeing with me. I'm not disagreeing with that.
No, all I'm saying is, you know, if you're gonna make that weight on Tuesday, if the weigh is gonna be Thursday, Friday, on Tuesday, you know if you're making weight or not. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
And for you not to be professional and say, you know what, I'm not gonna make it, so let's renegotiate whatever, so we can make the fight happen. For you not to be that guy, I ain't got respect for it. I ain't got no respect for it. And for you to call yourself the businessman, that ain't good business on anybody. That ain't good business.
Can we get
That's ridiculous. It's
let
out
me
of
read
order.
this. Let me
It's
read this
out of order.
comment. Let me read
My
this
apologies.
comment before we get Brother Paid in here. The Brother Zoomverse said, "Here's the thing: the state of Virginia has a mandatory rehydration clause, and it was reported that Key asked for that to be thrown out. So if that was true, then basically, I don't know how true that is. That's that shit that D Free be knowing, but I mean, I wouldn't put it past if that wasn't the
Yeah,
truth, Brother Paid."
I heard that was true as well.
Yeah, see, I mean, I don't know if it is to be true, but it looks like. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it is. You feel me? And because what Keyshawn
Man,
did was crazy.
why you asking for anything to be thrown out? Fuck the rehydration clause.
Yeah,
Excuse my language.
that's what I'm saying.
Screw the
No,
rehydration clause.
He
Make the
blew
weight.
them. He blew the meal
Make the
ticket,
weight.
bro,
Make the weight first.
and
yeah,
that's
And
it.
you
I would have put that
and
on the
4 pounds,
clause to
4.3 pounds
that
is.
fight.
My apologies, babe. Real quick, 4.3 pounds That's obsessive.
That's
That's
nasty, bro.
that ain't even that's not even trying. When Ryan did it against Devin, I said, me personally, I was like, you probably shouldn't take that fight, but I still think you can beat him. So if you want to take it, then take it.
It's important at those lower weight classes, especially though. Like you know what I'm saying. It's
Exactly.
especially in those lower weight classes, bro.
Absolutely, I agree
Yep.
100% with you.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to my brother Paid in Full. Go ahead, Paid.
Yeah, bro. I fully agree with dog. With Edwin, I think actually, to be honest, shit, we can't be mad at nobody but Keyshawn because, and for
Mhm.
him to not want to, you know what I'm saying, come in on a rehydration clause to save the fight, bro, that just shows you don't give a fuck about your fans. Nor the motherfuckers that paid money to buy tickets to come see your ass fight. And then you pretty much saying
Yeah.
fuck it, you up there playing on the stage, you up there playing like you don't give a fuck. Like that's too much arrogance, bro. Like
Yeah.
you gonna fuck around now, you done fucked up your whole stop.
A meal ticket.
And then you coming at Abdullah Mason knowing that you're not gonna be on weight because when you were coming in that press conference, I think Keyshawn knew he wasn't gonna make the weight.
Yeah,
So
but
you
the nigga
talking
free.
crazy to Abdullah Mason, knowing that you're not even gonna make the weight, saying we can fight next. You ain't making 35 now. What are you talking about?
That's crazy.
Man, that nigga looked the biggest
Right.
shit on that stage. And then his
That's
brother Calvin had to strip down pretty much naked.
I say it respectful. This ain't even respectfully. That's whole shit. It's whole shit to me.
Whoa.
Whole ass nigga.
Tough.
That's a whole ass nigga.
That's tough.
And then
Yeah. My
motherfuckers shouldn't dare call Del Santos no motherfucking duck.
Go
Because
ahead, Freezy.
ain't nobody. And I mean, you can call De Los Santos whatever you want to call, but you gonna be like my man Del Right Side said. You're gonna be out of order, and if you bring it anywhere where I'm at, I'm gonna check you on it
Hmm.
because the thing is, like I said, everybody gave Lemos hell for not making 135 pounds when he had just fought at 140.
Talk
Everybody
bad
gave
about him. I
Shakur
talk
hell.
bad about him.
I did
Yeah,
too, Dub.
everybody gave Shakur hell for losing the belts on the scale. Shakur was literally only a pound and some change away from making 130.
And I still gave him
Keyshawn
hell. I
Davis,
gave him hell about
I
that
did
too.
too. I'm very disappointed that he lost his
I
title on the
was super.
scale.
I was super disappointed when
Yes, I
Shakur
was.
did that. When David Benavidez
yeah,
did it, I was
I was
super
disappointed
disappointed.
with the cocaine.
yeah,
Tank the same way. He did that shit as well.
Yep, Tank did
Hey,
it. This is
if
very
I may
disappointing.
interject, I got that shit recorded, man. I fucking asked him the first time I interviewed because I interviewed David Benavidez 3 times. I asked him the first time. I said, "Hey, man, so you lost the scales first time for this, you know what I'm saying? For second time for this." Like what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, and like he straight up like had to hold himself accountable because I threw him on live just like that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't give a fuck that I only had less than 1,000 subscribers. I ain't give a fuck. Like he showed up to my channel. I asked him the
Throw the
question.
nigga in
You
the
know what I mean?
fire.
You
Throw him
got
in the
That's
fire.
it. That's it. I was like, hey,
That's what
listen,
we
what's up with that,
supposed to
bro?
do.
You know what
Throw
I'm
his
saying?
ass in the fire.
But as fans, that's what we're supposed to do is hold these fighters accountable. And now
What else we supposed to do?
Keyshawn Davis go out here talking all this crazy, and I like the businessman. I ain't got no problem with it
Hmm.
until now.
yeah. But
Until
see,
now,
my
I
whole
ain't got.
thing is
Go ahead, Fred.
the man didn't even get a chance. The man didn't even get a chance to defend the belt. That's the problem that I have with it. You literally just won the belt 5 months ago.
That man a belt holder, fool.
Literally. The man literally just won the belt 5 months ago.
What you
You didn't
call them
even get a
people,
chance
Free?
to defend it.
What you call them kind of people?
Free.
Holder.
We
He's
got
a title
Sam
holder.
Notes.
He's a title holder.
Hold on. Free. We got Sam Notes, and we got to bring my brother Uncle Shelton in here, but we got
Yeah.
Sam Notes as the number one contender right now for the WBO. Sam
Mhm.
Notes. I don't know if y'all done seen Sam Notes fight. He a UK fighter. The man, I ain't gonna say he trash. I ain't saying he trash,
Why
but
not?
well, because I don't think he trash. I don't think he
He's
trash.
just okay. He's a C
He
fighter.
decent. He decent. He decent. But for
C
Keyshawn
fighter.
to sit there and lose the belt on the scales, and then like I said, I got to give respect to Samson and to what's my brother name?
Edwin.
Edwin. Thank you.
De Los
I got
Santos.
I gotta give respect to him because get what they
Hmm.
said. We pulling out the fight. We ain't taking this
And they
fight.
got the bag too, Dub. They
They gonna
they
get
they the
no.
legal bank rob.
Hey. No, it ain't no bank rob. The bank robbery was what Keyshawn did.
Well, I
That's the
call
bank
bank
robbery.
robberies when you make easy money, you know. And
Well,
I'm pretty sure training camp wasn't easy, but he said he wasn't feeling it. So I mean, that was a pretty nice little lick right there, and he
but
had to rumble.
but it wasn't if Keyshawn makes the weight, it ain't no bank robbery.
Nope,
And so you gave
Yeah.
it wasn't no bank robbery. It was me giving you the bag. I gave you the bag for not making weight and then being 4 pounds over it. I always said, even when it came to Devin, I thought that Devin shouldn't have took that fight. I didn't think he should have took the fight. But at the same time, he believed in himself and said, you know what? I don't give a damn about that. I'm taking the fight anyways. Pay me whatever for
he
the
wanted his money.
pay me whatever you're gonna pay, and we still gonna fight. Okay,
Hey
I got
Dub, hey
respect for that.
Dub, hey Dub. Like let's be honest though, man. You know this sport has gone out of control, man. It's out of bounds right now. In your words, right? I
It's
mean,
out, no,
it's
it's out of order.
ridiculous right
It's out
now.
of order. It's out of
Out of
order.
It's out of
bounds.
order. It's out of
Out of
bounds. It's out. You
bounds.
know what I'm saying? Like, listen, we have rules and regulations, bro. And you know, at the end of the day, there's been a lot of chaos. We can't even trust it, bro. Like, I can't even put money because I don't know who's getting robbed this week. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and it's crazy
Right.
because I used to be the guy that'd be like, oh, you know, just oh look, the fighting styles, I could break those down. That I'm intelligent enough to break down for you. I could tell you who's a better fighter and who's gonna win most likely. But if you start getting into all this extra stuff that where somebody's got extra pounds, and then you know there's you got a biased referee, or this and nobody got biased judges. I can't get into all of that, man, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to be fair about boxing itself, the sport that I love, just like you guys love, man. And so when it comes down to it, like, you know, we got to give respect for the fact that he said, nah, I'm not throwing myself in this predicament just for the cash. You know what I'm saying? Because I could get that cash, no doubt, but I'm gonna lose my legacy. If I lose to this dude that I know I could beat, if he feels in his heart that he could beat him, maybe yo, I thought for example, me myself, I'm over here like then Keyshawn's gonna beat him. But if it comes down to this, now I'm like, yo, you know what? Maybe Keyshawn didn't think he could beat him. Maybe he needed that. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm on the opposite. You know what I'm saying? And
That's how
it's
I
for
was
real.
feeling.
You see what I'm saying? That's for, and it's for a real reason, because as fans, we got to understand why. Why is this person doing that, bro? Are you disciplined? Are you not disciplined? Are you a
Are you
real boxer? Because
insecure?
you know what I'm saying?
And,
It
Like
looked
you
like
should be
insecurity to
disciplined.
me, Major
but
Key.
that's the beautiful thing
Hey,
about it, and
It
this is
looked
why
like
I love.
insecurity.
But this is why
Yep.
I love that he said, you know what, we're not gonna fight. And the reason I love that piece of it is because you a whole card has been screwed off of Keyshawn Davis not making weight.
That's
A
nasty.
whole card has been screwed now.
And $1 million got flushed down the toilet. That's what that I because I like money.
Crazy,
Yeah.
crazy. That's crazy.
And but I'm glad it happened that way because that's what you deserve. If
Yep.
you're not gonna be a professional, if you're not gonna
You
one
don't
thing,
get paid.
man,
Facts,
one thing I
facts.
love about fighters, and one of the reasons, regardless of what y'all think about Devin, one thing that we ain't never seen the man miss weight. We ain't never
Nope.
seen it happen. Never.
When you know what we seen him do, Dub? Get up on a scale and look crazy and get in the ring and fight.
And fight. That's it. And then, but get what?
That's all we saw.
And we criticized
I
Devin.
don't criticize him at all.
I did. I'll tell the truth.
Oh no, no, no. When he
When he
looked
got
crazy.
when he got up
Oh
there looking
yeah, I
like
did. I didn't like it.
when he got up there looking like a individual from Thriller, I
When
criticized the
Michael
hell out of him.
changed.
Move
Not the
up,
regular
man.
one. It was
Move
the
up.
one. Go ahead.
But now you have individuals like Keyshawn. They get up there and they say, you know what? Damn, making weight. Fuck making weight. We're gonna get up there
So
and we're
so
gonna be
what
all
happened?
order.
Did the fight get canceled? The whole card got scrapped?
No,
No,
the
no,
card
not
is
the whole
going on,
no,
card.
but
no, no, no.
Keyshawn is not
Just
fighting.
Abdullah
Keyshawn
Mason.
and Edward
Yeah,
Essential,
Abdullah
the
Mason
main
is the main
event.
event.
The main event got
Al
canceled.
Abdullah got elevated, which is
Yeah.
great for him. This all worked. Like I said, Keyshawn got up there with that the negative energy. Abdullah looks like he kept his to me. He kept his he didn't get bitched or punked, whatever y'all want to call it. He kept his composure. He's professional. He made his weight, and now look at him. He got he
So
not only if he
Keyshawn
go out
missed
there and
weight.
win, he look like he won't be in content for the belt in
So
his next fight.
Keyshawn missed weight
Keyshawn,
by what, 4 pounds?
Yeah,
4 pounds
4.3
some
he
pounds.
came in
change.
at
He came in
139.3,
0.3.
So
Nasty.
he
and he,
knew.
and he said
So
he said
basically,
he
what you're
said
saying is, hold on. Basically, what you said is he knew a week ago he couldn't make the weight.
I just
Facts.
said it.
He just said it.
I said
no, no,
Tuesday.
no, no,
Motherfucker said last
no,
Tuesday.
no. This is the thing. Keyshawn missed the weight. He said, "I'm not going to try." And the lady that they did an interview with him after he missed weight. He said, "Well, I'm not gonna try to make weight because I was going to 140 in my next fight anyway." So it wasn't that he couldn't make the weight. The man just fought at 135 5 months ago. He could have made the weight.
For a world
He could
title.
have made
It,
the weight. He didn't. He
He
already
didn't
he
had
didn't
try.
plans
try.
of going to 140. He
It
already had
had.
plans of going to 140. So he wanted to see how his body performed at 139.
And
I dis.
Sampson and
I just
Edwin
hold on.
said,
Wait a
not
minute.
on
Wait
my
a minute.
account.
I
Not on my
disagree with
account.
that, Free. I disagree with that. And
Well,
the
he's
reason I
only.
disagree. Hold on, real quick. The only reason I disagree with you, Free, is because first off, you just won this belt at 35. If you didn't feel like you and like Uncle Shelton just said, the man you when 4 pounds, in my personal opinion, 4 pounds is a lot. You know what I'm saying, to miss
That's
weight by.
excessive.
And you know by and I said Tuesday, Uncle Shelton said a week ago, I said Tuesday. You knew on Tuesday you weren't gonna make the weight. You knew that.
Mm.
You knew that on Tuesday. Those last 4 pounds are the hardest pounds to cut. I listened to him get up there and say, "Well, I tried, but," and even when she said, "Are you gonna?" And shout out to her when she said, "Are you gonna go try to make the weight?" Well, nah, I'm gonna
Hell
go ahead.
no.
He said, "No, I'm not gonna even
Hell
try."
no. You
So,
try to lose 4 pounds in one day. Try
man,
that shit and see how it feels.
I couldn't do it. But you knew on
Shit.
Tuesday you weren't gonna make the weight. You knew that.
He knew last week. He knew last week he wasn't gonna make that weight.
Fuck him.
He knew last week.
Fuck him.
He should have been a professional and told Bomac to call the people and say, look, I can't make the weight.
But my thing is,
That's the
my
problem that I
thing
have too, man. That is literally the issue that I
That's the
have.
problem.
You know what I'm
but my
saying? Because I
thing
like
is,
Keyshawn, and you know what I'm saying, and you know, again, I was rooting for him because De Los Santos is somebody that you know is battle tested, but you know what I'm saying. I feel like Keyshawn is the prospect to beat him, right? Just like
right.
others have beat him, right? So this is what we were expecting. But how you gonna be unprofessional like that, man? Like that's what bothers me, man.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
My
it
thing is,
bothers me more than the
But
average
hold up,
person,
hold
only
up.
because I just want to say this. Let me just land this plane. I just want to say it bothers me more just because I've seen a lot of people get fucking like you know like the Arturo Gottis, you know what I'm saying, like the people, the Mike McCollums, the people that are slow talking right now in life, you know what I'm saying, all these great combatants that we have seen, all the generals of boxing, man, and all the weight classes from the past that didn't know that they would get this slow from boxing so much, man, and we see that, and then we understand this now, and then we're still breaking the rules, man. We shouldn't be. If you're gonna like somebody said earlier, if you're gonna get mad at Canelo Alvarez for a little bit of clenbuterol that's not even supposed to be effective in a fight,
now
you're
you
gonna
out
get
of
a little
order.
bit mad at Ryan
You out of
Garcia
order.
about the what he had, right?
You out of order.
Everybody else, I'm saying it's fair because it was not in the rules. It's fair to get mad at them, right? But then you should get mad at somebody coming in overweight by that much, bro. That is
But
just
but
fair.
but respectfully, Major Key, Ryan Garcia got caught cheating and he came in overweight. My whole
He
thing
just was
with
crazy.
this situation, my whole thing is you can give a heads up to the other camp and say, you know what, let's redo this, and maybe the belt ain't on the line. I still want to make this fight happen. I'm not gonna make 35, so I don't expect you to make it. let's move this up to whatever weight you want to move it up.
Catch weight,
Hmm?
maybe pay him a little extra,
But
make it sweet for him.
you give the other camp
But see,
heads up. And what he did, he didn't give the other camp heads up.
He
We
just
watched Edward De Los Santos make the weight. You know what I'm saying? And
go
then
through camp and make the weight.
but then you come out there out of
Exactly.
you come,
Smiling, looking like a goofy.
Yeah, that's what camp is for, man, to make the weight, bro.
Yeah.
but you
He
came
knew
out there
goddamn
out of
well last week he wasn't gonna make that fucking weight. He knew he
Yeah,
wasn't gonna make that weight.
and I go farther like what Dub said Tuesday, but I'm going with Brother Sheldon. I think that motherfucker knew last week he wasn't gonna make that shit.
Oh, that's Shelton Moore?
I mean,
Yeah,
That's Shelton Moore?
yeah,
yeah,
that's
that's
your
off the
more.
shelter, right?
yeah,
That's
that's
off,
Yeah,
me.
Oh, my brother. I
man.
haven't told you in a minute. My bad. I didn't even recognize you, brother. Hey,
What's
I
up
hope
with
you're
you,
doing well,
Major
brother.
Key? Major Key Boxing. What's up,
I'm,
baby?
That's my man,
I'm gonna say
Shelton Moore,
this.
man.
I'm gonna
That's
say
it.
Go ahead,
I'm
Freezy.
I'm gonna say this. If anybody has ever boxed before in your career, or as an amateur or whatever have you,
Yeah,
when you're in
right.
camp, the first part of camp is getting your weight under control. So where you be
Exactly.
at a weight to where you get closer to your fight night. Now you got a couple of more
Yeah,
pounds you got to shed off.
yeah,
You know early in your camp whether you're gonna make the weight or not. You know when
Hmm.
you're gonna make the weight.
exactly,
So
Cause you said
exactly.
I'm right there with Shelton. I'm right there with Shelton. He knew
last week.
way before this week that he was gonna make weight or not because you have your
Yeah,
body target at a certain peak. But you don't want to peak too high. I mean too early, and you don't want to peak too
Right.
late.
yeah,
You're right, Free.
You wanna have your body right on a
They got
schedule
quotas to
to
meet,
where
don't they,
it gets
Free?
closer to the fight. What it get closer to fight night, you start to lose more weight because you right at probably like somewhere between 5 to 10 pounds a week or two out of camp. I mean
yeah.
out of
Like
fight
2 weeks,
night.
like
You're
you
like
said,
five
Free.
to ten pounds.
2 weeks before the fight, you should be
Yeah.
anywhere between 7 to 10 pounds off weight.
Eh,
2 weeks before
Yeah.
the fight.
right. And then
Yeah.
when you as it get closer, you're starting to shed more pounds as it gets
Right,
closer
right,
to
right,
fight night. So
right.
by time weigh in, you're right at the weight you need to be in when weigh in comes in. So after your weigh in,
You
you
can
can
go
go
eat.
ahead and rehydrate back to wherever you need to
Yeah,
rehydrate to. So
And
yeah.
don't
You
they got
start
like
with
he
some
little
soup.
knew
dates,
he wasn't going to
Shelton and
make the
Free?
weight way
Yeah,
before it
yeah.
got to this week.
Don't they got little
You got a
dates they
certain
gotta
weight at this
meet?
date,
Certain
a
weight
certain
at this
weight at
date,
this date, a
at
certain
date,
weight
that
at this
date.
date.
It's facts. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
a certain
saying.
weight at this date.
Yep.
And then when you come back after the weigh-in, you start with some soup. You start with some like some Pedialyte, some soup to get your stomach right. And then maybe that night you can eat something. But you can't
Hmm.
just go right in and start eating because you're gonna throw that shit up.
Mm.
but the
Yeah,
That's
fight
they
usually
got
So
little
yeah,
ended.
so
quotas
yeah.
they gotta meet. Keyshawn,
Hold
he
on,
knew he
real
didn't make
quick.
them damn quotas. Go ahead, Doug.
Real quick, let me get my brother Teach in here. Shout out
Yeah,
to my brother Teach. Teach,
indeed.
Go ahead, T.
is Keyshawn out of order?
Man, Keyshawn is way out of order with this one. Like I when I heard that 139, I had to do a double take because I thought I heard something wrong. But then they actually said it was 139, and I'm like, wow, he didn't even try to make weight because
Facts.
you don't come in overweight that much.
Exactly, T. He didn't even
Yeah,
try to. Exactly.
yeah, that's too much. And I'm not even mad at Samsung for not taking this fight because
How could you be?
yeah, because one, I mean, I guess Keyshawn, accepted the weight that they were proposing, but the money was the issue. And if I'm Santos, like I would want extra money too. If you want me to fight you, coming over that much. So I mean, he did the right thing by not taking the fight for sure.
No,
Teach. It
And
looked like he
TT,
walked away. It looked like he
TT's
walked
the
away
OG.
with the
Hey,
wait a
600,000.
minute,
Teach.
man. Damn the extra money.
I
Pay
just
Yeah.
me,
want to say
pay me what you deserve. Pay me what you owe me now.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
I'll
pay
walk
me.
away.
And get what? I'm not, and I think this should happen more in the sport.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if an individual is gonna be out of order, then get what? I'm calling you out of order and pay me for me being a professional and you not being a professional. Damn the fight.
Yep.
Damn. And matter of
there you
fact,
go.
we supposed to be rocking in your state, in your city. We got Vic out here. You know what I'm saying? We got
Bubba Chuck.
all the individuals from Virginia. We got them out here, and now you miss weight like, and I can
And the fight
understand.
is off, Dub. That's the worst part.
But I can understand if you miss weight by, and especially fighting in your hometown. If you miss weight by a couple ounces, something like that, half a pound. When you miss it by 4 pounds, that's and anybody who know anything about boxing, that's the man. Those the hardest pounds to get off you first. Those last 4 or 5 pounds, they're the hardest ones to get off. But you should have been, man. You should have been in order. And now you so far out of order that the fight ain't gonna happen. Man, I'm glad that it happened the way it happened
Yeah.
because you showing a disrespect for the sport. You ain't not just your opponent. You showing a disrespect for the sport.
The whole
And
sport.
I'm glad it happened the way it happened.
And you know what else I'm glad, Dub? I'm glad that De Los Santos got off with getting that 600K for his
Yeah,
family. I'm more
absolutely.
excited about that than anything. Because if he wouldn't have got his money, I would have been real mad. Like, damn, you know
And
what I'm
then,
saying? He
then
got his
for you to
money.
talk crazy, for you to be talking crazy to Abdullah Mason saying, "Oh, we can fight next," knowing that
Knowing in your
you're not even fit to make the weight.
hey Dub, when he said that, he was out of weight, he was overweight then.
Man, stop it, man. This is ridiculous.
I mean, Dub.
He was overweight then.
With that point, I mean, for me, like, I wasn't too mad at him, like, pump faking, right? I mean, that's something that I could accept because, I mean, fighters are just gonna be crazy and call out other fighters. But I mean, at the same time, Mason was, saying his name when they were asking him in the interviews.
Who
So
cares?
I mean, no. But I mean,
Disagree,
to
G.
me, he had to do something like that. So I wasn't mad at him.
That's
No,
clout
I'm not
chasing
mad
to
at
me,
him. I'm
bro.
not mad
You
at
can't
him,
you
but
can't call that cloud chasing because
I
no,
can call it cloud
no,
chasing
you
because
can't
Clout
because
chasing.
hold on, Teach. I
mm,
can call it cloud chasing, and the reason I'm
Clout
gonna call
chasing.
it cloud chasing is because if you want to sit here and say we can fight next, knowing that Abdullah Mason is fighting at 35, and now you're saying we can fight next, and you're not even going to make the weight for this fight
And you overweight then.
when you were champion in the division. I want let's just be clear about this. This man is a champion in the division.
A
He's a
belt
champion.
holder. He a belt
And,
holder.
and and so you're telling me when he's calling out a younger individual who been talking, and you want to tell me that it ain't clout? It is clout chasing.
Can
It's
I
well,
do one
I'll
thing
absolutely
say
real
clout
this.
quick,
chasing.
Dub? Real
Yeah,
quick. Can I get the chairman T Dot been sitting
Sure.
in yeah, I want to get the
Let me give it. Can I give him his
yes you
if
can.
you don't mind? Can I
Yes you
give him his?
can. Yes you can.
We got my brother in the building, man. One of the great minds of boxing, an individual that I talk to behind the scenes and always give me good information. I call him Mr. Chapman. Y'all may call him Thomas Hill. I call him Mr. Chapman. Mr. Chapman, welcome to the show. Thank you for pulling up. And first things first, is Keyshawn Davis out of order?
Oh, hell out of order. Hell out of order. Like the whole thing from the man, like, yo, bro, I done heard people tell me they feel sorry for the ninja, that it ain't that bad and all that. If it
Shit.
was certain fighters, bro, they would be putting them Mickey Frickies to the cross right now. It would not be a reason, an excuse, no damn empathy, sympathy, none of that ish would be at play if
Mr.
it was
Chapman,
certain
hold on,
fighters.
Mr. Chapman, real quick.
Hmm.
When it was Tank, and I just want to name a couple names. When it was Tank, when it was Shakur, when it was Benavidez, we called him out of order, did we not?
Yeah.
So now that Keyshawn Davis, and even in those situations, I don't know if any of them missed them 4 pounds. I don't know if anybody missed it that much
That
outside of Ryan Garcia. I don't know if anybody missed, and I think Ryan Garcia was only 3 pounds, 3 point what, 4 pounds or something like that.
yeah,
I don't even think
3.2.
I don't think he was 4 pounds over. 4 pounds is, in my personal opinion, I'm gonna use this word right here. Let me see.
Man,
This is obtuse. This is
be
obtuse.
honest, Doug. Be honest, Doug. The man was The man was 8 ounces away from being overweight for 140.
Hey, that's exactly what I was about to say.
That's
He was
crazy
in
work.
fight
Yeah,
competition for
that
140. He
is
was a
crazy, man.
super.
Yo, let me chime off, guys. Yo, y'all have a great night, bro.
All
Major
right,
Key
man.
Boxing. I'm
Shout
out,
out
man.
Major Key.
But yeah. I'm just
All
gonna
right,
let y'all
man.
guys know. I
Hey,
don't care
boss.
about inflation or nothing, but Captain D still sucks now, bro. So that's what I got for dinner, and they suck right now, man. So yeah, have a great night.
Captain D.
Man,
Shout
shout
out
out to
Captain D
Captain
with
D's,
that
man.
cold
Nah,
snap.
All
they,
right,
they
man.
ain't doing it like they used to, man. Captain D
Yeah,
suck
it's
right
a,
now,
it's a,
man.
you know what, a Major Key for real. It's all about which one you go to because the one in North Carolina in Durham
Uh-huh.
on Duke Street, that
They
Captain
doing it.
D, that shit be hitting every
Ah,
time,
damn, bro. Well, that shit
every
ain't hitting in
time.
Sanford, Florida, man. Sanford, Florida ain't got no good
Yeah,
Captain D, yo.
I'm gonna pray for
Peace.
Florida. Shout out Major Key in Florida, bro.
Hey, that's my
And shout
brother.
out Captain D's in Durham on Duke Street,
Shout out to
straight
Queen,
like
man.
that.
If y'all don't know, make sure y'all go sub to Major Keys, man. That's a good brother, man. A really good
Yeah,
brother.
yes indeed.
Go
Yeah,
ahead. I apologize for cutting y'all off.
no,
T
no,
Dot, what
you
was you
good.
saying though? T Dot, you was saying you had.
No, I was just saying, like, people who did that prior to that, and certain people in particular, they wouldn't get no leeway. They would be castrated, nailed to the cross,
Mm.
and sent to boxing purgatory because they were totally unprofessional and had no business being in the sport because they just don't care. The way everything transpired, man, you knew you weren't going to make this thing. And this is what I heard. Somebody got in some good information that he came in the morning 2 pounds over.
Mm.
That Mickey Freaky proceeded to put 2 more pounds on. So he had no intention to make the weight. And like D Free just said, so I was gonna say he was in perfect shape to be a super lightweight and contend for its belt or any belt that was there, the WBO for that belt. But my man was also 8 ounces away from missing that damn weight. So that Mickey Freaky had no intention on fighting.
Real quick, Mr.
He
Chairman.
was out of control, bro.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman. Didn't Edward De Los Santos fight at 40 before?
I
That's not
think
the
he did.
contractual
But
weight that they had.
No,
I think he
I'm not saying
did.
it's a contractual weight. What I'm saying is
I
that
think no, I think he did. I think he actually did fight at
and,
140 before.
and that's why my whole argument is that give that man and his team a heads up and say we're not gonna make the weight. So can we redo this? And it may not be for the belt, but we can still fight and we'll make money together at this weight class versus
Shout out to
35.
Go ahead, free.
Shout out to my real quick shout out to my sister Queen, man. Salute to
Shout out
Queen.
Queen.
Shout out Quick Quizzo Fortezo. Boss lady.
Shaquita.
Boss
Hey,
Boss
lady
lady.
Monkey Dan, what you got
smoothies.
on Keyshawn, Monkey Dan?
Boss
What you got
That
on
lady
shit.
Keyshawn?
smoothies. Boss
Uh,
lady smoothies.
yes, sir, Chairman Tommy Hill. Salute D Frilio. I'm extremely disappointed. I mean, there's no words. I mean, I said it multiple times yesterday on multiple people's stream that Keyshawn Davis renewed my faith in boxing. Now he's gone and killed it. Like I'm at where Frilio is at. And I'm a young man, but I'm exactly where he's at. I'm not expecting nothing ever again from these dudes. Or from boxing in general. Like, this dude really broke my heart. I really thought that thing that between him and Abdullah was real.
Oh no.
That was all fake. It was
That was
all fake.
pump faking without taking a shot at the end of the clock, dog, for the
uh,
clutch.
It
uh,
was no like that. Like that
Real
really broke.
quick. Shout out to 817. What's good to 8?
shout out
Most deaf.
A1.
Salute.
Go
Salute
ahead,
I'm
Marty.
817.
I'm
Yeah,
faking, not clout chasing.
it was clout chasing. It was
Nah,
Yes,
definitely
it
clout
definitely was
chasing.
cloud chasing.
it wasn't.
What else you gonna call it? Cause he ain't had no intent. It's the same thing.
He's calling it
His
pump
Listen,
faking,
brother.
Marty. He calls it
listen,
pump faking.
Yeah, it's
listen.
the same thing his brother did when he
Right.
went over to Devin Haney talking about sign the contract. Then when they put a contract in front of him, it's all these other things.
Listen,
He's a,
clout chasing, right? That's when you attach your name to pretty much somebody else bigger than you just to make your name go viral and popular. That's it.
Not necessarily.
At this point, Mason is not bigger than Keyshawn. You can't clout chase somebody who is above you. I mean, who's
I
below
think
you.
Keyshawn. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You can't clout chase somebody who's below you. What Keyshawn did was he pretty much tried to exert his dominance, and that's about it. He pump fake doing it, but that's what he did.
I mean, Abdullah got a little buzz going on, so he probably tried to get a little clout off of that. You
no,
know, like
exactly.
I son that young boy. Like y'all say me, you, and Free, and all of us say,
Yeah,
you know, Abdullah's like this and not, and Abdullah's like this. I'm gonna son him real quick. And damn, when all that shit you
yeah,
talk,
yeah.
hold on, real quick, Freezy. All that shit that you talk, and I was on Dub Right Side channel yesterday talking about what Keyshawn was gonna do to him, and ain't even no fight, bro. That just looked bad. You did all of that shit talking to Abdullah, knowing you was overweight. Then that's where I can't. I gotta separate myself, and that's why I'm with Free on this. I don't got no dog in none of these races, boy.
One more
Or horse.
Yeah,
before you go Free, the fight, and
yeah.
to my brother Teach, the fight itself, Keyshawn Davis versus Abdullah Mason, is bigger than Keyshawn Davis. And Keyshawn Davis understands that. It got everybody in a frenzy when he went after the young man.
Mm-hmm.
And he told him, "Do you want it next? Don't talk about your people. What do you want, brother?"
Right. Right next. We can do it next. He said all that
So
shit, Marky, knowing he was overweight then. Knowing he
exactly.
wasn't gonna
Why
fight at 35. That you did all of that knowing you wasn't gonna get that boy no title
for
shot
what?
next. Cause you can't even fight your man or Edwin for a belt. So
And,
what makes
and
you
that
think
and now and that
We did
and
a
now
whole
what
show. Go
before you
ahead.
go, Dub,
Go
quick
ahead,
before
Marcus.
you go, Abdullah looks so good now. I
yes he
gotta give him
does.
so much praise because it's like what he said. I'm focused on my fight.
Right.
Focus
I'm
on what you
here.
got in front of you.
Marky, you know what he said that caught my ear? I'm here.
Exactly.
But
I want to ask
and
you guys a question.
hold on.
Maybe
Let
I
me
ask
just
you
say
guys
this
after.
real quick. Let me just say, we did a whole show and dedicated
To
to
Keyshawn.
that fight right there,
Yes, we did.
Keyshawn versus Abdullah Mason.
My
We
bad.
did that last night. We did a whole show on it,
Yes, we
and
did.
for you to know that you're not going to be on weight, just think about and like my brother Marky just said, and my brother Prize. What is it? They got up on the show yesterday and they was talking, and I thought they talked really good, especially when we talking about boxing. They gave a lot of good points as to who gonna win that fight, and we did all that work just for this nigga to do what he doing now and be 4 pounds overweight, knowing that he wasn't gonna be, and call himself the businessman.
Hey Doug, you remember how
How you
excited
call
we
yourself?
was?
How you
Oh
call yourself
nah,
the
Dub.
Hey
That's a
Doug, you
lot,
businessman?
remember
Dub.
how excited we was when Abdullah and Keyshawn was going in, and me and you was probably more excited than anybody. And now look
Absolutely.
how let down we are. That's why Keyshawn getting this kind of energy from people like Prize Fighter, Dub Right Side. That's why you getting that kind of energy from us because we was so excited just yesterday, and now today, like Marky said, my heart broken. Pause.
My heart ain't broke, but at the same
I am.
time,
I want to see the fight.
My
I think
faith
this
is
is,
destroyed.
I just think this is bullshit. Ain't no way you
This
four
adds on
pounds
to the
overweight,
bullshit
bro.
of boxing.
Ain't no way you 4 pounds overweight and didn't know that you were gonna be overweight. You knew that. You knew it. And
Brother
then
Shell
to do
said,
it,
well, that motherfucker knew that last week.
man, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Freezy.
Go ahead, teach. Go ahead, say what you was about to say,
Real
Yeah,
teach.
quick, real quick.
Teach
Real
had a
quick.
thing, Doug. He
Let me
wanted
just
to
say
ask
this.
a question, Doug. Real,
No,
he
no,
gonna
let me just
forget.
say this. Let me just say this. Shout out to my sister Shower, man. Y'all make sure y'all go
Yeah.
sub to my
I
sister.
just subbed to her
She,
joint last night, yo.
hey,
I
hey,
didn't even
hey.
know she had one.
A brilliant boxing mind. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make sure y'all go show a love over there, man. Shout out to
Yeah.
Shower.
Yes,
Most
indeed.
death. Shout out to
And shout
Shawwalk,
out to
y'all.
Thomas Hill, man, because
Yeah.
that Mickey Freaky was talking, and Mickey Freaky just came and claimed the
Yeah, they
spot,
clicked.
dog.
Yeah, they
You know
cooked T
what I'm
Dot.
saying? I mean,
Yeah,
shout
they
out to
cooked
that
T
Mickey Freaky
Dot,
for
bro.
having patience. Y'all was talking about how Abdullah carried himself.
Shout out to
Shout
Mr.
me out,
Chairman.
dog. I carried myself
Shout
like
out,
a champ.
shout
I
out to
mean, you
Mr.
the
Chairman.
chairman.
Hold on. Mr.
You the
Chairman
chairman.
always carry himself as a professional,
Yes,
and
he does.
he's one of the individuals, like I said earlier, that if you ever need to reach out and you got something going on in your life, reach out to Mr. Chairman because he's gonna put you in order and show you love. Shout
Yes,
out to
indeed.
Mr.
Hey,
Chairman. I apologize.
they cut you off so much, Thomas, that I forgot you was even talking. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, D
You
Free.
spoke on the teach.
Hey,
You
sure
spoke on
did,
the
dog.
teach.
I was like, shoot.
They
Like,
cut.
I got
He
quiet.
can't be cooking. My boy T Dot, bro. He be everywhere. He stand on what he say. He don't change up. He one of the realest brothers on YouTube to me. So
Yeah, but man,
Well,
I wanna touch on what Teach said, man, because teachers, I think you know that statement that they say you is two things can be right. I think what Teach is saying is absolutely spot on. You really can't clout chase a person that is beneath you, but the moment or the look you can clout chase, and what it looked like, I think he was going for like, I'm gonna son you, and I'm gonna show you I'm really like that, and you really not like that, and I'm gonna make everybody believe that I'm that. No, and I think that that's what that was. That was a big brother or son moment right there, and he did that knowing damn well he wasn't gonna be going into no fight. They wasn't gonna be going in no fight. There is a thing called the no, I'm sorry, the top rank code, and both of them niggas knew the code and was on code, and that's why my man was like, "Oh, taking it back, like, yo, what you doing, dog? You already know what it is. You about to drop this belt. I'm about to come and get this belt. We gonna see each other later on down the line on the road." So that's what I'm thinking was Abdullah's instant reaction. However, once that ish wore off, my bad about the helicopters. We got the ghetto bird on. One thing I wish he would have done, and I apologize, Deb. I know I'm out of order for this ish, man. But one thing I wish he would have done would have been like, "Yo, I said what I said, and you know what it is. I'm not gonna repeat myself. Just know that I'm gonna clarify. I'm gonna clarify myself with my fists when we hop in that ring, and that's all you need to know. Other than that, I got a fight. I'm focused on. I'm about to handle that business, and when I handle that business, we can let the chips or the ball bounce wherever it may. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm with all the smoke. That's my ammo. You the businessman. Let's see you handle your business. Then I go in there and handle my business. I'm gonna steal this Mickey Freaky show, and then after that, it's your ass that's gonna be next online. That's what I wish he would have said, but
And
unfortunately, he just a young buck, and he
And,
not
and,
one that be talking.
and
Yeah, yeah.
real quick, y'all make sure I go show to my sister Kuya as well, man. Shout out to
yeah,
my sister.
yes indeed.
Go
Yeah,
ahead. I apologize for cutting
yeah,
you off.
Thomas pretty much hit the nail on the head right there. I agree with everything he said 100%. And I mean, I gotta give kudos to Abdullah Mason because I mean, if you look at the way he does his interview, his team is always around him, so he knows what to say and what not to say, and that's how you conduct an interview. The way that he dealt with Keyshawn on stage, he was just doing it the right way. I'm gonna
Which
let
was
my
cool.
team handle it, right? He wasn't trying to be extra, like Keyshawn. Um, and then the thing that I wanted to say before, um, damn, lost my
You
train of
had a
thought.
question to ask,
Yeah,
Teach.
yeah,
You
I
was
had a
gonna ask a
question.
question.
Damn, shit, what was the question again?
Yeah, shit got crazy, man.
Yeah, get back to me. So I'll try to remember what I was trying to
out of
say.
orderness.
Well, y'all cut him off when when the man
That's what I'm
tried to
talking
ask us.
about. We was out of order.
Yeah, and he forgot, but it is what it
what's
is.
going on, Crush?
OG Crush, my guy in real
Shout
The
out to
life.
door
Crush the
man.
Legend, the greatest man alive, man. Shout out to my
Indeed,
brother Crush.
yes indeed.
Let me
Y'all make
ask
sure
this.
y'all check that coffee and donuts out Monday through Friday.
I want to ask this
Tomorrow.
question to the panel real quick. I want to ask this question. When it comes down to Keyshawn Davis,
Hold on, real
and
quick, Doug. Somebody got to mute their mic. It's crazy.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just gonna be honest as you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just being honest.
T dot, mute your mic real quick.
There we go.
What you
Uh,
said, Doug?
I want to ask this question. Now that we done seen this man blow weight by 4 pounds, he's saying obviously he clearly got to move up to 40. We watched Shakur Stevenson do the same thing, right? When he moved up, he ended up fighting. I believe that's when his next fight in that situation was Yoshino. I believe. I believe it was Yoshino. But who do y'all expect to see Keyshawn fight now at 40?
Antoine.
He not fighting no
Nah,
fucking Antoine.
Well, you asked me a question. I expect him
nah,
to
he not.
fight
He not.
Antoine.
Man, he
Nah,
gonna
he not fighting.
to
He not
put
fighting
hands on that
Antoine.
man.
I want to throw him in the
And
fire right now.
You
Hold
can't
on,
throw him
wait a
in a
minute.
fight right
I
now
hold on.
when a guy already got a fight lined up. Antoine about to fight on the undercard of of Tank Davis versus Lamont. He
Who
got
he
a
Hold
fight
on.
fighting?
lined up.
Let me ask this
Who he
question one
fighting
more.
real quick?
Hold
Who
on,
he
wait a
fighting?
minute, wait a minute, Prize. I apologize. Let me ask this one more time because you out of order. Respectfully,
You
we
asked
know
me
he's
a
not gonna.
question.
He not. Who is he gonna fight? Who do y'all expect him? Do you really expect that man to move up and fight Antoine? No,
No,
you don't expect that. So
I,
who do y'all expect Keyshawn to fight at 40? I'm gonna ask that question again because, and I say it respectfully, Prize. You out of order. That man he'll get beat to death. Shout out to
I,
BVS. He'll get
I,
beat to death by Antoine.
I expect him to fight somebody coming up. He might get one of these young guys to get acclimated at the weight. I know he claimed that he wants the Tio fight next, but he could have put himself in position to be Tio's mandatory. He didn't do that. So um, what I think is next for him is him fighting one of these guys to get acclimated at the weight and then try to put himself in position to try to get one of the champions. Being though that he's with Top Rank has a few 140-pound fighters over there. So we just got to look at who Top Rank got in the sanctioning body for the WBO and see who is more likely to get a fight with a Keyshawn Davis.
Hey, uh, real quick, we got my brother in the building, man. Shout out to my brother Cash, straight out of Alaska, man. Cash, were you disappointed in the 4 pound overweightness? I don't even know if that's a word, overweightness, but that's what we're gonna use tonight. Were you disappointed in Keyshawn coming in 4 pounds overweight? And what you think is next for him?
I wouldn't say I was disappointed. I'm disappointed I don't get to see the fight, if anything. I mean, shit, I don't really give up. I mean, shit, whatever's next is next. I don't fucking know. Shit, whatever's next might not be next. So, I mean, I've been running around calling this nigga a businessman. This nigga pissed me off about that. He ain't calling this
Hey,
nigga
he
no
handled his
businessman
business.
no more.
Hey, this bad business around here,
This
Cash.
nigga
This
That
fucking
bad
nigga
business
handled
up,
business.
business.
man.
It was bad business, but he handled it.
Yeah, it was some dumb son of a bitchness business. If we making new words,
Go ahead, Cash. Go
Hey,
ahead,
to
get your
be
bars off.
to be
Oh,
honest
go.
with you, he might not make 140.
Man, he too big for 140?
Hey,
man, he a
the man
fucking
was over.
bum.
That's crazy work
The
right
man
there,
was
man.
the man was 8 pounds away from being overweight. He might not make it.
But you know, everything happens for a reason. He tried to pull that young, humble kid's card, and all he did was roll the red carpet out for Mason to put on a demo.
In
So
his hometown.
yeah, in his hometown. So I hope it all works out for Abdullah. Really.
Abdullah, I believe he's going to be the main attraction on that
All
on
he
that
gotta do
card,
is seize the
right?
moment now. Go in there and seize the moment, nigga.
Yeah, yeah. He gonna put hands on Nakatulia. He gonna
So,
put hands on Nakatulia.
so if it's still up, I would like to get. I agree with what was that D Free. D Free said that he's probably gonna
Leo.
take light work. Whoever it was, I apologize, man. I, he might get a acclamation fight, but he's brought up either he or Emiliano is going to be next in line to take that belt off of Tio because they're not letting Tio leave Top Rank with that belt. They didn't already had that happen once with Shakur, so they actively trying to box that fool Tio into fighting this fight that he won't. That's why Tio really doing all this tomfoolery because he
Wait a
know
minute,
he okay.
Yeah, hey,
Mr.
yeah,
Chapman. Hold on,
I'm
Mr.
thinking what
Chapman.
you thinking
Hold
though.
on, Mr. Chapman. Wait a minute, Mr. Chapman. I remember a time where Teofimo Lopez said that Devin Haney is easy to work, and now he coming out saying that he don't want to smoke with Devin Haney. Didn't sign the contract, and then came out and said and utilized Tank Davis. If y'all go listen to the interview, or I think he was on the Spaces over at X. That's where he was at. But he said himself utilizing Tank Davis. Well, Devin Haney is a Muslim, and I love all religions, but I know that I got to knock Devin Haney out, just like Tank said. I got to
Wow.
knock. That's what I'm just saying. What Tio said.
Racism.
No, how's that
Oh man,
racism?
come on with this damn
Because
Black
he's a
Panther shit.
black. Because
I'm telling you
Muslims
what
are a
Tio
faith of
said.
black people and brown people.
I'm
What the
telling you
fuck they
what
got to
Tio
do with
said.
anything?
I'm telling you what Tio said.
No, I'm talking
Hold
about
on,
Tio.
Marky.
Tio's comments are racist.
Hold on,
I'm not
Mark.
talking about you.
Okay, okay.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
Marky.
What he was saying isn't crazy though, because I mean we saw
Here we go.
Adamas get robbed over in Saudi, so it could happen.
Yeah,
I mean,
I got to agree with
Man,
Cheech.
we
go
seen a
put
man
hands.
take a
Hold on,
knee.
wait a minute. All these brothers talking about they gonna put hands on them. Go put hands on them. Go put hands on them. That's it. If you put, I remember when niggas were telling me that Devin was gonna get robbed in Australia against Cambosis, and I said, and shout out to my brother Knockout.
Man,
I told,
Cambosis is trash, nigga. Don't
hold on,
come
wait
on,
a minute,
man.
wait a
Find a
minute.
better equivalency, man.
I
That
don't
shit
have
don't
to find a better
that don't
anything. I can
equivalate,
just
my
tell you,
nigga.
I can tell you what was being said. That's it. That's all I can do is tell you what was being
I
said.
know what you're trying to do.
I'm not
Fucking
trying to do
racist.
nothing. I'm telling the truth.
I'm fucking with you.
I'm telling the truth. My brother Knockout said, and the brother Bettman, shout out to my brother Knockout, and said that Devin was going to lose to Kim Bosa. I'm like, man, I don't give a damn if it's in Australia or not. Devin going to put hands on him. And that's what he went and did. That's
Wait,
it.
KO said he was gonna lose to Cambosis.
But he came back
He
and we
said
made
he
the
said he
bet.
was
He
going to
probably
get
talking about
robbed.
getting
He said he was
robbed.
going to get
Wait a
robbed.
minute. We made the bet. We made the bet. Then he came back and said, I might be out of order. And I said, no, I'm holding you to the bet. I'm holding to you to the bet that you made with me. And so shout out to my brother KO. He did his push-ups. But at the same time, he said that he felt like because Devin was going to Australia, he was going to get robbed. My thing is if you better than the individual you fighting, you should go out there and show out, show up and show out. Don't worry about that. And I agree with what T said when he brought up the
They tell that to
Carlos
Adamas.
Adames versus Shiraz.
Shiraz.
I agree with that. I agree 100%. I thought Carlos Adames. I thought he won that fight easily. I thought that me personally, I can't remember exactly how I scored. I think 8-4, maybe 9-3. I can't remember exactly how I scored it, but I did think that I thought he won. I didn't see no draw. I didn't see that. And
Then there's the Maxi Hughes Scambosis fight where I don't see Scambosis winning one round, much less two. Two is the most I could give him in that fight, and that boy walked away with a split. I mean, a unanimous
Yeah,
decision.
man, that was a top ranked card,
Even
Tommy Hill. So
even though
niggas get robbed every weekend, every locale in the world. So I
even
really don't want to hear this Saudi excuse, to be honest.
even though I say Tio could get robbed in Saudi, at the same time I kind of believe Tio is terrified of the style that Devin Haney has. So I see it two
Teofimo
ways.
Lopez teach. Teofimo Lopez lost to what's my brother name? You know who I'm talking about, teach. What's the
Ortiz.
Sando
brother
Martin.
Ortiz? Jermaine Ortiz. He lost that fight. I thought he lost. Me personally, this is just my personal opinion. I thought he lost against Sandor Martin.
I
Me
thought he
personally.
lost
As
against
did I.
Jermaine Ortiz. The way Haney fought Jose Ramirez is kind of similar to the way Jermaine
Jermaine
Ortiz
Ortiz
fought
fought
Tio.
him. Exactly.
But Jermaine Ortiz threw a little bit more punches. Well, threw more punches, but Ortiz was moving a lot in that fight.
But at the same time, if you can't cut the ring off, and damn all of that. My thing is why are you sitting here and this is why shout out to my brother I'm coming at Cash right here. Shout out to my
Don't
brother
shout
Cash.
me out, nigga.
No, shout out to you. Why is Teofimo Lopez? Well, Tank Davis said, and they showed the pussy in the hole in both of them. I don't give a damn about none of that, man. Go make the damn fights. Make the fights. Well, I can't go fight him here. I can't. I gotta fight. The fight can't be there. It can't be there. Why not? That's where you gonna make your most money at. And it is what it is. Make the money and go whoop his ass. Devin is chinny and the man ain't got no punching power. Great. Go knock his ass out. Y'all go knock his ass out.
And the thing with Jermaine Ortiz, I think he was in the Haney camp training for that fight. The
Was
Tio fight.
Bill was training him at the time.
Yeah. So they know something.
Y'all go ahead. The panel is over. Y'all go ahead. I want to hear this.
Out of order.
I'm being quiet. I'm trying to get everybody. I'm trying to keep the. I'm trying to
You
keep the
talking
show
about
going.
T.O. and Devin? He definitely ducked the hell out of Devin. No doubt about that. That Mickey Freaky shit. DuckTales, Donald the Duck. I mean, Howard the Duck. Any other kind of duck. That boy
Donald,
ducks and Slay.
Donald Duck. What's the little three ducks that was all the little three kids? All the
DuckTales.
all of them.
So
Man,
yeah, I agree. I agree that Devin does pose a problem for him, given the fact that Devin knows how to fight off the back foot and definitely knows how to turn his opponent. So that's exactly what Ortiz did all night long. And like I said, the only thing that I think Ortiz did wrong in the fight was that, like, my mama used to slap me on the back of my neck when we would eat chicken and I would leave meat on that bone. He left a lot of meat on the goddamn bone where he could have just been tagging Tio ass because Tio just was operating like Frankenstein in that fight, man, just doing stupid ass stuff. And it was there for the taking. He didn't throw a lot of punches where he could have. And I think with him being a champion, him being on top rank and, being somebody that they plan or have big plans for, you gotta beat him convincingly. And he did. He I thought he did enough to win the fight, but I guess he didn't do enough to convince the people that pay for the fights that they could give him that victory. And that's why it took forever for that victory. I mean, that scorecard to come in. And I believe that Devin, likewise, when mind is right, and he's fully focused. Yeah, he gonna give T. I always thought he would beat T.O. I thought T.O. got enough talent to win the fight, but he would have to fight a fight that he's not comfortable fighting. And that's where the problem lies. So yeah, I don't have a problem saying that boy ran from that fight, man. He could have taken that fight and should have taken that fight because who else he gonna fight?
hold on.
I mean, there
We
ain't
talking,
much people for a top.
Mr. Chairman. I say this. We're talking about $11 million right now. $11 million, and you telling me that you got a guaranteed $11 million on the
And
table, and you don't want to go beat the pillow fisted chinny individual in Devin Haney. That's what you
and
telling me?
the man was supposed to get 10 million.
Okay, my bad. I said
No,
11,
no, no,
10.
no. You're correct. He was offered 11 million. He was supposed to get 10.
So what we talking, man? The man, I done heard the man crying about not making $1 million, and now he got 10 on the table, 11 on the table to fight a pillow fisted chinny individual, and he not taking the smoke. What are we doing? What are we
Maybe
doing right now?
If Turkey
maybe
can make that
his
fight, I
wife,
don't know who else can.
maybe that wife is that child's mother is taking him to court. Maybe he
And
doesn't want
I
her to
need
get it
all
done.
$11 million. And look, the $11 million paycheck that helped me pay. I might have opportunity to pay my child support off in its entirety with that $11 million paycheck. Would you disagree with that?
Man,
No, I mean, see, everybody keep asking about what about the baby mother, the ex-wife, and all that. If he's making $1 million, she's taking half of that. That means he's got 500,000. If he's making 10 million and she take half of that, he got 5 million.
See, that's a good thing. That's good. That's good.
You want to make the most money so you can still have some good money left over. You don't want to make the least of money so you can be broke left over. That don't make
Free,
sense.
it's a good look. I'd much rather have 5 million than 500,000. I would, and then I can figure out how taxes. The government gonna do what they're gonna do with the money anyway. But at least if I make and she take half of it, I done paid my child support off, right? Off of one fight, and I still got a lot of. I got way more than 500,000.
Right. I
I
mean,
got ten,
I'm
I
almost
got 10
certain she
times the
probably not
amount.
getting. I'm almost certain she probably not getting no alimony because he was a fighter before they got together. So she probably not getting no alimony. So she's probably only getting child support. So you getting child support, you get your money, you pay off the child support for the duration of the child, however much they say you have to pay, you pay it off, and then you just fight and you ain't gotta worry about paying no more money.
The man running and ducking. He running and ducking, and we're gonna call a spade around here. He don't want no smoke with Devin. He
And
been ducking Devin, and guess what? Me personally, I want to see the fight. I think I said this to everybody on the panel. I think Devin beat him. Me personally, I
and
think
the bright
Devin.
side,
Go ahead.
there's no belt on the line. There's no sanctioning fee.
That's
This
even
guy,
better.
this guy. No, I'm just saying that. No, I'm just saying there's no financial reason for him not to take this fight. So even if there is the case that okay, there might be some other people pulling on his pocket, that's regular shit. At least you don't gotta pay no sanctioning fee to fight Devin Haney. To fight Keyshawn Davis, you're probably not gonna get $10 million. You're probably not gonna get $11 million, and you gotta pay a sanctioning fee. This nigga is a
He ain't paying no,
duck, and
he
he's a
ain't paying no
fucking
sanction fee because
punk.
the title ain't no title on the line, so he ain't paying no sanctioning fee.
That's my point. That's exactly my point, DeFrilio. There's
Yeah,
no
ain't no
reason
title
for
on
him
the
to
line.
duck this fight.
No, it's a reason. The reason is because you gonna get hands put on him, and he a whole ass nigga. That's the reason.
I
Well,
mean,
yes,
like I
that would be
said,
the most obvious.
I mean, we call people ducks for less than this. Like I said, if you want to say this person didn't duck, that person didn't duck, fine. But the two cases that we have that we could say these guys absolutely duck is Loma versus Tank Davis. They was negotiating. He walked away from the table. And Tio versus Devin Haney. They literally had a date, a venue, and agreed upon the weight and the payout. And he said, "Nah, I'm not gonna fight him."
I'm good.
They
I'm
literally
good.
agreed on everything. Those are the closest definitions that you can get to a fighter ducking a fight. Everybody else said, "Oh, well, this person called him out. He didn't take the fight. That's a duck." Oh, that person called that person out. He didn't fight him. That's a duck. Oh, this person put himself in position. They didn't fight. That's a duck. Well, this is the closest you can get to an actual person saying, "You know what? Yeah, this is a duck." If you're not gonna call this a duck, you can't call nothing a duck.
The man literally said he wanted to fight Boots Ennis at 47, right? But then when it came to Devin Haney, he said, "No, let's fight at the catchweight." Okay, we agreed to the catchweight. We agreed to it, according to Devin. This is what they said. We agreed to the catchweight, even though you're gonna fight Boots Ennis at 47, a bigger puncher. In my personal opinion, if Boots and Devin fight, I got Boots winning that fight. Me personally, and y'all know how I feel about Devin, but I got Boots putting hands on Devin. That's my opinion. But you saying you want to smoke with him, but then you gotta have a catchweight with Devin, and when you offer a 10 times more than you've ever made, at least 10 times, maybe 11 times. You offer 10 times more than you've ever made, and you say, well, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want that smoke right there. I don't know what y'all want me to call it. That's ducking.
Yeah. Like
That's
I say,
ducking.
I mean, if you can't call this a duck, I don't want to hear you calling any other fight a duck.
And
This,
I,
this,
I want to, I want,
this
hold on,
about the
I want to
closest you can
remind
get.
y'all. I want to remind y'all. This is the chinniest, pillow-fisted individual that people will tell me that Devin is the most chinny, pillow-fisted individual that we can ever see in the sport of boxing. And Teofimo Lopez said, "No, hey, for $11 million, I'm not gonna fight that guy." What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What we do that
You
at? What
can't
we
make
do
it.
that at?
See, this is the problem though. The stuff that he talked and how he said he was light work, easy work, and all the other stuff, and the way that Devin looked in his last couple of fights. If he go in there and lose, that look would be really bad. And I think more so than anything, that's what he's really worried about, man. If I do go in there and I do lay an egg and I do lose to this person, then what does that say of me? And I think that more so than anything is what he don't want to happen.
We don't, Mr. Chapman. We don't give a damn if you lose. We want to see this fight. We don't. I'm not going to criticize
Yeah.
if regardless who wins. I'm glad that both of them got in the ring with each other. If Devin got out there and looked trash and is running around the ring and Tio can't cut the ring off and Devin beat him, that's on Tio. Cut the ring off. But if Tio get out there and put hands on Devin, you got to be better.
I agree with you.
I don't give a damn about it.
No,
My thing is, go ahead. My apologies.
no, I will say I agree. I agree with everything you said. The problem is most fans don't see it the same way we see it. So a lot of these boxers they look at the majority. Majority of these fans they don't care about none of that. They care about who won, who lost. They don't break down the fight of this person wasn't able to cut the ring off and all that. Most fans don't know how to break down a fight. They just look at the fight and see who won, who lost. So they look at the majority of what most fans are going to say. You lost to this fighter. They're not going to give a reason why you lost, or they're not going to know the reason why this person won or whatever have you. So I mean, and I think that has to go into effect of the reason why some of these fights don't happen, because a lot of these fighters don't want the outcome, or they're afraid of what the outcome could be if they don't perform at the best, and they know it could hurt their value, and so they don't want to hurt their value, so they rather take a easier fight that they know they can win, and it still builds on the value of the fighter.
Free, free. You my brother. $11 million is on the table, brother. $11 million.
Man, quit saying that shit. What
Yeah,
no
let
11
me let
million?
me ask my brother Free a question.
Hold,
Free, do
hold,
you
hold,
have any?
hold on. What you say, Cash?
What no fucking 11 million? Quit saying that corny shit.
Okay.
It
Then what
is. It was.
was on the table, Cash?
Man, not 11 million.
What was on the table?
Whatever it was, he ducked it, but it wasn't no
Man,
11
you're a
million.
conspiracy theorist. You don't believe in God. You don't believe in nothing. Why were you even listening
Man,
to
shut
me?
your ass up,
Wait a
man.
minute.
Respectfully.
God damn, you ain't
You
gotta
Respectfully.
niggas will
Go
believe
ahead,
anything.
Cass. What's the
This
You
is
ain't,
question,
hold on,
why
Cass?
hold on. You ain't gotta
there's no
disrespect my brother. Now. You ain't gotta
there's
do
no
that.
history of Turkey overpaying anybody like that came from here, man. Bud Crawford ain't even getting 11 million to fight Canelo, reportedly 10 million, but he gonna pay T.O. 11 to fight Devin. Like, come on, man. Don't be so damn
Don't
gullible.
fall for the okie doke.
God damn. All this damn false information Turkey been putting out, you niggas just believe anything that come out.
So what's the number?
That
What's the
shit don't
number?
even make no damn sense.
What's the
Whatever the
number?
number is, he ducked it. Regardless of what number it was, he ducked it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm with Cash on this one. Like, I don't even think Turkey's paying these guys all that much. He's probably paying them, more money than they usually make. But that's
Teofimo
what it is.
Lopez was the one who said the $11 million number. He said it. I didn't
You're
say it.
forgetting that not too long ago, you guys were talking about a counter offer that Turkey supposedly sent after Top Rank sent that offer over for Tio and Devin to fight, and that was nowhere near 11. But all of a sudden,
Hold
it's
on.
11.
So when Tio goes on to
Bad
X,
memory having motherfuckers,
when
man.
he go on to X, when he get on X in these spaces and say 11 million was the offer, should okay? I can't. He said it. I didn't say it. He said it.
No, we're not saying you said it, Doug, but we know that boy Tio also said that he wanted to fight Bud Crawford. He wanted to fight Tank Davis, and he wanted to fight Boots.
I ain't worried about none of that. All I'm
Came
trying to
with
tell you,
Steve
all I'm trying
Claggett.
to,
We just know.
all I'm trying to say, Mr. Chairman, is he was the one who put the $11 million number out there. I didn't put it out there. He put it out there.
That don't make it true.
Okay, he lying. That's fine. So he lying on his own name.
A lot of
Whatever.
these motherfuckers be lying.
That's fine. Whatever the offer is more than that. He the same individual that said I ain't made $1 million in my fights. He the
Yeah, I
same
mean, say he
individual.
ducked his highest payday. It's simple as that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, he ducked his highest payday. I agree.
I can appreciate it, Cash. I can appreciate being a stickler for making a point. I appreciate it.
Cash, what was the question you had, Cash?
A question?
You said let me ask. You said let me ask Free a question. I was saying,
Man,
what was
this
the question?
nigga Marky damn made me forget. Oh, loudmouth nigga.
I speak facts. You niggas don't like it.
Just stay up, Marky. Just don't fall asleep on me. That's all I ask.
You go straight to hell, bastard.
Now I'm a bastard. Here we go.
Oh Lord.
So who does Devin fight now? Because I want to see the nigga fight someone.
Yo, that's a great question.
That's
Who
not
does
coming from
Devin fight
140.
now?
I want to see him fight
Hey,
us.
Devin is in the same boat as Keyshawn. Maybe Keyshawn could fight Devin. They're about the same weight.
Santos could fight Devin. Santos needs a
I
fight.
know y'all seen them pictures of Devin by David Benavidez, man. That boy big, man. This nigga
I wouldn't
big.
mind seeing Devin versus Conor Ben.
Man, Ben
We gotta see. We gotta see if Conor Ben can make 40. We gotta see if Conor Ben can make 47. He was just fighting at 154, 160.
Devin putting hands on Conor Ben.
Man, Conor Ben will beat the fuck out of Devin, bro.
You know how I bet you. You know how I ain't. Well,
Man,
nah,
That
I
man
ain't bet
literally
nobody. I
just
don't
fought
bet
Chris
nobody.
Eubanks
All
at
you gonna do is
160.
lose some money on that, nigga.
I don't bet nobody online no more.
He ain't no
And
160
you
pounder
my
though,
brother.
free,
You
and
my
they
brother.
fought a catchweight, I think.
No, they fought at 160.
Let me
No,
check.
I think did they? I thought they fought at
Fought- they-
163.
Hey,
No, they fought at 160. Chris Eubanks came down from 68 to 60. Conor
Okay.
Ben moved up from 54 to 60. They fought at a catchweight for both of those guys. They moved that to middleweight because Conor
Free
Ben
is
was at
correct.
54. Yeah, Conor Ben was at 54. Chris Eubanks was at 68. They met in the middle and made it at 160.
They done it. I think they fought at 58. I think they fought at 58.
No, they fought at 160.
Was it
But
60?
They fought at 160.
Chris Eubank missed it by 160 and a half.
Okay, I'm out of order.
He almost knocked Chris. Man, he almost put a hand, man. Shit.
But
He got hands to put on.
He was putting some
Conor
hands
Ben
on you,
Conor Ben
too,
is a
bro. Cut it
welterweight.
out.
He's not gonna stay up there at middleweight.
No, act like he didn't hurt Eubank, man. Come on now.
No, I did think he hurt Eubank. I did think he hurt him.
But you don't think he can hurt Devin?
But I don't think that Eubank is a boxer. Hold on, real quick. I don't think Eubank is the boxer that Devin is. First off, and the second thing is when Conor Ben was in his atmosphere as far as not having to cut the weight, coming back down to 47. I think Devin put hands on Conor Ben and beat the shit out of him.
Man, what skills do Devin Haney got that Eubank don't have? What skills he got, man?
He got
the nigga don't have a double left hook.
He got better footwork.
He don't have a double left hook like Eubank. Come on, man. Like bro, right, Dub. OG, you gotta get off this Haney shit, man. The nigga's garbage.
Conor Ben is
garbage, man.
Conor Ben is relentless, man.
You leaving yourself open. You taking
chances for this
chances.
nigga, man. This nigga's garbage, bro. If he's so good of a boxer, why his skills not better than Shakur? Why his skills not better than Shakur Stevenson?
When do you see this nigga Devin Haney?
Hold on, real quick.
Come on, bro. You keep lying for this nigga, bro. You say this nigga defense is 8-1. He ain't got better defense than Shakur Stevenson. He ain't got better skills than Shakur Stevenson.
Somebody backstage.
The hot rod.
Everybody,
this nigga always lying. OG always lying for this nigga, man. This nigga's not that good. This nigga ain't that good.
Who's that talking?
OG always lying for this nigga, man.
Who's that
Nigga ain't
talking?
that good, homie. I'm tired of that shit.
Who's that talking? He's
I don't give a fuck with what you tired of.
That nigga cooking.
If this nigga was so good, if this nigga.
Hold up, everybody. I just want to
cooking.
ask, Dub,
Let that man cook.
Do you know who DJ is?
DJ Screw?
Say it again.
I'm asking, do you know who DJ is?
He got
somebody backstage named
Is he an
DJ.
Eagles fan? Ask him if he's an Eagle fan. I know DJ.
He's from your channel. He said, I'm backstage, Dub.
Yeah, no. Bring my brother DJ up. He good people.
Hey, who is that talking to? Hot Rod?
He an Eagles fan. Yeah, that's my brother right there. Shout out to my brother DJ, man.
That was Hot Rod.
I'm talking about
real quick. Let me just say this.
Y'all can go ahead and go back to talk.
Fuck the Eagles. We can't stand Eagles around here, but that's my brother DJ, and he an Alabama fan as well. I'm a Georgia fan. Shout out to my brother DJ. DJ, you in the building?
I'm in here, man, and look, it's gonna be our absolute pleasure. It's gonna be our absolute pleasure beating the brakes and rotors off y'all ass while we
That's
drop
my
that
brother
banner.
right there.
Come
That's my
season
brother.
start, man.
That's my brother. That's my brother right there. Go ahead, DJ.
Man, I'm still trying to get over this disappointment of Keyshawn missing weight, man. He don't understand. I don't think he really understand how bad he fucked up today. I really don't. I don't think the shit done set in because if anybody follows boxing, man, and been paying attention, Top Rank don't play that missing weight shit. And
Hey,
so it's gonna be interesting to see how they move him going forward. Not only did he lose his belt, but how long are they gonna put him on? Either they gonna put him on the shelf or they finna put him in there with a killer at 140 or 147 his next fight.
well, we
And
want to see
Keyshawn
both.
really gonna have to back up all because that's the way Top Rank move. Either
Now,
you don't fight for a year or they finna put you in there with a killer.
DJ, real quick. Me and you, I think me and you was on my brother Kyle's show when Shakur missed weight, right? And
Right.
we roasted the hell out of Shakur. We roasted
Right.
the hell out of him, and we said, I think me and you were both there that night. We gotta have the same energy for Keyshawn, and I agree with what you just said. I'm looking forward to seeing who he's gonna be matched up with next. Who do you think is a good matchup for him at 40?
Ooh.
And
I mean, you don't
it
really
got to be
want
on the
to
top
like
ranked side. It got to be on the top ranked side because we know how they move over there.
you really don't want to reward him with a title shot, but I'd like to see him in there with somebody like maybe a Sandor Martin or a Jermaine Ortiz or somebody who gonna actually fight him. You know what I'm saying? Or even even y'all were speaking on the Devin Haney thing. If I'm Keyshawn's team, I'm on the phone right now with Bill Haney. Hey, so y'all still trying to do this 145 thing or what, man?
I would love to see it. I would
watch that. I would
I would
watch
too.
Keyshawn and Devin Haney at 145. Now,
I don't
I
think
think
that happened
Keyshawn will
next
win
though.
that fight.
I don't think that happened next though.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, where does Keyshawn really go? Because losing his belt, he loses. Not only, I don't think T.O.'s going to fight him anyway because T.O. don't want to fight black fighters. T.O. only uses black fighters to promote himself. Because I don't know why everybody's so surprised that he ducked Devin now, because he ducked Devin back in 2021, 2022. Remember when he was all in Eddie face talking to him and his daddy was all in Eddie face talking about $10 million to fight Devin for undisputed? Nobody remembers that?
I remember.
Why is everybody so surprised that the price went up slightly?
Because he gonna make, and I don't know what the number is. 11 million seemed to be unreasonable, so I don't know what he gonna make, but he gonna make his highest.
Yeah, it's unreasonable because he don't want to fight black fighters, man. You notice the only time he calls out black fighters is when everybody got fights and he ain't got nothing going on. He got to keep his name in the media somehow. But just like you said about the Claggett shit, if he really wanted that smoke with Boots, what better way to do it than to go up and challenge Brian Norman Jr. for his title?
And put hands on him, even though Brian Norman
Brian Norman Jr. would have fucked him up, and he know that.
Stop him. We'll stop him. In my opinion,
Brian Norman Jr. would have slapped him around the ring. That's how I know he really didn't want that fight with Jerron Ennis, but he can call out. It's easy to call out Jerron when you know you're not gonna get that fight. And even on Boots' side, when people call him Boots a duck, Boots, you ain't got nothing else going on. It is a lose-lose situation for Boots Ennis knocking out Teofimo Lopez, because if he knocks him out, then he was supposed to. But if he doesn't stop him, not only beat him, he has to stop him. If he doesn't stop him, then Boots overrated. There's no reward in Jerron Ennis fighting Teofimo Lopez.
DJ, somebody got to do it for the coaching. Somebody got to.
I mean, you never know. I mean,
Won't be Devin's old weak ass.
I think you're right because T.O. might get immortalized as a Jake LaMotta type of guy. Somebody who's just known for getting beat. Just beat within an inch of his life.
Not cornflake. We ain't gonna put him on the same level as cornflake.
I'm not talking about no Tommy the fucking LaMotta.
Oh, you said Jake LaMotta. I apologize.
Jake LaMotta, are you crazy? Do not ever disrespect the dead.
Jake, I apologize.
Are you crazy?
Yes,
Tommy the fucking Monty is a dock boy. He's a bum. I'll never do it. But anyways, my whole point. I think Boots is gonna beat T.O. within an inch of his life. I don't see T.O. getting out of that fight standing up.
That fight would never happen.
Hey, Marky, can we bet that? I like betting you, Mark.
I bet you
Well, the
$20.
fight ain't
I
gonna
bet you the
happen.
friendly 20. I bet
No,
you the
no,
friendly
no,
The
no.
20.
The
fight,
fight ain't
the
gonna
fight
happen.
not
It's not
gonna,
gonna happen.
the fight not gonna happen.
Yeah, I can bet it if y'all want to, but I don't see that fight happening. So,
Only way that fight happen is just like DJ said. T.O. will have to fight Brian Norman, get his title. That's the only way that fight is happening.
and if
Jerron already
and
said,
if Tio
I'm
fight
just here to
Brian Norman,
unify the titles.
if he fight Junior,
Jerron,
he getting knocked out against Junior.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that's the only way that the fight happens. Boots already made it clear. I'm only making this weight at 47 to unify the titles. If I can't unify the titles, then I'm going to 54. So he's not fighting no T.O.
But y'all can make the
So
Right.
bet if y'all want to. Y'all can bet however y'all want to. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Man, fuck all that, man. This nigga Keyshawn is unprofessional. This nigga
exactly.
excuse was this literally the same shit Shakur Stevenson said. Keyshawn said the same thing.
Buffalo fucking
I
Gook.
can't I can't make the weight. I tried to make the weight, and I'm not going to try to make the weight. When the fucking reporter asked the question, do you want to come back in an hour? Bro, he literally said the same shit Shakur Stevenson said, my nigga.
But
Bunch of
Literally, he said
hoes.
the literally same thing Shakur said, dog. When he didn't
yep,
make 130 against Conceição, I heard you say that nigga name.
cause
He
say
said the
so.
Yeah.
same thing. Bro, what's up with
Well,
what's up with these
You're
niggas,
not,
bro? These niggas will never be better than Crawford.
you're
Crawford
not
ain't
gonna
never
lose.
well,
miss weight.
You're not
Couple of
gonna lose
hoes.
four
Crawford
pounds
ain't
I
in
can
an
never
hour.
honestly
miss weight.
say, in my opinion, I can
You're not
honestly
gonna lose
say,
4 pounds
I
in an
feel
hour.
like I feel like Shakur actually tried and he knew he couldn't make it. He knew he couldn't make it. Keyshawn didn't try. Like when you sit up there and tell me that you've been at 146 your whole camp and then you weigh in at 139, you didn't try to make weight, bro.
4 pounds?
Like
Uh,
Shakur was over what, a
I mean,
pound? Like I can see that. I can see Shakur trying and he just can't make weight no more. You didn't make weight. That's still on you. But I can see that. I can see that Shakur actually tried. Keyshawn didn't try. He
I
didn't
mean,
try.
according to Thomas Hill, word is that that Keyshawn was 2 pounds overweight earlier that morning, and then when he came in on weigh-in, he was 4 pounds overweight.
He gained weight. He gained weight.
Yeah, he didn't
Pop
try
a
to
lot
fight.
of smoke said that his body just rejected it.
Nah, that's bullshit.
Bro, if you've been at 140, if you claim you've been at 146 your whole camp, dog, you can't lose 11 pounds throughout
but,
an
but,
entire training camp.
but,
I mean, this man does
but
not look
before
like
you,
he has an
And he
ounce of
work out in
fat.
Vegas, bro.
This man
but
does
Keyshawn
not
work
look.
out in Vegas.
He does
Bro,
not
you
look
can
like
lose
he has an
11
ounce
pounds
of
before
walking
fat
to the
on him.
car.
but before
This,
any of that, the thing, the problem is
where would
that
2 pounds even come from?
hold on, but the problem is even if that's the case, how are you? First off, 4 pounds is ridiculous as far as making weight. That's ridiculous. That's out of order. You're not. If you're a businessman and you're supposed to be standing on business and you can't cut that 4 pounds like you need to, you should have been sent something over to the other team and say, get what? I'm not gonna make the weight.
I
Let's go
mean,
ahead and let's go ahead and talk about this now so we can still make the fight happen. And
Dub right son. I think that he's a fraud. I mean, he's not a businessman. I mean, it's just like with Donald Trump. He's a fraud. I mean, he's not a businessman with six bankruptcies. Keyshawn Davis has tested positive for marijuana and been suspended and had
Just about to
fights
bring that up.
overturned.
I was just about to bring that up. He
Yeah,
just tested positive
nah,
for weed, man. Like that's what I'm
this
saying.
man
It's
ain't
gonna
no
be real
goddamn
interesting to
businessman.
see
Bro,
what
Mark,
Top
there's
Rank
nothing
does
wrong
with
with
him, man.
smoking weed, bro. What the
Ain't
fuck?
nothing wrong with smoking
I
weed, but
guarantee
when
you
you got
this.
money on the line and your title is and excuse me, your record is on the line,
it
yeah.
is it is something wrong with smoking
When you
weed.
got
It's
when you got to be
illegal. It's
employed,
illegal in the sport that you're performing in to smoke weed. That
Bro,
is,
we don't give you no
it's
advantages,
not
bro. They need
about
to
that.
make that
No, no,
shit
it's not.
legal,
it's not
dog.
about
It's
It's
not
not
Nothing
about.
about
wrong
the
with
It's not
smoking
about.
advantages.
weed,
Hold on,
man.
hold on. It's not about the enhancements. It's not about that. It's that you're a professional. You're the quote unquote businessman, and in the business that you're performing in, it's illegal for you to, and it's not a performance enhancing drug, in my personal opinion.
That's
But for
why
you
you
to
got to
even,
get into banned substance and performance enhancing. Like a lot of people don't understand there's a difference.
but it doesn't. My thing is it doesn't matter because as long as
Yeah.
if I'm the businessman, I can't do this. I should be disciplined enough not to have this in my system when I get tested.
Man,
I'm the businessman. According to
can I
Keyshawn, I'm the businessman.
can I
Hey, this
also
is
bring up the fact that the whole damn town, the whole state of Virginia, naming days after you, and they coming out selling you, bigging
Bro,
up, and you got former like people from there, from that part of the country, coming in there to see you, to support you, to get behind you, and you do that type of ish. That's the Mickey Freaky thanks they get.
And Top Rank refunded the entire event.
Yeah, and
wow, did they?
it's
They
Tank's fault.
refunded
It's Tank's
everybody.
fault. And this is Tank's fault. That's what it is.
This is just
They
a
Real,
had
L.
real
to.
This is
quick.
a L. This is a
Not only
L
did
all
the
the way
card fall
around.
apart,
This is a L all the
bro.
way around.
Keyshawn not gonna get
Hold up,
another
real,
main event for a long
Everybody
time.
took a loss.
Keyshawn is not
hold
gonna
up,
get a
real
main
quick,
event for a
real
long
quick.
time. I can guarantee you that.
Big Dog Willie, what's going on with you, Big Dog Willie?
You guys hear me? You guys hear me?
Yeah, Big Dog Willie, the Grease Warrior.
This is Tank's fault. This is Tank's fault all the way. This is all about Tank. Tank did this. I don't think it's funny at all. This is Tank's fault.
Man, I'm over that midget, OG. That scary ass nigga not gonna fight nobody, man. I'm over that nigga, dog.
Yeah, he's a punk. He's a
That
punk.
scary ass nigga not gonna
He's a
fight
punk.
nobody.
So Tank, yeah, I agree with you. Tank is like that. This is all Tank's fault. Tank didn't want to fight nobody, and so everybody had to move up to 140. That's what it comes down to it.
I mean, Big Dog Willie, I've been telling people we coming out of the tank and knock 'em out era. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The tank and knock 'em out era. Them niggas that just say, "Oh, why Tank gotta fight him? Oh, Tank can knock him out. Tank ain't gotta fight Dev. Tank ain't gotta
Hey,
fight Cam Moses
hey,
or Tio. Tank can knock him out.
hey,
It's
Mark, these
okay for
niggas
Tank to
got
fight Rolly.
confirmation bias, man. These niggas Albert Einstein, man.
Man,
Tank
they
could
need
do
to go
this, Tank
straight
could
to
do that.
hell. Some of them need to be sterilized. I don't think they should be allowed to reproduce or have a social media account. They're just idiots.
But
So
I
my question would be,
agree with you guys.
who was
I agree
Tank
with
scared to fight?
you. Tank is scared to
The
fight
nigga,
everybody.
the nigga didn't
He's
fight
fighting.
Devin.
He's
The
fighting
nigga
Jay
didn't fight
Paul.
Shakur. The nigga
Oh,
didn't fight
I'll break all this
Tio.
down.
The nigga
I'll
didn't
break all
fight
them down.
Keyshawn. It
I'll
don't even
break all
matter.
of them down.
Niggas over this
I'll
nigga,
break
bro.
all of
Niggas
them
I'm
just
down.
want him to
talking about the
retire.
booty boys.
Niggas just want him to
I,
retire, homie. Get his ass out of boxing, man.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
Tank
about the
is,
Grease boys. I ain't talking about Tank. I ain't talking about Grease boy himself. I'm talking
Hey,
about the
hey,
Grease boys.
hey, Mark. The nigga will fight any Mexican. The nigga will fight a small nigga, but he don't want to fight Shakur. He don't want to fight Devin. He don't want to fight Tio. He don't want to fight
well,
Keyshawn. It is what it is.
Tank's
Get that
fault.
weird
This is
Y'all
ass
Tank's
nigga
gotta
out of
fault.
boxing,
stop.
homie.
Okay,
Get the weird
okay,
ass nigga
okay,
out of boxing, homie.
okay.
Hey,
But
I
like I
guarantee
So
you this. I
which one
No,
you
guarantee
he
you,
want me to
about to
the
start
fight
with
nigga,
Jake
the
first?
Paul
nigga gonna
after
fight.
this.
Hey, I guarantee you this,
Win
y'all.
or
He gonna
lose.
fight Kid Austin before he fight any of them niggas. Watch. He gonna fight Kid Austin, young ass, before he fight any of them niggas. Watch.
actually he's fighting Jake Paul. So that's what it is. Then he's gonna try to fight Manny Pacquiao. He's gonna move up and fight Manny Pacquiao. All right.
Nigga,
So
you
so
gonna
who
go
y'all
up
want me
in
to start
weight
with
and fight
first?
Jake Paul, but you can't negotiate with Devin Haney. You can't negotiate with Tio. You can't negotiate with Shakur. It is what it is, homie.
Yo, when these fights happen, just come back.
They'll never happen, OG. That scary ass nigga not gonna fight none of them.
Okay, so we can go all the way back to the whole Devin thing, right? And if you like really pay attention to what people's handlers be saying and how the promotion be moving, the people who actually sign Tank's checks. Remember back in like 2021, 2022, when Devin was chasing T.O. and Lomachenko around the world trying to become undisputed at 135, and they asked Leonard Ellaby about a Tank and Devin fight. Does anybody remember what Leonard said about that fight? No, okay.
I
Uh,
think he said something about the money. I think he said they paid
it
Devin too
was
much money.
Devin at that time was signed with the Zone and was making $3.5 million, and Leonard Ellerby
Right.
said, "Who's about to pay him that? We're not." So that told me everything I needed to know about that fight. That had nothing to do with Tank Davis, which is probably why he's not with Mayweather Promotions anymore. On top of Devin chasing Kambosos and Tio and Lomachenko trying to become undisputed in the division. I don't think Tank was ever a real option for Devin Haney. I think he wanted them belts more than he wanted Tank Davis. On to Shakur. Remember last year when Shakur got injured and nobody was available to fight? That's how he ended up fighting Lamont Roach, and Lamont Roach put on a valiant effort and ended up fighting to a draw. Some people feel like Tank lost. I'm not one of them. But on to Keyshawn. Keyshawn just told us out his own mouth. Not only did he miss weight, but he just told us, I'm not interested in unifying. Why would I pay for more than one belt? I'm already paying for this one. Why would I want to pay for another belt? So I don't think Keyshawn wanted that fight. It looks like Tank don't want to fight these guys because everybody keeps mentioning his name like Devin Haney when they already have fights. Devin Haney never says a word about Tank when he doesn't have a fight, but as soon as he signs the fight, somebody Tank's name starts coming out of his mouth. That's always been crazy to me. I've always paid attention to that. But now that Devin Haney's fighting at welterweight, I think we can finally put that to bed. Tank never ducked this, man. And he tried to fight Lomachenko, but Lomachenko decided he was going to get that belt off Kambosos' bum ass. Kambosos is riding that wave. He has gotten how many title shots off of beating Teofimo Lopez one time? I've never seen somebody get so much squeeze out of one fight. He got all the juice out this orange.
DJ,
And when
DJ,
Richardson
DJ.
Hitchens finally puts pause
Hold
on
on,
him,
DJ. Hold on, DJ.
no,
You out here?
what's up, Dub?
No, let him finish, OG. Let him keep capping. Let him
No.
finish,
I
OG.
want to hear this rebuttal.
All he doing
I
is
want
just
to hear
talking
this rebuttal. I
bullshit.
want
So
to hear this
I
rebuttal.
just want to listen to it.
Because
Hey,
Cambosos is a bum, dog. Like
I
I
agree
don't
with you right there,
understand.
OG. I agree with you. Right,
Like
that nigga
and,
star.
and see, this is what gets me about Richardson Hitchens. Like you talk so much shit about Devin, but you fighting his leftovers.
I think Hitchens
Devin
sorry
literally
too.
beat this.
I think he's
Devin
sorry
literally
too.
beat this man 24-0, and you fighting him, but you got a lot to say about Devin. Which also makes me believe what Devin said on Twitter was true. This ain't got nothing to do with boxing. I fucked this bitch. That's what this all about.
He said what?
So
He said what?
yeah, Devin said the thing Richardson Hitchens got for Devin, it ain't got nothing to do with boxing. Devin said I fucked this bitch. That's what all this about.
I mean,
I don't know nothing
I
about none of
believe
it.
it.
I don't know
I
nothing about
believe
that.
it. I know people. We know people very close to Richardson Hitchens who tells us that he's pretty much like a punk. This guy, he asked Tank to kiss his gloves before he goes in the ring. He's always asking, "Oh, you think my punches hurt? You think my power is hard?" I mean, and respect to him. I do have to give him some respect because he did beat Liam Paro. But I just think this man is primed to get beat
Who
dead.
is Leo Pyro? Who is that? I know who he is, but who
I
cares?
mean, did you expect to see him? Did you expect him to beat Subra Matias?
I didn't. I didn't.
Exactly. I didn't. I
I
thought he
didn't.
was going to get
I
beat
was
like a
surprised.
drum.
I was surprised when Leo Pyro won that fight. I was surprised about that.
So come
OG,
on,
how
like
you?
get so we can give him some credit to say at the time his stock was high and Richardson Hitchens' stock was pretty low from that Lemos fight where he got hurt and buzzed all around. So I didn't expect him to win that fight at all.
That's
Me
the same
personally.
limos who Keyshawn stopped.
Yeah.
Man, I remember when I was talking about limos
That's
when
even
he
worse
was
for Richardson
when
Hitchens.
limos was Devin's IBF mandatory. I remember talking about it, and niggas didn't even know who limos was. Niggas didn't even know who it was. Shout out to L Dub. L Dub, and I always say I ain't the smartest individual. I
Hell
try
no.
my best to rock with some of the great minds, and L Dub is one of those great minds. When he told me that, man, they gonna be mad. He told me two things. He told me they gonna be mad when Canelo fights what's the brother name that he just fought?
William Skull.
Skull. Thank you. I wasn't original with it. That's what L Dub told me. when he told me they gonna be mad when Devin end up fighting Lemon. I'm, I ain't no Lemon like that. Had to go follow it with the brother. You know what I'm saying? And then I see all these other guys fight Lemon, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, well, damn. And shout out to L Dub. Like I say, one of the most accurate individuals as far as the fights go.
Yeah,
Shout out to L
L
Dub.
Dub.
L
But
Dub the
is
I think
plug,
a
man.
OG
L
L
Dub.
context
Dub,
matters
I'm
though.
telling you, bro. If L Dub said, you can almost
hey,
take it to the
you
bank,
can write it
man.
down.
Yeah,
You can write it
You
L
can
down.
take
Dub
it to the bank, dog.
is a supercomputer of boxing. If he
I agree
said it,
with it.
it's absolutely happening.
But at the same time, my whole thing is when it was Lamone, whether it was Skull, whoever it was, when it didn't happen with Devin, and then I see all these other guys
All you
in the
niggas.
ring with Lamone, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, man, L Dub been telling me about Lamone. I don't think I still don't think Lamone is that great of a fighter, me
Nah,
personally. But at
L
the same
Dub.
time,
I give
L
him
Dub
so
was
much respect.
accurate. Oh, go ahead.
I give him so much respect as a fact speaker, as a fellow fact speaker, man. Like me and L Dub, like we have kindred spirits when it comes to speaking facts.
Lord have mercy.
Respectfully.
Boy, shut up.
Mercy. Lord
Mark,
have
you an Eagles fan. You don't know when to tell the truth.
Exactly. Rings,
Hold
nigga.
on now, because that's a second dig.
Who
Y'all
the
done took
hell
out
are
the
you? A
champs in here.
Chargers? A Raider?
Hey,
That's a second
we
dig. You
gonna
done
get
took
into
out
it. We ain't
at
getting
the
it.
champs,
This
man.
ain't the show. This ain't the show for it. This ain't the show for it.
Okay.
And hey, uh, BJ, you know you my brother, Marky my brother too. Me and Free, we working on, and shout out to Hot Rod, we working on the football show. So y'all pull up to that show if y'all want to talk about y'all Eagles. I know y'all want to. So
Man, I
y'all pull
was
up to me,
sick in
my
here
brother.
listening to
Hey,
y'all break down that
all I
NFC
know,
East schedule. When I was at work the other day, I was sitting here
Pull
sick. I
up,
was like,
pull
"Are
up,
y'all
pull
kidding
up.
me?"
all I
Are you a
know
Giants
is
fan?
they
No,
got
he an Eagles fan. He an
everybody got
Eagles fan.
Washington.
Oh,
Everybody except for Maki pretty much got Washington winning the division.
I don't know how.
Okay,
I
How?
don't, I don't, I don't, I don't think I
I
have.
went
What
back
did
and
they do?
calculated.
that
I
ain't
don't
true.
think
I
What
I have
did
still
they
got.
do?
Washington.
I
Because
still hold
they went and got
hold up.
broke down Debo
I still
Samuel.
got the papers. No. I'm talking about what we did on Wednesday when we
I
went through
know, and that's why I was sick listening to this show.
yeah. What I'm saying is everybody pretty much had Washington winning the division except for Markey. Of course, Markey had the Eagles, but the Washington Commanders, according to Markey record, according to the Eagles and Washington, they right there neck and neck. So pretty
No,
much
they're not.
everybody got Washington
No, they're
winning
not.
the
They're not
division.
even close.
They're not. They're
They're
not.
not even close.
They're not.
What did
I'm talking.
Washington do
Hold
to
up.
improve their run defense?
What
What
we
did they
went out and
do?
got
Because
a bunch of run stoppers. What are you
Wait a
talking
minute.
about?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait
We
a
went
minute. We talk. Hold on. Hold on. Hold
we
on.
went
Hold
out
on.
and
Free.
we got nothing
Free.
but
Free.
run stoppers.
Hold on. Free. Hold on. Free. We're not gonna let you, and I'm not gonna let my brother DJ hijack the show because we talk. We're gonna and we're gonna continue. We're gonna
yeah,
continue
because you
to
know what's
have these
about to happen,
conversations.
don't
No,
you?
no, no, no. We're gonna. Well, hell,
Hey, you
we
could come
run
back
different
on
shows.
You could come
Pull
back
up.
on Tuesday.
Pull up. Pull
That
up.
nigga
You could
Cowboy
come back
fan,
on
he ain't got
Tuesday.
no
Throw him
say.
in the back.
Hey, Frilio, don't be getting up out of order. Y'all
Pull up.
niggas getting out of order.
Yo,
Hey,
G Thumb is funny.
man, hold on, man. Y'all, not. I gotta say it. Y'all
Oh
niggas.
shit.
We talk football on a regular basis
Man,
around
W out of
here.
order.
Man, shut the hell up. Marky,
You're
Throw him
racist.
in the back.
and shout out to my
Throw him in
brother
the back.
Marky. Me and Marky, we had a great show just a second ago until he fell asleep. But free. Let the people know
For
where they
two
can find
minutes.
it. Let the people know what we got going because this
Uh,
coming Tuesday we will be talking football. If y'all want to pull up and y'all want to smoke, pull up on the show that we got the football show on. Pull up.
yeah. Tuesday, me and Doug Right Side will be breaking down the division of the AFC North and the NFC North. So we will be
And hold
doing
on, hold
two
on, hold on,
divisions.
free. And if you won't smoke with the Eagles, the Cowboys, the
Yeah, the
Washington football,
boys.
hold on, man. The Washington football Wizards, like I like to call them. And if you want to smoke, then pull up, then.
I mean,
Don't
I
bring it to this show
Oh,
right
I
here.
can
We
save you a lot
talking
of
football.
Ain't
time.
nobody
That's Lamar
scared of the
Jackson's division
boys.
till it ain't no more.
We
I can
talking
save you a lot of
football right
time.
now.
That's Lamar Jackson's division.
Well,
Nah, you
you know what,
tripping,
Dub?
OG.
You know what, Dub? I just realized
why you been calling them the Washington Football
Football
Wizards?
Wizards.
Now, I just realized why you've been calling them that. You've been trying to figure out where they get this magic from that they winning so many games. I understand. I got it. I got it. I got it. I peeped your stilo. I peeped your stilo. You know,
Hey,
hold on. These niggas winning a lot of games. Where they get this magic from?
hey, shout out to the Washington Football Wizards, man. Shout out to the Washington Football Wizards. Look, I can't call y'all the Redskins. I'm a racist if I do that, according to Marky Dan. I'm not
Man,
gonna call y'all
they the
Commanders.
Redskins.
Absolutely not.
I'm a diehard Redskin fan. They will always be Redskin to me.
Yeah.
I got
That's what
I'm
I
the
so
up
know.
to
sorry to
date
hear
That
that.
name
I got the
change.
up to date Commanders gear, but they will always be the Redskin. I've been a Redskin fan my entire life. They will always be the Redskins.
If I
I'm so sorry to
that
hear that.
corporate name
if I
change
wasn't
was brought on by
if I wasn't gonna be called a racist for calling them the Washington Redskins, I'd call them that. But because I call them
absolutely not.
that, I'm a racist, so I'm calling them the Washington Football Wizards. That's what I'm
So
You
calling
let's
them.
just be
completely
politically
misrepresent my
correct and just
position.
That's
Can
why
I,
I
can
just
I
call
please?
them Washington. That's why I just say Washington. I don't
yeah,
focus on
That
Commanders, Redskins.
name change was brought on by a corporate by corporate pressure by FedEx. It was not brought on by no native people. Nobody was upset about the
They
name. It was
nobody
fake.
none of the Native Americans was upset about the name. They just wanted a reason to get rid of Dan Snyder. And they was like, if he doesn't want to change the name, we could put him out of the sport. They wanted a reason to get rid of Dan Snyder. That's all it
Yep.
was.
Because that was 2021 or 2020 at the time when George Floyd got murdered, and it was just a lot of pressure. There was a lot of riots, and people didn't want that type of talk. They even changed the Indians. They got them up out of
Yeah,
there. They got their symbol out of there.
I mean, they changed a lot of Native American names across
They're not gonna touch
sports.
the Chiefs
Period,
though.
man.
They're not
Yeah,
touching the
they're not
Chiefs.
gonna touch the Chiefs, Braves, Seminoles, Fighting Illini. Like they let them a lot of tribes let them keep the name, or they didn't really fight to change it. But as far as like the Redskin name, they were very like the Native American community was real split on that. Like you had some that didn't care, and the others was like, "Ah, it's racist." But I get your point about them just wanting Dan Snyder out the sport, but I'd
yeah.
be damned if I don't
That's
miss him.
all it makes.
I
I
miss
mean,
Dan Snyder. I really do.
But we're
they
gonna talk about that
I
on
bet you
Tuesday. So y'all
I
pull up
bet
on the
you
That
do.
show.
dumb son of a
Y'all
I
pull
bitch.
up on
All
the
bet
right,
you
show
Dub. I
do.
got you. I
Tuesday.
got you. I got you, Dub.
Y'all
I
pull up
got you.
on the show Tuesday, and we can have all these conversations. But we talking boxing right now, respectfully. And
I got
like
you,
I
Dub.
said,
I
me
got
and
you. I
Free,
got you.
we breaking down every division when it comes to the sport of football. So y'all pull up on us on Tuesday and talk that shit. I ain't got no problem
and
with it.
until then, fly Eagles fly.
I know my brother.
You hear me?
Absolutely.
I know my brother Free. He ain't got no problem with letting y'all get up there and be out of
Oh,
order.
wow. Man,
Y'all
I'm about to
lucky.
shoot. I'm
Nah,
about to.
we ain't out of order when we speak of fact from the
Well,
champs.
y'all lucky that I ain't got the damn drops around here, cause I'll be talking
Yeah,
y'all.
yeah, because you're an
I got
authoritarian.
damn for you. I got a whole bunch of shit for y'all.
You're an
But shout out to
authoritarian.
my brother. Shout out to my brother Free, man. Salute Free.
Yeah, but back to the sport of boxing because I didn't put arrows in all these eagles. But back to the sport of boxing. Um,
Man, we the
I don't
champs.
know what we're gonna do. I mean, I don't know what Keyshawn is gonna do because I ain't doing shit. I'm just sitting here watching the sport. But I don't know what Keyshawn is gonna do moving forward. This is the second strike on his name because, like, I mean, I understand the first one was marijuana. People like, oh, it's not that big of a thing, but the problem is it's against the rules. Whether it's an enhancement or not, it's against the rules, and it's the same thing in football. It doesn't help you in football. It slows you down, but it's against the rules. So if it's against the rules, you broke the rules. That's a strike against you. So now you had one fight taken away from you because you tested positive for marijuana. So they took that fight from you. Now you had your belt taken from you because you missed weight. I'm like, dog, you got to get yourself together. You haven't even hit 30 yet, and you making mistakes that most guys don't make ever in their career. So I mean, you gotta get yourself together. You want to be considered a top fighter. You want to be a superstar. Well, superstars normally don't move like that. They
Hey,
normally
hey,
keep
I
themselves in
mean,
check.
D free.
respectfully,
You know what we call it free. You know what we call it. You know what we call it
What's that?
around here free. We call them out of order. You out of order.
I mean,
That's what we call them
Yeah,
around here. You out of order.
res-
If you want to smoke weed, that's fine. I ain't got no problem with nobody smoking weed. But when you know it's a banned substance in your sport, same way I know if I go to work and well, I'm good now, but if I'm trying to get a job, I know that if I test positive for marijuana, I'm not going to get that job, right? And then you
right.
test and you out. Hold on. Once I test positive for marijuana, I'm not going to get the job. And guess what? I didn't get the job because I'm out of order. That's a fact. That's a
And
fact.
well,
Yeah.
listen. I
the
mean,
even
I
bigger
mean,
Doug,
we
picture
saw
for
right
we
me,
now,
saw
bro.
what's the difference between excuse me, Keyshawn Davis and David Benavidez? I mean, let's
We cri-
seriously think about
but
it.
we
difference.
But
criticize.
we look at
But
cocaine as
hold
a
on,
hard
Mikey.
There is
drug.
no difference.
But we
Exactly.
criticize.
We
We
look at cocaine.
criticize.
I wasn't finished.
Me and DJ was on my brother's show, and we criticized David Benavidez for the cocaine, and we criticized him for being overweight. We, me and that brother, we sat there and
Hmm.
had that
They
conversation. We
blowing
both criticized him.
opportunities.
So if David Benavidez is out of order, Keyshawn Davis is out of order. That's it.
Absolutely.
All right.
Man, look, you got to
Marijuana
look
might
at it
not be a
like this,
hard
bro.
Hey, I,
drug
My
like
question would
and
be, my question would be to Keyshawn and Shakur, like, y'all tell me, like, y'all look up to Bud, y'all idolize Bud, that's y'all big brother. Tell me when Bud ever tested positive or missed weight.
That's what I'm saying,
never,
OG.
never.
bunch
These
of
never,
niggas will
punks.
never be better than
never,
Bud,
That's what
man.
I'm saying, bro. Like,
never.
y'all claim Bud and Andre Ward are y'all idols, that them y'all big bros. That's who y'all look
No.
up to. I don't ever remember Andre Ward testing positive or missing weight.
But then I
Ever.
listen to individual criticize Devin Haney when he makes weight, never pop dirty for a substance. But y'all criticize that man.
Man, fuck Devin and
Man,
Sausage.
we
Man, you
criticize
gonna
that
shut your
man for the way
mouth.
he
Y'all
perform
You
in the
know what?
ring.
ain't hear that,
Y'all hate
Devin.
him.
I
Y'all hate him.
criticize
Fuck him. All
Devin
right,
Haney for
fuck
the
him.
way he perform in the ring, man.
That's
And
fine. I mean, you can't.
Yeah,
OG, I don't
the
have a problem
Ostarine
with your
while he
I
fighting
lost
ain't
to
got no.
Ryan.
I
affiliations
ain't
that
got no
good,
problem
man.
criticizing. I criticize Devin how he perform in the ring. I done did that. That ain't my
I
problem. My problem is that when it comes to these other guys, when they unprofessional. They not making weight. They drug cheats. And then all of a sudden, I'm crazy for talking about it. I'm out of order. According to somebody like Cash, shout out to my brother from Alaska, I'm out of order. But then these are the individuals that's cheating as far as drugs go, and then missing weight, and Devin ain't done none of it. But when I start to talk about that, man, fuck that. All right, fuck them then. That's up to y'all. All I'm trying to tell you
well,
is
I'll
no. I mean,
I'll go ahead and say I don't think Ostarine is why Devin lost to Ryan. I think it was the weight.
I would much rather for my
Marky,
son to grow up
Marky.
and be like Devin than Ryan Garcia,
Yes.
Teofimo Lopez, any of these dudes. I would much. This is my personal opinion. I would much rather for him to grow up and be in order and making sure that as a quote unquote businessman, he's following the rules of the sport that he's in. I would much rather for that to happen than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Dub. I mean, regardless of how we might feel about Devin in the ring, the one thing that we can say is he's always been a professional, far as being able to make weight and being at the fight. Regardless of how we feel about him in the ring, regardless of how we feel how his daddy carried his business or whatever, the one thing that we can't say is he never been in a position to lose his belt or far as missing weight or testing positive. He's always been a professional that way. Same thing with a lot of these other guys as well. They never miss weight. They never tested positive. So you gotta get them
Mr.
credit.
Chairman, real quick, Mr. Chairman, you got background, Mr. Chairman. Respectful.
Yeah, Yeah,
Oh,
you
my
gotta, you
bad. I thought I was on mute.
There we
nah.
go. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Free.
you gotta give those guys credit for at least being professional enough to be able to make it to the fight, regardless of how we might feel the outcome of the fight or how they perform in the fight. You gotta at least give them credit for that. So I have
But damn, Free, you done
But I
fell off.
say,
Damn,
this
you
is
done
where we
fell off.
differ. This is where we differ, good brother. I don't give nobody credit for doing exactly what they supposed to do. What I will do is hop on somebody's ass for doing what they ain't supposed to do.
But
I don't give Devin. I don't give credit. I don't give Devin credit for making weight, not testing positive. That's what he's supposed to do.
That part.
hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Hey, DJ,
Niggas
real
want
quick.
extra credit for doing their job. Man, fuck out of here.
right.
So hold on. So y'all
You
no,
don't get
no,
credit, bro. You don't get
y'all did,
credit for showing up to work on time. That's what you're
clearly,
supposed to do.
y'all didn't listen to what I said. What I said was it's not extra credit. I said that the way I raised my son, I would prefer for him to be like Devin and be doing the right thing versus him being out of order. And I don't listen to this whole panel tonight. I ain't got no problem with anything y'all done said. I think we all kind of agree. But the way that I'm raising my son, yeah, you absolutely right. It's your job to be in order, to be on time, to be in shape, to make sure that you ain't got drugs in your system. That's your damn job. I want you to be successful. And for all these other individuals that ain't doing it, y'all want to criticize Devin. I ain't got no problem if you criticize him in the ring. And I done been critical of him in the ring. But at the same time, I would much rather for my son to grow up and do what Devin doing than any of these other guys. I done seen some of the top guys in the sport of boxing. Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson. Now we got the great brother Keyshawn, David Benavidez, Canelo Alvarez. I done seen them either pop dirty or miss weight. I done seen it happen, and I would much rather for my son to show up and be in order and ready to fight. I think that's something that's. I think
I
y'all
think
would agree with me. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing when we can put you as a main event and we can trust you to make it to the fight. I think that's a testament more so than anything. Like I was saying earlier, Keyshawn's not gonna get another main event for a very long time. You can almost book that. Top Rank is not, as long as he's with Top Rank, I don't think they're gonna trust him with another main event. After what happened today, they're not gonna trust him with another main event. Not now. You can't show up in your own hometown, bro. Why would we put you in Vegas or New York or somewhere like that? I don't think they're gonna trust him with another main event. I really don't.
It looked like they pushing Keyshawn though, but they might be pushing
I
the wrong
mean, they
person because I
need
think they
him
should be
with
pushing
Lomachenko
Abdullah.
retiring. With Lomachenko retiring, they're in a situation where they need him, so he'll get fights. But at the same time, I don't think they'll trust him with a main event. I don't think they'll trust him to carry a card. I really don't.
They need to get behind Abdullah, man. That boy.
Oh, they pushing Abdullah. You see Abdullah's number 2 in the
and stop
WBO. They
this
push.
Abdullah shit, man. He ain't fought nobody.
Man, Keyshawn
I
ain't fought
mean, we're
nobody
trying
either,
to
nigga.
fight
What's your point?
Keyshawn
I was
Davis
just about to
until
say
they
Yo,
that.
decide to
But
The
duck.
who's
fuck?
yo,
Keyshawn really
not
fought?
not only has he not fought nobody, but that's your fighter is Keyshawn. That's who you rock with.
I don't rock with nobody.
Okay.
I'll go off. Have you been tested? What
Abdullah
can
So
been
who has
tested.
been tested?
what can you do on the elite level? And these niggas ain't fought nobody.
So that would be everybody, right?
I'm tired of that shit, bro. Like you niggas be going off this eye test potential bullshit. These niggas ain't fought nobody. How can you sit here and say, "Oh, he's the next Roy Jones. He's the next Terrence Crawford. He's the next Canelo Alvarez"? Nigga ain't fought nobody.
Who said they
He
were the next anybody?
he doing exactly what DJ said. These niggas is winning, doing what they supposed to do. Be the cab driver. They supposed to win. You want credit for that?
Bro, I
Come
think you
on,
just
man.
angry. I think you're just
Come
angry
on,
because
And
man.
nobody said none
moreover,
of that.
man,
Nigga, ain't
I don't
nobody
think
said none of that
Keyshawn
shit.
I don't think Keyshawn and Abdullah Mason were gonna fight next anyway. Just judging by how Abdullah was trying not to say it. What he was saying it without trying to say it. It's like, oh, I thought you was moving up anyway, and you was gonna vacate your belt. I don't think Top Rank was gonna put Abdullah Mason and Keyshawn in the ring together. Not now, anyway.
That's true.
Hey, real quick, DJ.
And plus, I've seen Abdullah Mason touch the canvas twice
But it's
against a
interesting.
can.
But it's interesting you say that because I go back and listen to their whole conversation, some of the things that Keyshawn said, and then I looked and it's crazy because now that Keyshawn has to vacate the WBO belt, you got Sam. What's the brother name? Sam. No,
Nope.
something
Sam
like that.
Noakes.
Sam
No,
Noakes. Sam
thank you.
Noakes.
And he's number one, and then Abdullah's number two.
And
And I
Abdullah
think
probably gonna have to go to the UK to fight for that vacant title.
that's gonna be crazy work, but I think he stopped Sam Noakes. I don't think Sam Noakes. I don't think he that good. Respect.
Hey, he a big puncher, man. He a big puncher. And we've seen Abdullah touch earth a couple times.
I agree.
And we've seen now he goes for it. He does exactly what we ask a lot of fighters to do. He goes for the gusto.
Who you picking that fight?
Oh, I'm taking Abdullah.
Okay, then. So what are we doing?
No. But I'm saying though, anything can happen in these fights, man. This has been a year of upsets so far.
I understand it's the year of upsets, but Abdullah put hands on Sam Noakes and he make it look easy, in my personal opinion.
Gee, what you mean that's crazy work? What you mean?
Now, that's what I was gonna say though. I wasn't saying Abdullah's the next anything. I was saying that they should probably put some money behind him because he's a humble kid. Someone like that is someone that the casual fans can get behind every time they see him go out there and put a demo down. So if he can get a hold of he already got us. He already got the hardcore fans, at least most of us. But once you get the casuals, man, shit, Abdullah might be doing something.
Abdullah ain't gonna get the casuals. He too quiet. He's not gonna get the casuals. He's too quiet.
I don't know. Casuals
and I say the same thing. I say the same thing about Jerron Ennis. He too quiet. You don't hear from Boots until he got a fight coming up.
I mean,
you can't do that.
Hey Dub, can you hear me now?
No, you good,
Piro.
Thank you.
Piro.
What up, Rod? What up, DJ? What up, fellas?
Piro.
What's up, Piro?
Shout out to my
chilling.
But as talented as he is, Abdullah Mason's too quiet and humble, man. He's not gonna get them casuals. He'll get the hardcore fans like us, but he's not gonna get the casuals. You got to make a little noise for the casuals.
I think that the way that he fights is gonna allow him to get to some of them casual fans. I don't think he's gonna get all of them, but I do think the way he fights, the man, and I ain't saying he a knockout artist, but shit, he going in there, either he stopping you or he gonna get stopped. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got no problem trading with you. And I think one of the reasons I think Brian Norman Jr., I think he, in 2-3 years, I think he's gonna be a big name because he go in there and fight. I hear y'all talk about Devin all the time. One thing I can agree with is Devin's style ain't pretty. When you on the back foot running around the damn ring, that shit ain't pretty. I think that both of their styles, it Boots as well. I think Boots go in there and he try to walk a motherfucker down and fight you. I think that's what the people want to see, and that's how you gain the casual fans, by going in there and being exciting and fighting, even if it's not in your best interest, fighting the fight and being aggressive, letting your hands go. I think all these guys are doing it right now, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. I don't know what happened. Maybe you, DJ, you might be right. The casual fans may never follow him, but I think with Boots, Norman, and Abdullah Mason, I think they all have a chance. I think they all have a chance to gain a casual backing by the way that they fight. And I think that at this current moment in time, because of what just happened to Keyshawn Davis, and now Abdullah Mason is going to be, him and Nakathilia is going to be the headlining fight on that card. I think this is a prime opportunity. If you go out and show up and show out, you're gonna catch it. You're gonna catch a couple likes now. You're gonna catch a couple likes.
The bright side, how many people do you think are gonna come to the fight now that they've refunded all the tickets?
Did they refund the tickets?
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard somebody on this panel say.
You can get a refund. They're not gonna refund them all. You're eligible to get a refund if you want.
Yeah, you can get a refund if you want it. You can, if you choose not to come, you can get a refund.
Yeah.
I
So
don't, I
yeah,
don't, I don't
but there
know
you
about
go.
it. I don't know about it. So what I'll say is I think that regardless, because this is still a prime time fight. Now, I think a lot of individuals still gonna watch this fight, and with Abdullah Mason, it's crazy in my personal opinion that he's headlining a fight, and what is he, 21, 22 years old? He's headlining this
21.
card. Say it again.
21.
He's headlining this card, and he's headlining against a puncher like Nakathilia. I think this is one of the best opportunities that he could ever ask for. And then it only gives him space to grow. I think he stopped Nakathilia, in my personal opinion, but I think that
You
this
did.
gives him room to grow. And I don't know exactly how it all works out. I don't know. But I think he gets more eyes on him than he's ever had on him.
Ain't no mistake about it. This is a step up for him. This is a big step up for Abdullah Mason. He really, well, I ain't gonna say he's gonna get his oil checked, but this is a step up in competition for him, no doubt about it.
Man, you out of your mind. That dude Jeremiah
Man,
like bear.
Nakatila been in there with
He finna
champions,
get
bro.
knocked out in 3 rounds.
I agree with you, DJ. It is a step up,
1
but
to 3 rounds.
I think
Did
Abdullah.
you not? Did you not see what happened in the fight? And I say this to Marky Dan. Did you not see what happened with him with Nakathilia and Shakur Stevenson? Did you not see that fight? That was the fight where now, if you want to bring up Muratalla, we can talk about that as well. Muratalla put hands on him, but when they were fighting at 30, I believe that's the weight class that they fought at.
Yeah,
Um,
when he fought Shakur, they were fighting at 30.
and
Because this was
when
before Shakur even fought Jamel Herring.
agree, and when Nakathilia put pause on him early in the fight, we watched that man, and I didn't heard people say Shakur runs, and we watched him do the same thing. That's why I was so excited to see Edward De Los Santos versus Keyshawn because of the narrative that was put there. But if you go back and look, the first time we seen Shakur seem to be nervous in a fight, it was Nakathilia. That was the first time we seen Shakur nervous in a fight. And
Then I think Nakatila came out and knocked out. Who was it? Was it Burchell?
yeah,
Yeah, he knocked.
Came and knocked out Burchell, wasn't it?
was
Yeah.
was it
Yeah, he knocked out
Bachel?
Burchell. Yeah, he knocked out Burchell.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I thought it was Burchell that he knocked out.
Now you
Yeah.
accurate. You accurate. All I'm saying is if you go out there and style, if he go out there and style on somebody like Nakathilia, regardless of what y'all think about Nakathilia, if you go out there and style on a fighter like that, I think you, especially at 21, headlining a fight when you were just on the at a press conference with the individual who's supposed to be headlining the fight that wanted to call you out, and then this nigga don't make weight and don't and ain't even able to fight, and now you got the opportunity to go out there and put hands on the individual. I think this is prime time for him. I think
Hey,
I think he gonna show up and show up.
hey,
Do you think
let me say
Keyshawn
this
Davis
real
is a
quick.
punk?
Let me say this real quick. I heard Piro said something about people refunding the tickets. You got to remember, this is in Norfolk. They came out not only to see Keyshawn, but to see the other two Davis brothers as well. Those
Facts.
those
Yes.
people ain't refunding I mean, they're not asking for refunds like that. They still going to support the fight because the other two brothers is on there as well.
I agree.
Um, and with the fight with Abdullah Mason, I heard y'all say earlier because he's so quiet, he's not going to get the casual fans. I'm right there with Dub right side. You don't have to be a big talker to gauge the casual fans. You can go out there and perform. You got guys like Tank Davis who don't talk a lot that got a lot of casual fans because of his performance. Now, yeah, he did have Floyd Mayweather, but they
I was
still
just about to bring that up. I was just gonna say
but
that. Go
Tank,
ahead, my bad.
yeah, they had Floyd. He had Floyd Mayweather, but Tank Davis still had to go out there and perform. Once they saw what Tank Davis can do, people gravitated to him because they knew that they was going to see a knockout. You can Tank Davis. I mean, Floyd can talk for anybody, but if the person ain't performing, they were like, okay, you talking this guy up, but he ain't doing nothing. He just boxing all day. He ain't doing that. People gravitate to knockouts and excitement. So if the fighter can be excited, they don't have to be a big talker. But if the fight is exciting, they're gonna gravitate to that because people love to see knockouts. They love to see exciting fights, so they'll gravitate to it.
And I would ask
So
anybody.
to
Hold on,
add on to that,
real quick.
to add on
Hold
to
on,
your
real quick.
point,
Hold on,
go ahead.
DJ. I want to ask one question, and I'm gonna let you cook. I apologize for cutting you off, but you tell me an individual that has had the main stage at 21 years old. You tell me an individual.
Say
Where
that
should I
again.
start?
Oh, you asked him a question.
Anybody. Go ahead,
Ali,
DJ.
baby. Figure Ray
Who?
Leonard.
How old was Bam? How old was
Ali.
Bam when he fought Quadras?
Shout out to Bam.
Oscar De La
I
Hoya.
agree. I agree with Bam. I agree with. And see, look who we naming. We naming individuals who I think, me personally, y'all know I'm a big fan of Bam. I'm a big fan. I always been a big fan of Oscar De La Hoya. You know what I'm saying? As a boxer, as a person, that's a whole nother situation. But I think that what the brother damn what he's doing right now, I think this is special. I love this, especially against somebody like Nakathila, who gonna come in and fight you. It ain't gonna be no easy. It ain't easy work for him. It's gonna be
Wait.
a fight, but at the same time, I think this is prime time, and for you to be elevated to the top of the card. You know what I'm saying? Not the co-main, but the main event. You're elevated to that with Keyshawn doing the nonsense that he done did. Um, I think this is special, and I'm looking forward to Abdullah Mason performing and showing up and showing out. I'm looking forward to it.
OG, how is this
I'm managing it.
special? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. You don't say this about Brian Norman, and they damn near the same age.
I do. I said this from the beginning when Brian Norman said he was going over to fight Jan Saki. I said that I think this is big time because you're gonna be in Japan uh, the same way that we listen to Teofimo Lopez say, I'm gonna get robbed. I didn't hear Brian Norman say none of that. Brian Norman didn't say I gotta go over there and knock him out. He said, you know what, I want this fight. And I would have preferred to see him fight me personally, Boots. I want to see him fight Boots. I already got money on that fight with individuals from Philadelphia. So shout out to Philly. But I'm not criticizing Brian. I think, and when I say I'm not criticizing him, I didn't think this should be the next fight, but I give him credit for going over to Japan, and I don't think you win on the scorecards over in Japan. I don't believe that. I think you go over there and you got to beat his ass, and I think that's what Junior gonna do. I think Junior putting hands on Sasaki, however you say the brother name. I say that respectfully to you, but
Yo,
go ahead. My apologies.
no, I was just gonna ask when people be saying that, oh, I don't think he can win on the scorecards. Don't you think these foreign fighters feel the same way when they come to America?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And but the thing is you have to take that opportunity. Same reason when I hear Teofimo Lopez come out and say, "Well, um, Devin is a Muslim and Turkey a Muslim. I respect all religions, but I need a knockout." When I hear Tank Davis say, "I need a knockout," you out of order, man. You I done heard y'all call Devin Chinny and pillow fisted. Go beat the shit out of his ass. Go beat his ass.
Well,
Hey,
that
Rod, I
kind of
don't think they
holds
think
a
they're that
little
at all.
merit. Go ahead, Piro. Go ahead,
I'm
Piro.
sorry. I was gonna say to Rod, I hear where like you're coming from and where Devin's coming from, but I think that's a fan construct. I don't think the fighters in general think they're gonna get robbed anywhere.
Okay.
Yes, they
I agree
absolutely
with
do.
you, Piro.
We listen to Teofimo Lopez and Tank Davis sit there and say, "I'm not gonna fight Devin Haney in Saudi Arabia because he's Turkey's guy, and if I don't knock him out, I'm gonna lose the fight." I've heard them say that. I didn't say it; they said it.
Yeah, we're talking
Yeah,
about
they did.
Well,
Japanese fighters
See,
though.
but
well,
We're not
they
talking
OG,
about
them
it's
true
two
it's
fighters
a
niggas
from
is
it's a
some true
little
America.
prima
it's a little
donnas,
something
though,
to that.
man.
It's a little something to that because we just saw Carlos Adames beat the Hebrew shit out of Shiraz, and that fight was a draw.
Agreed. I
Yeah,
agree.
that's true.
I mean,
So
but y'all been
it
watching
might.
boxing more than I've been alive, and y'all, this ain't nothing new for y'all. Niggas been getting robbed since boxing began.
You make the fights, man. Go fight. Fuck all that other shit, man. Go fight. And
But
I agree with
look, Tank
I
is in
agree
a
with
position
Hot
where
Rod.
he don't have to go to Saudi Arabia. I
Man,
don't
we
have to
ain't
go over
trying to
there.
hear
Man, I'm
that.
not.
We not trying to hear
So
that.
OG,
We want to see. We want to
Muhammad
see
I don't
Ali.
Tank
have
fight
to
the
go over
best.
there.
We want to see Tank fight the best. And if you want to, if Tank want to make the excuse that I'm gonna get robbed, well, hell, when you just fought, and I know you, DJ, I'm saying this to you specifically. I heard you say you didn't think that Tank lost again. Man, that man took a knee and it wasn't counted. That man lost that fight, in my personal opinion. He lost that fight, and I watched, and I think it was a robbery. What happened to Lamont Roach? I think that was a robbery. But guess what? That's boxing. Go make the fights,
Fair
man.
enough. Look,
We
I
not
don't
trying to
take
hear
nothing
no
away from people.
excuses. We not trying
I
to hear
don't
any excuses. And
necessarily
y'all
argue with
making
nobody who say that was a robbery. I just feel like at the point that knee happened, Tank was up 3 rounds anyway.
I ain't worried about that. I ain't worried.
He
It should
lost
have.
that fight.
It should have been.
Fair enough.
Should that been? Should that
No,
been counted as a knockdown?
It should have been, but it
I have
wasn't.
no
So damn
disagreement
all of
from
the
anybody
whole
that
damn going over to fight anybody else and robberies and all that. I don't watch you get robberies.
yeah,
I watched it
yeah.
happen. So if it's good, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if an individual, and this is my problem with it. My problem ain't that you don't think you're gonna get robbed. My problem is that y'all been telling me that Devin is chinny and
He
pillow.
is.
That's
He
fine.
is.
That's fine. That's fine. Go knock his ass out. Don't worry about the damn scorecards. Go knock his ass out then.
Oh, gee,
Hey,
we wishing on a star. He's shown you he's not going to fight these men. The man
Exactly.
rather fight Jake Paul than fight these men, bro.
We've seen that they really don't want to fight him. It's just trendy
Oh,
to
here we
call his
go.
name.
Here we
Man,
go. Here we
DJ,
go.
you
Here we
It's
go.
high,
trendy to
man. You
call his
high,
name.
OG.
Here we
You
go. Here we
high.
go. Here we
You
go.
high,
It's
OG.
trendy to call his name out.
Here we
They don't
go.
really want to fight
Bro,
him,
there's
man.
nothing trendy about that, bro. He's only known in America, bro.
So
Who?
you telling me? So you telling me that Tank Davis shouldn't have went over and fought Devin Haney? And
In Saudi Arabia for what?
why not?
Why does he have to go to Saudi Arabia? Tank
20
is in a
million,
position where he
20,
already
20 million.
people going to Saudi Arabia
Hold
to
on. You
make
asked the
money.
question. You
They
asked the
not going
question.
over there to make the big fights. They
You
going
asked the
over there to
question,
make
DJ. DJ.
money.
DJ. You asked the question. I'm giving you the answer right here. $20 million.
He can
Bro,
get
hold
that
on.
here.
and Tank
Yo,
says that's what he's on. He wants the most
yo,
money.
yo, OG, is Tank a bigger name or have done more in the sport than Canelo or Anthony Joshua?
You
He's
asking
up
me?
there with them. Yes.
No, the fuck he's not,
Get
bro.
the
No,
As
the
guy.
far as
fuck he's not,
popularity, he's
man.
absolutely up there
No,
with
he's
him.
not.
Nah,
No,
he ain't,
he's
Yes,
bro.
he
no, he's
okay.
not, bro.
Okay.
No, he's not. He's not
Okay.
popularity, and he hasn't done half of what Anthony Joshua and Canelo's done in the sport of boxing. And they went over there to Saudi Arabia.
DJ in
For
America.
money. For money.
And $20 million
If he
ain't
don't want to
enough.
go to we
We can't
can't
hold on.
make
We
this
can't
hold
go
on. We
knock
can't
Devin.
make this man go to Saudi Arabia if he don't
I
want
ain't
to.
trying to make him. It ain't about making him.
That's exactly
You
what
telling
well,
me?
he
You
should have went
telling
to
me that
Saudi.
he
He should
can't
have
go
went to
knock
Saudi.
Devin? You
No,
can't
he
go
don't
knock
want to
the
fight. He don't
chinny.
want to do business with Turkey.
You can't go knock the chinny
He don't
pillow
want to do
fisted nigga
business with
out.
Turkey.
You can't go knock the pillow chinny
So
fisted
who gonna pay
nigga
for the
out.
fight
I,
then, OG?
I think the Tank Davis and AJ is a little bit different because AJ signed to Eddie Hearn for a lifetime, so he pretty much got to do what Eddie Hearn says. It's not the same with Tank
We
Davis.
like
I
Deontay
don't
Wilder go over
hold up,
there. Deontay Wilder
hold
did
up,
it.
Dub. I
Come
didn't
on,
cut
Okay.
you
man.
off.
Dub cooking right now.
I think it's a little bit different, but I don't think Tank Davis is bigger than AJ. I think AJ is a bigger name fighter. Um, Me personally, I don't care what the fight happens. I prefer it to happen in the United States, but if they make it in Saudi Arabia, I want to see it. I prefer it in the United States, but I don't care where it happens at. I want to see them fight.
I just want to see the fight. I don't give a damn where it happened at. The same way when I wanted to see AJ fight Deontay Wilder, still haven't seen that fight. I done seen Deontay Wilder go over to Saudi Arabia, get his ass whooped, what, 3 times now, I think. But he went over there and he still fought and got paid. So you telling me that Tank Davis the individual who's supposed to be so special and the knockout artist, he's scared, or excuse me, not scared, not scared. I don't want to use that word. I want to be in order. He's nervous because he said he need if you don't knock Devin out, which clearly he don't believe he's gonna knock Devin out because hell, Devin is chinny and pillow fisted. Go knock that man out in Saudi Arabia and make $20 million. Let's see it.
Or I could do the same
What's the
thing
problem
in
with
Vegas. Or I could do the same thing in Vegas.
Man,
Does it matter where I knock him out at?
Al Hammond ain't paying $20 million in Vegas.
Hey, what I will say
True.
is, if he wants to put the fight on, and Tank Davis, if he really wants to put the fight on, and Tank Davis said, "I'll fight him. I'm not fighting him in Saudi Arabia, though." You was planning on putting Canelo and Bud in Vegas. Why not put Devin Haney and Tank in Vegas?
Hello.
Because Tank Davis was the one who said, "Send me Ferraris." So I can even negotiate the fight.
I didn't ask you that.
I'm answering the question. I'm answering the question. I'm answering the question. I'm answering the question.
That's irrelevant. If you
I'm
really
answering
want
the
to
question.
fight, the question is, if you really want to fight, if you was willing to put Canelo and Bud in Vegas, why not put Tank Davis and Devin in Vegas?
Because Tank is not negotiating.
Because he don't want to do business with Turkey.
See, y'all asked the question.
I've said that from the jump. He don't want to.
Y'all ask the question, I give an answer, and then y'all want to say,
I've said that from the jump.
Minute.
He does not want to do business with Turkey Al-Sheikh.
Well, that's on Tank then. Tank out of order.
That's why I said fuck them.
I'm just saying, like I said, Turkey,
why is it fuck him? Because he don't want to do business with Turkey.
He doesn't need to do business
because
with
Turkey is the only man that's going to pay to put the fights on.
Who else is going to pay Tank $20 million to fight Devin Haney? Who else?
If it wasn't for Turkey, we wouldn't be getting no Canelo versus Crawford.
Thank you.
I mean, probably not.
I'm going to be on the record and say I hate that fight anyway. I hate
I don't care if you like the fight or not. We talking about making the fight.
I'm sorry. In what world are we campaigning for the super middleweight champion to fight the junior welterweight champion?
This is crazy.
I'm sorry. I don't care if it is Bud Crawford. I don't care if it is Bud Crawford. This is the second time. This is the second time in 2 years we've allowed Canelo Alvarez to pull up a junior middleweight and fight for the titles. Like,
we didn't allow him to do shit. He does what he wants.
Do you have a problem with Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford fighting each other? Do you have a problem with that?
I hate that fight.
I didn't ask if you hated it. Do you have a problem with it?
I answered your question. I hate that fight.
And this is the problem I have with what you're talking about. This is one of the best fights we can see at this current moment in time. We know Canelo Alvarez.
A junior middleweight fighting a super welterweight? Fighting a super middleweight?
Well, we know that Canelo Alvarez is not going to fight David Benavidez. We know that. And so
we know that.
Well, I'm telling you that. That's what I'm saying. But what we also know is and just
so fight Christian and Billy.
You got it.
Right. So fight Christian and Billy. What are we doing?
Yeah, I got it. What's the question? I'm gonna answer.
I'm sorry. I don't care if it is. I don't care if it is Bud Crawford. I don't want to see super middleweights fight junior middleweights. I don't.
Hold up. What do you see the outcome is going to be versus Canelo and Bud?
I got Canelo beating Bud.
You got Canelo what?
I got Canelo beating Bud.
How? What is the outcome?
You bet me $50, Dub, on the opposite.
And when I bet you the $50, what I told you, I told you who I'm rooting for, and I might be out of order for rooting for my brother Bud, but I'm rooting for Bud. And shout out to my brother Piro, because 9 times out of 10 I'm gonna beat him in the bet anyways. But at the end of the day, I think Bud got an opportunity. But I do think that Canelo win the fight.
And that's cool, Dub. All I'm saying is that why would you put your money on the guy you don't think's gonna win? That's just bad omen.
No, because I like to bet you, and sometimes I be out of order with my bets. I done lost multiple bets to you, and this is not new to anybody who's listening. Tell me I'm wrong. Me and you, we bet on a regular basis, but at
Yeah,
the same
but
time,
you go
but
ahead,
at the
though.
same time, I appreciate the fight happening because I think it's a 50-50 fight. And I do think that Bud has a chance. I got Canelo winning. I'm rooting for Bud and I hope Bud win. And I think Bud can put hands on Canelo. I do believe that. I just gotta see how things play out, but it make it that much more fun for me to bet you. Respect.
But Dub,
I
every
mean,
time we
go
go ahead,
ahead,
D.
go ahead,
Go ahead.
Piro.
You got it, man. You got it. You got it.
No, no, hold on, Piro, go ahead. I want to hear
Okay,
what you
no,
say.
just real quick about the bet. Like when we've bet, you've always bet on the guy you thought was gonna win. Like literally, like bruh, like the bet's not even fun when you're betting on the guy that you think's gonna lose. It don't make no
It,
sense to me. But that's
no,
just
no,
me
no,
though. It's
hold on,
your
wait a minute.
money, respectable.
Even though I'm picking Canelo, I still think Bud got a good chance to win that fight. I still believe that.
I believe you,
Yeah,
Dub, but I'm just saying it's crazy. But go ahead, D man.
Wait,
no,
real quick, hold on. Let me last point. The reason I bet with you, well, first off,
Jesus.
the first reason I bet with you because you're my brother, and I know you're gonna pay your bet the same way you know I'm gonna pay mine. The second thing behind it is shit. It's always fun when I get a chance to bet with my brother. And I know you're gonna pick Canelo any day of the week. So hey, I'm going against your motherfucking ass. The same way. The same way. What fight was it? I can't remember what fight it was. You knew you was gonna lose the bet, but you
Which one?
still bet me,
Which one?
right?
Which one?
I can't remember which one it was.
Nah, I don't bet like that, Dove. To be
Now
honest,
you do. You
maybe I'll put like a 5 for fun, but like on a prop bet. Nah, I usually bet
it's,
the guy I
it's,
think's gonna win. Actually, I
it's
always bet
fifty
the guy that
dollars.
thinks gonna win.
It's $50.
Hey,
It's fifty
$50 is
dollars.
$50, bro. You act like I'm rich. You might be rich. I ain't.
No, I'm not rich at all.
But
Hey, me and you.
I
Hey,
hate
I
this
still got
fight
my lunch
simply
money from the third
because
grade, bro.
man, I hate
go
this
ahead,
fight
DJ.
simply because Bud is coming up from 135, dog. Bud started his career at 135. At no point in his career could Canelo Alvarez make 135. So, and we
what
talk
Canelo
about a
fought?
man who's
Canelo
fought.
fought Floyd at
We're
54,
talking
right?
about a man who fought at as high as 175, and at one point it was rumored that he was trying to fight at cruiserweight. What part of me wants to see a guy who's coming up, albeit Bud is special, Bud is a generational talent, all that, right? What part of me wants to see a guy who's come up from 135, 140, 147, and even won a title at junior middleweight at 154? What part of me wants to see a guy go in there, go in the ring with a guy who's been fighting at 168 for the past 4 years,
I still think
four or
that
5 years?
I think
I
Bud.
don't want to see that
I
fight.
think Bud
I'm
can beat
with you,
Canelo.
DJ.
I
Hey,
think Bud
OG.
can beat Canelo. I
Hey,
think he can beat him.
I'm gonna
Hey,
tell you,
OG.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. The people that clearly wanted that fight should be the same people not complaining about Tank Davis versus Jake Paul. They
Man,
Man,
shouldn't be
free.
complaining about
OG
it.
you
free.
out of
Man,
order.
get the
You out of
hell on.
order.
Come
You
on,
out of
Hey,
OG
order.
free.
You out of
they
Exactly.
order.
shouldn't be complaining.
You out of
Exactly.
I,
order.
Come
You out
on,
of
OG
I'm
order.
just
free.
saying.
We
I
ain't
mean, you
trying to
could
hear
call
that
me out
bullshit
all,
right
all
there.
you
We ain't
want
trying to
to,
hear that
but
bullshit.
I looked at, I went back and watched the Bud Crawford Magnum fight. Bud Crawford was getting caught with a lot of clean shots that I'm not used to seeing him get caught with. I went back and watched that fight 3 different times. He got caught with a lot of clean shots that I'm not used to seeing him get caught with. And
Bud
OG
was
free.
getting,
OG free.
and
he was
Styles
getting
make
caught with shots
fights.
hold up,
against, he was getting caught with shots
Canelo
against
don't.
the floor.
let me finish.
Go ahead and finish. My apologies.
But the thing is, Bud was coming off a layoff, and he was fighting at a weight class he never fought at before. And now you're coming off another layoff, and you're moving up and fighting at another weight class you never fought at before, and you fighting the best guy at that weight class. I find it a steep hill for Bud to climb in order to pull off a win against Canelo. It's a
I
It
steep
may.
agree.
hill.
He's coming
I
off the
agree.
layoff.
At
I
what
agree
point? At
It
what
may
100%.
point
be.
is too much gonna be too much? At what point is Bud gonna eat a jab or eat a right cross or eat an uppercut, and that's gonna be too much? I
Man,
don't want to see that.
Hey,
I was the same nigga who told y'all that EJ was gonna put hands on Bud. It is what it is.
But that was
I
a
was
true
hold
that
on,
was
hold
a
on, I
true
was, hold
50
on, hold
50
on, hold
fight
on.
though.
Let me finish. I was wrong about that. At the same time,
A
I
lot of
think
people
Bud,
were.
I think Bud got the skill set to beat Canelo Alvarez. I don't know if he do. I got Canelo winning the fight, but at the same time, I think Bud
And
got a good chance to win that fight. I think he got a good chance to win it. It's in my personal opinion, a 51-49 fight. You know what I'm saying? 51 going to Canelo Alvarez. But I think that
and
Bud
on
can
the
put
flip
hands on
side of
him.
that, Dub, on the flip side of that, Dub, what does that say that we think a 54 pounder can beat the 68-pound champion?
That the 54-pound
He's an
champion.
all-time great.
I mean, shit.
Or
I think
You gotta
maybe,
Bud.
blame us though,
I
DJ. You
think
gotta
maybe,
blame
Bud.
Turkey, Al Sheik, and Bud. This ain't on nobody but else but them.
But my
or
thing is
maybe.
the same. I look at it the same way I looked at Bud versus um, EJ. I look at it the same way. I thought
Hey,
that I thought EJ was gonna put hands on Bud. Man, Bud beat that man easily and didn't even that man didn't even breathe hard in that damn fight. I'm
Yo,
just
OG,
telling the
but
truth.
but Bud had been at 47 for years at that point.
All right.
And that was a true 50. That was a true 50-50 fight. Bud
that
has
was a
never
bad
fought
style
at
matchup.
bad style matchup, all of that, right? We all saw the fight. We all saw what happened. Bud ain't never fought at 68, and Canelo's been at that weight for 5 years now as the undisputed champion.
But that's my point. OG Free, you bringing up Madrimov. Canelo don't fight nothing like Madrimov. It's a totally different style.
no, he fights better than Magnumov.
No, he doesn't.
Facts. Yeah,
They
he
do not
does.
have
What are
the
you
same
talking about?
style, OG. Canelo may be a better fighter, but it's not the same style.
It's not the same
That's a
style,
fact.
but what I'm saying is he got caught with clean shots. Magnumov didn't do anything special in that fight. He didn't do anything
No, he
That's a
special.
good
didn't. He
point,
made
D. That's a
Crawford. He
good
made
point.
Crawford think it was a chess match.
He was catching Bud straight down the pipe, right through the guard. He didn't do anything. Go back and watch the fight. It was straight down the pipe, right through the guard. Nothing special.
That is a good
Nothing.
point.
All right. So
That's a
so
real.
so I want everybody to remember this conversation. When Canelo hits Bud in the eye and cracks his orbital bone like he did Billy Joe Saunders, I want everybody to remember this shit. I want
Yo,
everybody to remember this.
Hey,
oh
Bud
man.
is
Relax,
known
DJ.
for
It's a money
having his
grab. Let them
eyes.
make their money, bro. Come on.
Bud
Real quick,
is
real
known
quick,
for
real
having
quick.
his eyes puffed up. He is
Hey,
known for
real
having his
quick,
eyes
Piro.
puffed up.
Piro,
Yeah,
is the
what's up?
money?
What's up?
Have I already sent the money? Have I
Yes,
already
sir.
sent it
You
to
already,
you?
you already, you already sent it to me. Yes, sir.
All right. So
Man,
I already spent it, brother. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't want to hear nothing about none of it. The reason
Don't
I don't
don't
want to hear
don't get
nothing
it
about it is
twisted.
because hold on, wait a minute. The reason I don't want to hear nothing about it because even though I think that I think Canelo got I think gonna put I think he beat Bud, but I think that Bud has the skill set to upset the apple cart, and at the end of the day, I put my money where my mouth was. That's what I
Oh,
did.
Bud
That's
is
what
gonna
I
have
did.
to
yeah.
That's what I
watch.
did.
Bud will have
Don't get
to.
it
Relax. All that.
twisted.
We
I will
saw
be
this with Dimitri Bivol. Bud is gonna have
yeah.
to
No,
absolutely
I didn't.
wash
I
Canelo
didn't. I didn't
to
bet him.
even get a
I
split
I didn't even.
decision.
I'm
yeah.
gonna
Go ahead.
let that one go, bro.
I
He's
totally
delusional ass Bibble
I'm
fan.
totally rooting for Bud, and I said this multiple times. This is one of the few times that I am absolutely rooting for Bud. I just don't believe that he's going to win. I hope he makes me a believer. I just don't believe that he's going
He's
to
not
win.
gonna win. He's not going to win. He's going to put on a spirited effort because his skill set is so high. He's going to put on a spirited effort, but Bud going to get hit with some hot shit, and it's going to make him double over. I think Bud going to take a knee, or he's going to get sat down at least once in this fight. And like I said, Bud is going to have to he would have to absolutely wash
Man,
Canelo to get a
fuck,
split
man,
decision.
fuck,
You
man,
man.
think
I
Bud's
can't
gonna
wait
take
for
Hold
the
this
on, wait a
fight,
bend the
minute,
knee
man.
to
wait a
Canelo,
minute.
I
bro?
can't wait.
Fuck this. Bud beating the shit out of Canelo. That's what I'm going with.
Oh man, here we
I ain't
go.
listening. I ain't
There you
listening.
go. There you
I'm
go.
stop right
There you
now.
go,
Bud
Dub.
beating the shit out of Canelo.
There you go.
Fuck
There
that.
you
Yeah.
go.
Fuck
See, now I
all
Hey,
feel
that.
better.
I
Now I feel
hope
better.
Bud do, cause I don't like Canelo. I hope Bud whoops
Trust
Canelo
me,
Bud
I
ass.
put
hope he
hands on
does.
Canelo.
I hope he does. I don't see it happening, but by damn it, if Bud goes in there and beats the shit out Canelo, as he said, which I don't think he's gonna beat the shit out Canelo, but if he goes in there and wins the fight, I will be absolutely over the moon because I don't like the way Canelo did David Benavidez, and I don't like the way he did Demetrius Andrade. So You know, I hope he wins that fight.
Hey, real quick, I gotta say this. Shout out to my brother Rick Timms, man. Straight from the
What's going
sunny
on, Rich
side,
Tim?
man. Shout out to the sunny side
What a Rick.
of Houston, man. Much love and respect. That's my big brother right there, man. Salute to Rick.
Man,
Yeah.
OG, I don't know
I
what the
really
hell
hope.
you see in Boo Boo, man.
I
Benavidez
hope
whooped his
for.
ass pillar to post.
DJ's been on Boo Boo
Oh,
for a minute,
hold on, I
man.
didn't say nothing
It's all
about Boo
good
Boo.
though. DJ love
Did
Boo
I
Boo.
say something about Boo Boo? I didn't say nothing about
No,
it.
I
I'm
thought
talking
DJ.
about OG DJ.
Oh, okay, my bad, my bad.
I did because I saw when he was at 160, none of the other champions wanted to fight him.
Yeah.
But yet people will talk about what he hasn't done in his career. I saw when he was at 160 when Triple G didn't want to fight him. I saw when he was at 160 and Canelo didn't want to fight him. And I saw when he was at 160 when Jamal Charlo didn't want to fight him. So if all the other champions in the division don't want to fight you, I can't then say you haven't fought nobody. I'm
David,
trying to fight all y'all,
David
and y'all don't
Benavidez
want to fight me.
David
Nice
Benavidez,
capping though, DJ.
David Benavidez fought
Yeah.
him with hands on him.
Yeah, that's David Benavidez at a high level.
Here we go.
Yeah. We all saw David Benavidez whoop his ass. Absolutely.
What we doing?
Absolutely.
And everybody knew that was gonna happen because Boo Boo sucks.
But that was probably gonna happen anyway. I'm strictly talking about when he was at 160 and everybody said he sucked, but nobody wanted to fight him.
I agree with that.
And
So
we were
can
proven
get a-
right that he's garbage.
Can we get an Billy Boo Boo? What's up with that?
I want
Let
to
him
see.
live,
I would
bro.
love
Let him
that
live.
fight.
Come on, bro.
I would love that fight.
he said let him live.
I would love that fight. Let's see it.
Man,
That's all I'm saying. Let's see it.
Give me a Charlo Boo Boo fight, man. That's the fight I want to see. Give me Charlo and
No,
Boo.
I want to see Charlo Belonga now.
I want to see Boo Boo and Jake Paul, bro. That's where Boo Boo belongs, with Jake Paul.
Man, Charlo's cooked, man. We saw he looked stiff as hell, man. That nigga look old and stiff, man. Cornflake was just a tune-up, man.
In his last fight, he looked good.
Man, OG against Cornflake, man, he looked stiff as
Hey,
shit.
look, I've been saying the same thing. I was like, it's fucking Cornflake, man. Like,
I'm just saying.
even though his jab was sharp as ever, his counters did look a little slow.
The
But
patience was there.
part of that I blame on
all
the
that
layoff.
looked good was his jab.
I think what we saw from Jamal. I think we saw Jamal in there with a guy that he knew wasn't on his level, and Jamal was like, man, I don't even take this dude serious. I think that's what we saw. I think a fight with him and somebody a better caliber, I think that's when we would see if Jamal is really all the way back. But I mean, I don't take Cornflake serious. When they announced the fight, I said that Jamal was going to win that fight, and Jamal at that time wasn't even back yet, and they were like, "Oh, Jamal's fighting Cornflake." I mean, Jamal going to beat the hell out of Cornflake. I seen this dude get stopped in the first round against Laura. That joint lasted 41 seconds. Laura stopped that man in the first round. I like, oh, this joint is not. This Jamal is whooping this dude ass. So I agree. It was Cornflake. You can't take but so much from the fight. You got to look at small bits and pieces and see what you saw and take from that. But I need to see Jamal in there with somebody. I still believe that Jamal beats Caleb Plant based off what I saw from Caleb Plant. Based off what I saw from Jamal, I think Jamal beats Caleb Plant, and I want to see that fight.
I still want to see it.
I want Charlo Belanga. I want Charlo Belanga.
If he beats Shiraz, that'd be nice.
Man.
Or Shiraz.
Well,
whoever
Crawford
wins
to fight
Charlo,
man.
Bro,
Knock all these PBC niggas out, man.
Wait a minute. So y'all
Crawford, Charlo, man.
Man, Berlanga is one of the worst fighters in the division.
Hey, y'all want Charlo to fight a young buck? Fight Pacheco. I got Pacheco.
That'd be nice. That'd be a good fight too.
I got Jamal. I got Jamal in that fight.
I gotta go with Pacheco.
I got Pacheco.
I'm going with Charlo.
Charlo's all the way back.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Pacheco, he's going to take it to Jamal. I don't know if Pacheco can deal with the power that comes from Jamal. I don't know. But from what I've seen with Cornflake, I can't really favor Jamal.
Ain't much you can really take away from that fight besides Jamal got to shake the rust off.
Yeah,
That's
I would
about that's
Not
say
a
about what
rush
you can
too.
take away from
Not a
yeah,
that.
rush.
I would say it's a 50-50 fight because Jamal might be all the way back because he got the rust off. He might be all the way back, but I don't know. So I would say it's a 50-50 fight.
I got Pacheco. I'm just telling the truth. I,
Man, Jamal to
my,
jab his nose off, man. What we
I
talking about?
favor Pacheco, but I'm going with Maul. I'm a Maul fan.
Jamal gonna jab his nose off, man. When you
this is the
yeah,
thing
you
I'm
can
hoping
walk
for.
forward. You can walk forward all and see this is the thing, man. I don't like that. He brings the pressure. He gonna walk forward. Man, what good is walking forward if you walking in the punches all night?
All
Jamal
I'm
gonna
trying,
jab Pacheco
Pacheco
Everyone
nose
got
else,
off,
some
man. He
everyone
with
skills,
else
skills.
is
OG.
when they
He with the
Pacheco
DJ,
got
skills,
some
man.
skills.
DJ, all I'm trying to tell you is this
I
right
know
here.
Pacheco is good, but Jamal is skilled.
So is Pacheco.
I got you. I
And
want to see the fight. Line it up.
six
Yeah, I know.
four.
Me too.
That's
Me too.
man, he's linky. That's man.
Me too.
Jamal
That's
ain't
gonna be a
short.
tough fight. That's gonna be a tough fight for
Yeah,
Charlo.
definitely.
Hey, line it up.
It'd be tough even if
Line
he
it up.
was never took that big layoff. It would have been tough. Look a
I
fight.
want to see, man. My thing is let's see the fight. Let's
Yeah,
see
sure.
it.
He
Definitely.
Pacheco young, he full of piss and vinegar. Hey, let's see it, man.
I want to see
Man,
it, and
it's
regardless of who wins, we're gonna give credit what credit is due. I
oh
ain't
yeah,
Absolutely.
because
my
that's
whole
a
thing
big
is,
step up for Charlo, and I mean that's a big
That's a
step up
big
for
step up for
Pacheco. I'm
Pacheco.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
for
big step
Pacheco.
up for Pacheco, and that's a great test to see where Charlo is at the age he's at.
It's a
and
big
my
step up
Right.
for
thing,
both of them actually, compared
but my
to where
thing
they're going
is,
around their careers.
man, damn all this complaining and whining and all that kind of shit. Man, make the fight. Let's see the fight. That's it. Let's see y'all get it. Mix it up,
Reason
man. I
reason
want
why I
to see
say
y'all mix it
Belonga
up.
because I know Belonga ain't got no promotional ties that could be holding him back right now. Who ain't Pacheco with Golden Boy?
No, Matchroom.
Nah, he's what Eddie Hearn.
See what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like realistically, can we get that fight?
Yes. Yes.
Man,
Okay.
Berlanga is sorry, OG. That nigga's sorry, man.
I know. I just kind of want to see him get slept a little bit.
I ain't never see a nigga get his ass whooped like Berlanga, and he get a fan base off a loss like this. Like what the fuck?
Man,
I don't think he
he
got a
had that
fan base,
fan
but
base
I
regardless
don't know
because
if he got a fan
I
base. I
don't
don't know if
want
he
to
got a
see
fan base.
Eddie B from New York, been running around with Fat Joe since he was about 14 and old. He getting that New York cosign. You know, he got that New York arrogance about him. There's something about that just make me want to see him get his face busted open a little
Hold
bit.
on, hold
I
on. Does
mean, you know,
Berlanga have a fan base? Does he really have a fan base?
absolutely he does.
Yeah, he does.
Absolutely he does.
He does.
OG Dub,
Absolutely
he
he
got a
does.
fan base, man.
Does he?
Bro,
Absolutely.
they threw a parade for this
Absolutely.
man after he lost to Canelo.
I don't know about all
Wait.
that, but no,
You hear
he's got something.
Okay.
he has a decent sized following. I'll tell you that. And because he
Hey,
has that New York arrogance about him, and I just want to see him get his nose jabbed off. That's it.
I tell y'all the truth. Y'all know I ain't trying to lie to y'all. I don't see the fan base for Edgar Berlanga, but if y'all tell me he
Okay.
got one, then clearly he got it.
Th-
Maybe I'm out of order.
Dub,
Maybe
this
Oh
I'm
is
out
yeah,
what
of
it
order.
is. This is
Belanga
the
got
fan
it.
base that he had.
I'm gonna say this about Edgar. Edgar starting to remind me of Tio, especially if he don't take this Caleb Plant fight. We just saw what Caleb Plant looked like in that daggone last fight. If you're not willing to get in there with Caleb Plant, nigga, I don't want to hear nothing from you. I don't want to hear nothing from you.
You gonna disrespect Tio like that, man? You gonna put him in the same category as this sorry ass nigga?
No, Tio got beat by Cam Bosis.
Man,
Edgar Belanga
man.
got the only loss Edgar Belanga got is to a Hall of Famer. Tio got beat by Cam Bosis.
Man, this nigga Berlanga ain't did shit, man. He didn't even
He
want a
didn't.
belt yet.
And
Actual fact.
true
He
enough.
absolutely did not. But Tio lost to Cambosis. Edgar Berlanga only lost to Canelo Alvarez. That's the only loss he got.
Man,
Regardless of how we feel about Edgar Berlanga, he ain't losing nobody but Canelo Alvarez. The guys
Yeah,
that
but
Edgar
we done
the
seen
guys that
Belanga
Edgar
touch
Berlanga
earth. We've
the
seen
guys that
Belanga
Edgar
touch earth, man.
but what I'm
Yeah,
saying is the guys
except
that
that
Edgar
Canelo.
Berlanga fought, the guys that Edgar Berlanga fought and he beat might not be above the level of Cambosis, but he beat him. Tio lost to him. And he arguably lost other fights that he was gifted.
I don't agree with that. But
Just like arguably Tio lost to Ortiz, just like arguably he lost to Sandor Martin. So
Yeah.
only
you
Tio
know,
haters think that. It's all good.
Man,
I don't
listen,
think,
Frank
I
will
don't
fight.
think, I
If
don't
if
Well,
think,
if
I
most
don't
if
Tio
think,
if,
I
haters,
if
don't
because I'm
hate
not a
Tito
big
Tio.
Tio fan
Roberts,
myself, but I didn't think he
I
lost.
don't think, I don't hate Tio. I just think he fights to the level of competition, and when he's outside the ring, he full of shit. That's all.
And I agree with you, but he still wins.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Man,
feel the
that
same
man,
way.
I've
Yeah,
that
been
man,
saying that.
that
OG
man,
DJ,
Teofimo
he on some
Lopez is
BBS shit.
ducking Devin
Been
Haney.
saying that
He's
shit.
ducking that man right now. In 4K, he's ducking Devin Haney. Fuck Teofimo Lopez. And he a racist. Fuck him.
Hey, Dub, I think we need. Well, at least I'm gonna boycott Keyshawn Davis for a couple of months because he literally wasted my time all day yesterday.
Well, you ain't
Well,
gotta worry
well,
about
well,
you ain't gotta worry about
Quite,
boycotting
quite
him.
you ain't
literally
got to worry
wasted
hold
my
about
on,
that.
hold on.
motherfucking
You
Don't
day.
ain't
worry
got to
about
worry
telling
about
me
that,
that. When
Piro.
you
Top
gonna
rank for the
when you
top
gonna
rank for the
when
boycott,
you gonna
Keyshawn.
boycott Teofimo Lopez? When you gonna do that? Never.
When has Tia
but you
wasted my time?
but you ain't gotta worry about boycotting Keyshawn Davis. He ain't fighting.
Yeah, Keyshawn, man, I'm telling y'all, dog, it's gonna be interesting to see what Top Rank does with him. Either they gonna put him in there with a killer, or he's not gonna fight for a year.
I'm
One of the
speaking in
two.
hyperbole, but like literally, like I was actually getting a little pumped up for the Abdullah versus him. like,
No, that wasn't gonna happen.
like,
That wasn't gonna
bruh.
happen.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing, though. Like, literally, all that shit that I started off
Yeah,
saying
he
like
did all
yesterday
that
with
woofing.
y'all
He did
and
all
with
that
Dub,
woofing, and
it was
then
woofing. That's all it
he
was.
ended up the one not fighting.
That's all it
Man, I
was.
wanted that fight, man. See a dude on the stretcher, man. I wanted that fight.
It was woofing,
I
selling wolf
I
tickets. I was telling the homie H. I told the homies fucking at Kyle's channel, bro. That's all it was. Fucking woofing.
yeah.
Just
I don't
woofing.
know. I don't know.
And
I don't know
I'm gonna
what to
be
say
I'll
about
be the
Keyshawn.
first one to admit to you, I love that energy, especially there was a growing sentiment that Keyshawn was somehow avoiding Abdullah Mason. So I like the fact that he pressed him, but you threw all of that away when you got up there and pissed away all that shit on the scale today. Or yesterday
Yeah,
now. But
yeah.
you
I mean,
pissed it all away.
it's easy to press a guy that's much smaller than you.
And
How about you press
Look, I
somebody that's
guess
your
you can say
same
that
and a
now,
size?
fighter
huh?
that you're never gonna fight.
Yeah, I guess we can all say that now.
Yeah, like literally, that's guaranteed now.
I'll take Keyshawn versus Frank
Yeah.
Martin.
I've
Okay,
been calling for that fight for years, bro.
it's a good fight.
I,
I've been calling for that
I
fight
don't
at
want to
least
see that.
since 2022.
I don't want to see that right now. I mean, I
Why
want
not?
that fight. I just don't want to see. I don't want to see it. And that's the same reason why I didn't want to see Keyshawn versus De Los Santos because the man been out of
Coming
the
off a
ring
layoff.
so
Oh, and the
long.
layoff.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah,
Coming off a
yeah, the
layoff.
layoff.
Who
Okay.
cares?
I want to. Oh, Dub,
Come
he
Dubs.
asked me.
Said, "Who
He didn't ask you, Dub. He asked me.
My bad.
He
My
asked me
bad.
why
I'm
didn't
out
I
of
do
order.
it.
I'm out of order. I'm out of
So
order.
I want him to fight him at 100%. I want to see who's the better fighter. I don't want to see you beating a guy that ain't fully equipped because he's been out of the ring for so long. I want you to fight him at his best. He fights you at your best, and let me see who the best fighter is. I don't care about seeing these guys fighting guys off a layoff or fighting guys who shouldn't be at the weight class and things like that. I want to see these guys fight an even match. Both fighters are at their best. That gives me a better outlook of who the better guy is. I don't care to see a mismatched fight.
I don't
What are
give
we
a
going on
damn.
now? 14
Hold
months?
on, real quick.
Ain't it 14 months since Frank Martin fought?
Hold on. I don't give a damn about the
That's
damn
that
layout.
PBC shit.
I don't give a damn about none of that. In my personal opinion, I understand what you're saying, Free. I understand it. But I don't give a damn about the layoff. The layoff is your problem. If you're going to get in the ring, I want to see you fighting the best. And if, whether it's in this situation, individual, and Keyshawn Davis should have been in order, in my personal opinion, and made weight and not come in 4 pounds overweight so we can see what would happen with him and Edward De Los Santos. I think that Keyshawn Davis is out of order. Shout out to Edward De Los Santos. Now that you done, now you it ain't you ain't got no
I
choice
mean,
but to move up to 40. Hold on, real quick. You ain't got no choice but to move up to 40. So get in the ring with Frank Martin. I ain't got no problem saying that. I want to
I
see the
mean,
fight.
but Keyshawn obviously didn't want to fight Frank Martin because he told everybody, I picked Edward De Los Santos. I picked him. So if you pick Edwin De Los Santos, why you didn't pick Frank Martin? You was going to 140 anyway.
Well,
Frank
he
Martin
didn't
was
make
going
the
to
weight.
140.
He picked somebody and didn't make the weight.
You was
That's
going to
on him.
140 anyway. So obviously Keyshawn didn't want to fight Frank Martin because he could have picked Frank Martin and fought him at 140.
Now he can still choose him
Now,
now.
And
He can
to
still make the
slightly
weight
defend
at
Keyshawn,
40 now. He can still make the fight at 40 now. I want to see
yeah,
him and we've heard the whole stories of Top Rank and the PBC because of what Turkey got going on. They're going to be doing business together now, so we can see that fight.
I
Let's
mean,
see it.
Edwin De Los Santos is a PBC fighter, so we know that it's true. He's a PBC fighter. He
Nah,
fought
Well,
nah, nah. He's
that's
a
what I'm
Samson
saying.
fighter, OG.
he a
huh?
Samson fighter.
Samson
Same
Samson
thing.
PBC.
is with
That's
is
the
Same
with
thing.
same. That's the
PBC.
Same
same.
thing.
That's the
That's literally
same. That's the same.
Samson is with PBC.
Yeah, that's the same. That's
That's
the
literally
same.
the same thing.
So he's a
But
Hey,
PBC fighter.
all I'm saying is now that you done missed weight, you done busted weight, and with 4 pounds, okay, you ready to fight at 40? Hey, I think now that y'all doing business together, PBC and Top Rank, I think this is a prime fight to make. This is a prime fight for both individuals. Big money fight for both of them. I don't think they're gonna get paid anything crazy, but I think that it's for both of them the biggest fight they can make at this current moment in time. I want to see it.
bro, we're supposed to bang at this fight.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
so
I'm about to go ahead and shut it down. And I'm about to go to bed
Hey,
and get
look.
up early in the
Hey,
morning.
free. It's 4 o'clock around this motherfuckers, man.
Hey, but
Easy, bro.
we will
It is.
we
It's
will
only
be
12:40. It's only 12:50.
yeah, we
No,
will
no,
be
for
back
you,
live
Oh
tomorrow
yeah, see,
night.
it's 3 o'clock
Wow,
where
they
I'm
in the
at.
least. That's why they in the least.
y'all in California, man. We in the country.
Where the
We
homies
don't
will
get
run up
up
and
on
Right,
get
right.
you.
time.
It's 3 o'clock where I'm at, man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all good. Hey, much
We
love to my brother Free. Much love to my brother Three. Hold on, real quick before I let you shut this name down, Free. B3, are you in the building?
that man
B3.
sleep. That man
He
sleep.
fell asleep, bro.
Damn.
That,
Shout
that
out to my
man been
brother
Out of
Free,
there.
man. That's my
he was
brother, man.
he was the first one that came on the live with me. That man been up there
Look,
quiet the
out
whole
of
time.
there.
Hey,
Yeah,
shout
but
out to my brother. Shout out to the Eagles, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Washington Football Wizards. My brother DJ. Shout out to my brother Hot Rod. Mr. Chairman in the building. My brother Piro is in the building. Much
Yeah,
love and
man.
respect to all y'all. And we'll do it again next time, man. Much love and respect to y'all.
yeah, we'll be live tomorrow to call the fights, even though Keyshawn ain't fighting. But we'll
Man,
be
that's
live calling the
crazy as
fight.
hell. You know, that's crazy as hell. All right, y'all. Hey, love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Y'all do y'all thing.
All right, fellas. On that note, we are out.
Peace, fellas.
Peace.
He pulled a Shakur and shit. That's funny, man.
Yeah.